The rest of the story began with a terrifying and terrifyingly powerful creature. The humanoid creature stretched out his clawed hand to the wicked heroes and commanded them to listen to him. The creature with demonic eyes told them that they would witness the Demon King's greatest power. Once upon a time there was a continent here, and in this world known as the Continent of Darkness, war raged between the Demon King's army, humanity, and the elves. The ongoing stalemate was broken by a party of heroes who had gathered from all over the world. They were met in a dark castle by the dreaded enemy Valt, who was the second king of Visgard. Both sides fought desperately to gain the upper hand, and finally the battle was nearing its climax. During another attack by the adventurers, the Demon King wanted to protect himself with a magical seal. But the king screamed as his body began to shatter into pieces. The Demon King took one last look into the wizard's eyes and asked what he had done to him. Thanks to a certain adventurer, an event occurred on the 12th day of the month of Half-Light in the year 528. At the age of 29, the story of the Demon King Valt came to an end. Dissolving into the black vortex, the Demon King thought about the fact that he would die here. At least that's what he thought. All further events after that took place in the Lager Kingdom in the northern region. There was just a huge moon that illuminated the castle below it. There was a terrible explosion in the castle. The people who were in it ordered the others to run away as fast as possible. One of the guys asked the girl to finish with the first aid and bring the potion immediately. One of the healers thought that everyone would die at this rate. At this moment, there was a battle between a group of adventurers with the highest rank of stone dragons. It was a tyrannical earth dragon called Vergun. It seemed incredible to the adventurers that this dragon even had basilisks that followed it everywhere. They used up more and more of their supplies and suffered heavy losses. The people didn't know what to do, for it didn't look good. One of the adventuresses stood in front of the wounded men and asked to be allowed to hold back their enemies. It was Ms. Iris who couldn't let anyone die here. The boys asked the others to keep fighting as long as they could. They put all their strength to protect Ms. Iris. The girl knew that the Vergun's body was covered with hard scales, but it still had a weak point. There were no scales on the belly of this dragon, and Iris decided to strike there. The dragon was about to vaporize Iris, but the girl dodged its powerful flames and swung her blade. Even the breath of this dragon seemed too formidable to her, but she needed to regain her balance. It was a total rout. The dragon hit the girl with all its strength and she fell to the ground, her back hitting the rock painfully. The adventurers shouted that Miss Iris had fallen and rushed to her aid. The wounded heiress clutched the blade in her hands and thought that she didn't even have a chance to unleash the power of the holy sword Mistletoe. The girl thought that if it was going to end here, at least let this knight die with honor. Iris, that she was ready to accept her death, closed her eyes. But at that moment, a huge lightning bolt struck the roof of the castle from nowhere. Everyone in the building covered their eyes from the blinding flash. Even the dragon covered his eyes from the sudden and intense flash of light. Iris tried to understand what had happened and where the light had come from. She realized that she was still alive until now. Right in front of them, facing the dragon, was another person. But Iris didn't know who he was. The girl stared at the silhouette of the stranger in surprise and tried to understand what had happened. Apparently a boy was standing in front of them, but Iris didn't know what he was doing here or who he was. Meanwhile, the boy felt that he was standing barefoot on the ground. He looked around and wondered where he was, for this was not his castle. After coming to his senses a little, the hero was in shock and didn't understand what had happened to his body. He was like a human whose body was very soft. Previously, he was the Demon King Valt, the ruler of the Continent of Darkness and Lord. The huge moon that shone in the sky further surprised Valt. He didn't understand where everyone else had gone and thought that he might have been transported to another dimension. While he was thinking about it, he heard someone growling behind him. Valt turned toward the huge creature to see who was in front of him. He did not see any wings on this demon, but judging by its magnificent physique, it was still a dragon of some sort. Iris couldn't stand to watch him standing in front of this huge creature and asked him to run away from there. No sooner had she said that than the dragon spewed raging fire from its mouth. She could only hear the crackling of the fire and refused to believe it. The girl fell to her knees without hope and remembered her promise. She had promised not to let anyone die, and if she had the strength, she could save him. But to her surprise, the Valt was still on his feet. He took a couple steps forward and thought it was strange. He looked so much like a human being that he even thought he was dead. The guy looked at his flaming hand in surprise and thought that he couldn't feel anything. At that moment, Iris couldn't believe her eyes. The dragon decided to use another technique and created a magical seal in front of him, with an eye burning in the center. Iris shouted that it was useless as the dragon was going to apply the petrification gaze. The hero didn't realize what it was, and Iris replied that being hit by the petrification spell was practically a death sentence. But the guy only smirked and said that petrification was a good try. The dragon clearly didn't understand what was wrong and rolled its sharp teeth at the enemy. Iris couldn't believe that the guy had just come out of petrification. Valt knew it was hard enough to dispel it. He realized that he had the appearance of a weak man, but apparently he had retained some of his abilities since he was a king. Having said that, he approached the huge dragon without a shadow of fear. He didn't fully realize it himself, but in that case he should have gotten down to business. Valt stretched out his right arm for a retaliatory strike. He smirked and said that now it was his turn to attack. Iris stared at the hero in shock and thought that they were a unit of special companies and a select force. They consisted of about 100 outstanding adventurers from the Royal Legion, and they were the best of the best. They had prepared for any surprises and were fully prepared for battle, but they still couldn't defeat this monster. She couldn't understand how this boy could fight it alone. The boy's face reflected only a smile as he dodged the dragon's powerful attacks. The hero swung his fist at the enemy and exclaimed that he would regret messing with him yet. One blow from the waltz was enough to knock the dragon back. Iris saw with her own eyes an amazing sight. The huge dragon fell to the ground with a single blow from this stranger's fist. None of the adventurers could believe that the hero had seriously fought with his bare hands and struck the Vergoon with them. Staggering from side to side, Iris got to her feet and thought she should have found out about him. The adventurers thought that in that case they had defeated the Vergoon. None of them knew what this man was or if he was really that strong. Iris called out to the boy and apologized to him. She slowly walked towards him, pressing her wounded hand to her chest. Apparently the girl was quite serious and asked the Walt about his identity. She wanted to make sure that he had indeed defeated the Vergoon with his bare hands. The guy only silently thought about the fact that he had no idea what the girl was talking about. She didn't seem hostile to him, but he thought she was speaking a different language. It seemed unbelievable to Valt, but he had indeed entered another world. But it would be a shame if he missed some important information because of the language barrier. The hero thought about what he should do and looked at the defeated dragon. Iris exclaimed that she still had questions, but the hero walked over to the dragon and gestured with his hand to ask her to be quiet. He had an idea. After all, he could use one of his old skills. The defeated enemy had knowledge of the world that dragons have accumulated over the centuries. The dragon knew about maps, landscapes, climate, flora and fauna, and mineral resources. He also knew about the principles of magic, the science of nature, and currencies. Valt decided that he would call it Lizarkgana. This dragon didn't turn out to have as much knowledge as the hero expected, but it was definitely better than nothing. Iris wanted to ask the Walt what he was doing when she felt an unusual magical energy. Valt noticed that he understood her now and thought that was a good thing. Iris asked the question once more and asked the boy who he was. Valt figured the girl was one of those who practiced dark magic, but Iris could tell him the same thing from her point of view since he was the only one who came out of nowhere. Besides, she assumed that he had just extracted information from the dragon's corpse. The guy smirked and replied that she was right. He couldn't understand anything this knight said a moment ago, so he just used the knowledge of this dragon. For an adventurer, it was quite amazing. Iris immediately bombarded the guy with questions. Where did it come from and why was it so strong? Valt asked her to at least wait a bit and not ask so many questions at once. Iris bowed to the surprised Valt and thanked him for saving them. The girl smiled and said that thanks to him none of them had died and she was very grateful to him for that. Surprisingly, the hero felt kind of embarrassed. He avoided her direct gaze and said that all he did was to protect himself and there was nothing special about it. Ayers had a tattered dress that revealed all of her form, so the hero didn't even know where to look. Iris wanted to make sure that he really didn't have any weapons and that he really defeated the dragon with his bare hands. For a Valt, there was nothing surprising about that. One of the adventurers exclaimed that this was impossible, so the Walt was obviously lying. The guy turned back and saw another wounded girl. Leaning on her weapon, she said that it was a tyrannical earth dragon Vergoon, and there was no way he could have defeated the highest ranked stone dragon with his bare hands. The hero didn't understand at all what she wanted him to do. She could agree with Iris that this man had saved them, but they still couldn't trust him. They knew too little about this and the stranger. Iris replied to the girl that her words made sense and decided to agree with her. They would like to know his name first. The boy introduced himself to Valt and Iris thought he had a rather strange name. Walt still didn't fully understand his situation. As far as he understood, he had died and been reborn as the boy they had seen. The girls were at a complete loss for words, not understanding what he was talking about. Valt told them quite calmly that they didn't have to believe him. He could hardly believe it himself. Behind them, another adventurer woke up and thought they were being played a joke on him. She couldn't believe that the Vergun had been defeated while she was knocked out. Judging by her sharp ears, it was an elven woman who didn't understand what had happened here. Ayres was glad that she came to her senses and asked about the girl's well-being. The elfess asked not to worry, for a little saliva would heal those wounds in moments of ice. Within a couple seconds, a white huge wolf appeared beside the girl. Iris introduced the Valt to her, and the girl replied that she hadn't even seen him here. At first the hero did not recognize this animal at all, but now it was obvious that it was one of the sacred beasts. The guy reminded her that he had already introduced himself to the girl, so she should have introduced herself as well. Iris apologized and gave her name. The girl who was next to Iris asked the Valt to listen to her. She exclaimed that Miss Eris was not just a knight, but the famous Roswace. The hero had absolutely no idea what she was talking about, but judging by Iris's sad sigh, it was a very common occurrence. Roswace is an ancient term meaning a knight of pure white color. It was the title Miss Ayres held, and also the name of a special class. She couldn't wait for the hero to realize how prestigious it was to receive the special class. From now on, he would have to be more careful with how he treated Miss Ayres. Stories of her heroism were told everywhere. Iris blushed with embarrassment and thought that was the end of their conversation. Because of her explanation, the girl almost forgot to introduce herself and called herself Ranzaluna. Briefly, she could be called Ranzaluna. She was pleased to meet the Valt. The girl who had turned back into a human introduced herself as Ludessa Orf. She belonged to the hunter class, and she was also pleased to meet the Valt. She hugged her big white wolf and introduced her mate Kururu, but she was the only one who could call her Ku. If the Ranzaluna felt that she should be punished for suffering such an ignominious defeat while under Ms. Ayres' guidance. Guy noticed that she was talking to herself and looked very upset. Ludessa smiled and said that they were the Knights of the Silver Wolf. One could guess who was the leader of their group. Apparently, she was referring to this sacred beast named Ku. Ludessa was surprised that the hero knew this, but Valt replied that it was logical. Besides, the name of the group ended in Silver Wolf, and it wasn't a big deal. Ludessa was delighted and exclaimed that he was a true genius. She rushed over to the boy with a hug and exclaimed that now she could tell they were going to leave as good friends. Valt backed up and asked her to get off of him. Ludessa held him tightly by the cloth, so she inadvertently tore it as the hero sprang backward. The girls screamed and closed their eyes when they saw Valt's naked body. One of them thought this might be a problem. Still also covering her eyes, the blushing Ranzaluna held out her robe to the Valt and asked to take it. The lad thanked her and thought it was too much of a battle for those rags. In that case, if they finished their conversation, they needed to go back to the capital. The girl was worried about those who were injured. Everyone was madly happy that they were to return home. A girl with a wide-brimmed hat on her head introduced herself as Gelda. Her curiosity about the guy was not fully satisfied, so she suggested that it be postponed for a while. With the elimination of the Vergun, the group had completed their mission, and they were now on their way to the royal capital called Arios. Ranzaluna apologized to Iris for making her walk a lot, but the girl smiled and said that she loved it, so it was okay. Everyone was tired from their long journey. Gelda apologized, for teleportation spells were forbidden near the capital. Valt was surprised to see the Adventurers Guild, Arios' department. He remembered that those heroes who defeated him had also once been adventurers. Valt was puzzled that Iris wasn't afraid of him and asked what purpose she had brought him here for. The girl didn't want to socialize him as a criminal after he had saved their lives and hoped he didn't want that either. Of course, no one would like being treated like a criminal. Ayres grinned and said that he was right. Besides, the Knights of the Imperial Guard and the Vigilance Committee were busy patrolling and destroying monsters, and she thought it would be better to handle this matter on her own. What she meant was that they were adventurers. Seeing the puzzled face of the hero, Ayres asked Valt a question. Valt asked if they were really the Silver Wolf Knights and looked at the notice on the wall beside him. The girl replied that it was the name of their group, which was not officially recognized as knights. Ayres asked the Valt to follow her. The girl knocked on the door and apologized for the intrusion. A female voice with a brush in her hand called out to her guests and said that he had been waiting for her for quite some time. The woman who sat on the chair introduced herself as Hortensia Lemai Bardolin. Apparently, she was a fox girl who had long, elegant ears and a defiant form. Valt lowered his head and thought that it was the fault of this fox that he didn't even know where to look. The fox replied that he was in the Arios department of the Adventurers Guild and she was the head of that guild. Some of the adventurers had already arrived and gave her a rough idea of what had happened. She felt that she should thank the hero for saving their group. Valt coldly replied that they had no need to thank him. He just saw the monster attacking him and decided to hit it first. But the girls thought that most people wouldn't even try to hit that thing. Hortensia held out her hand to the boy and motioned for him to sit down. She wanted to hear his account of what had happened and asked him not to worry about anything. With these words, she placed a scale on the table. The guy inquired about the thing and the girl replied that she had found them a long time ago, somewhere in the ruins, and they had the ability to recognize lies. Hortensia was very proud of her job as the head of the guild and genuinely loved working with adventurers. To her, it was the best job in the world. Valt was surprised that after her words, the scales actually began to rumble and clatter on both sides. The hero thought she had made her point, but she was clearly not proud of her work. Hortensia exclaimed that the hero was being too kind. Looking at them from the side, Ayres sighed heavily. Now it was surely clear to him how the scales worked. The hero smiled and replied that it was clear to him. Hortensia was glad that the hero was ready for them. The guy, as if nothing happened, sat down at a chair and introduced himself as Valt, who was once the Demon King and ruler of the continent of darkness. He was one of those who sought world domination. However, on that haunting day, he had to defend the castle from a band of invading heroes. Though he himself joined the battle, they were defeated. The woman kept looking at the scales, but they surprisingly remained steadfast. The guy continued and said that unfortunately he couldn't remember the decisive moment because some of his memories were gone. One part of him thought he had just been killed. But anyway, when he woke up, he was already in this world. And if the girls asked him about his new body, it seemed to Walt that he was reborn in this world. Listening to him, the girls were simply shocked and silently looked at Walt as if he were a ghost. Hortensia stood up from her chair and fixed her bangs. She agreed that he wasn't lying at all. The guy replied that it was natural, since none of what he said was a lie. Hortensia silently reached out her hands to the face of the waltz. To his surprise, the girl clasped him between her lush forms and called him a poor child who had gone through such a terrible ordeal. He must have imagined himself the most powerful king in the world to keep his sanity. Hortensia smiled and said that these scales could see a lie, but that was all. If a person truly believed something, even something false, the scales would not react to it. After all, the woman believed that demon kings only existed in fairy tales. Valt was clearly displeased with her behavior and adjusted his cloak on himself. In fact, the only purpose that demon kings serve is to be defeated by the hero at the end of the story. The head didn't understand why the guy would fantasize about that, and decided that he certainly had an exuberant imagination. Hortensia exclaimed that apparently the hero was a complete pervert. The lad nervously clenched his hand into a fist and thought that this silly vixen completely contradicted everything he had said. The head told Valt that he was now in a rather dangerous position. The hero didn't understand at all why she was saying that, since he was living for the second time. He thought it was the equivalent of winning the lottery. The vixen wanted to make sure that the guy really thought so. She reminded him that he had no papers, no house, no money, no clothes, and he was unemployed on top of that. The hero became furious when the head called him unemployed and asked him to watch what she said about him. But the girls who were present also thought him a mere unemployed man. The chapter poked her finger at him and said that she had expressed herself correctly, and he was an unemployed person. If the hero wanted to continue living in this city, he would have to become an adventurer. The boy became furious and exclaimed that this was out of the question, for there was no way he would become an adventurer. But given the current state of affairs, he needed a guardian with a certain social status. Valt continued to yell at the vixen and reminded him that he had just gotten here. Therefore, it was all the more impossible for him to know such a person. Iris raised her hand and said that in that case she would do it and become his guardian. The other girls were shocked at her suggestion. Ranzaluna exclaimed that she would not do that. She could really sympathize with his situation, but the moon would not want Ayres to be so reckless. She asked the girl to think about her own situation. Ayres asked the moon to calm down. Eventually, the girl realized that it was useless to argue with Miss Ayres and sighed heavily. Of course, Ayres appreciated her concern, but she had already made that decision. The head squealed happily and thanked Miss Ayres for her decision. Walt could only curse the damn vixen. Iris suggested that Valt deal with it, for she was sure he would make a great adventurer. Valt asked her to wait a bit, for he hadn't decided anything yet. But the girl asked him not to worry, because with his strength, he wouldn't face any problems. To be honest, Iris was really mesmerized by his strength. What surprised the hero was that Ayres smiled back at him and confessed that she would like to fight like that too. Luna offered Ms. Ayres lunch. They needed to hurry up now. The conversation continued in the same vein for some more time, and the hero wanted to know more about Iris. This girl must have held a high position in society, but the hero didn't understand why she would work as an adventurer. He couldn't fully explain it with the current level of information. If he wanted to know more about this city, he would have to investigate. Valt ended up in some sort of camp where they were treated like worms. A mustachioed military man welcomed the young men to their school and told them they would be throwing rocks today. The boy couldn't believe that these people made him go to school. He was sure it would be the easiest thing to do, but apparently he could not become an adventurer if he did not finish this school. The teacher instructed them to throw rocks until their arm fell off and to be a little more serious. In addition, the hero realized that he couldn't even pay his tuition if he didn't become an adventurer. The military man yelled that all the students had to be able to throw rocks. If they didn't take it seriously, he would come back to bite them. With this, the hero couldn't agree more. The boy picked up the stone and looked at the pitiful scarecrow. He swung it around and ordered it to kneel before him. The guy himself didn't realize how he threw the stone at the scarecrow and created a huge explosion. Everyone was so shocked that they froze in place, and the teacher fell to the ground with his mouth open. The mustachioed man exclaimed that it was a meteoric Armageddon, the highest level of black magic. The guy smirked and said that he did. It was hard to believe that it really was a meteorite, a legendary spell. If it was, the students and teacher would remember it forever. Still, no one understood why someone would use it here. At the sight of the explosion, the ground began to crack and strange creatures peeked out. The teacher screamed in horror that they were red worms. The students speculated that the red worms could have made that very explosion, but they should have forgotten about it and just run away. The hero recognized these creatures. They were one of the guild's targets, and there were many of them. The hero wanted to see their power. After all, they were simple worms, and the guy didn't think they would be able to handle a dragon. Valt thought his plan must have worked and clicked the dread worms. The hero threw another blasting stone at them and asked about their king. At the same moment, there was a huge explosion that tore the worms apart. Valt assumed that this was the end of their battle. The teacher found it hard to believe that it was really one of their students and assumed that the first explosion was also his doing. If that was the case, and he did it with one stone, then the Valt must have been incredibly talented. The teacher would say that he had the signs of a hero. The hero smirked and looked at the torn off body parts of the worms and said that they were stupid creatures. He was about to turn around and go back to his business. But suddenly there was a deafening roar behind him and a rumbling of the ground. The teacher turned pale and shouted that it was the king of worms. The hero was glad that the worm had finally appeared. He may have been a worm, but the Valt had to pay his respects to a fellow king. He had no reason to hold back, so the Warth offered to fight to the death. When attacked, the lad thought it best to turn to Lizarkgana. He noticed that the outer shell of the King of Worms was as hard as a diamond. In that case, the hero decided that he would attack it from the inside and jumped right into the worm's mouth. The teacher and students were horrified when before their eyes the huge worm simply swallowed their hero. The teacher clutched his head and exclaimed that they had lost their genius. He felt that the students should have saved him as soon as possible. But in the end, they all decided to forget about Valt, for there was no time to save him, and rushed to escape. The teacher ordered everyone to evacuate and protect themselves. But suddenly, from behind the scales of a huge worm, the hand of the Valt broke through. The hero tore the worm from the inside and exclaimed with laughter that it was just a beautiful sight. The teacher was stunned with shock and thought it was impossible, because the hero had defeated the King of Hearts with his bare hands. The hero kept laughing and thought that the King of Hearts was not so tough. The lad looked at the mountains from above and thought that this world was no different from his. With each passing morning and evening, with each birth and death, they took another step toward the future. This was what made the world worth ruling. No one cared now that the Valt had once suffered a crushing defeat. The hero reached out to the bright sun and thought that now he had a second chance. The hero landed softly on the ground and thought that now this world would be his. He took a deep breath and asked the King of Worms to rest in peace. At that moment, his teacher flew up to him and grabbed the boy's hands and exclaimed that it was magnificent. The man's eyes glistened with delight in the magnificent display of the hero's strength. He asked to know the guy's name and turned to all the students. The teacher exclaimed that this boy, who didn't even qualify as an adventurer yet, had already defeated the Red Worms and the King of Hearts. Valt had absolutely no idea what was going on here. The enthusiastic students thanked Valt for his excellent work and offered to lift him up in their arms. This was the birth of a super rookie, and so began the legend of Mr. Valt. The hero put his hands up in the air and asked the enthusiastic students to get off his back. The students asked to shake his hand and get his autograph. Others, however, wanted to interview him, but Walt was adamantly opposed. The old man in the wizard's hat that watched them from the window thought the guy had impressive strength. It was hard to believe that today he was focusing on training to become an adventurer. He glanced at the papers and it made sense to him. His guardian at the moment was Ms. Ayres. The old man adjusted his round glasses and noticed that there was something odd about the statistics that had been recorded during his preliminary assessment. He speculated that there might have been some kind of mistake and the level of Walt seemed wrong. The old man couldn't believe that no one was doing this. At any rate, his statistics would be reviewed at the guild after graduation. The old man put a big stamp on it and thought that explained everything. In the end, the Royal Adventurer Training School awarded the adventurer Walt a title. From now on, the hero was a level 0 apprentice knight. To everyone, he was awesome, and the guys were congratulating him on graduating. Valt only waved his hands away from them and asked them to stop touching him. After a while, there were rumors of a new adventurer in the middle of the vegetable garden. All everyone talked about was the guy who graduated on the first day of school. They meant the guy who defeated the King of Hearts. Some people couldn't even believe it. In the Hortensia Guild, they called him Walt. The head sipped from her glass of wine and exclaimed that she felt just great. Everyone in her guild was only talking about the hero. Iris turned to the ma'am. She knew the woman wanted to relax, but she clearly didn't have enough to drink. The head reassured Iris and said that she was fine. Besides, there were no visitors here besides them. The girl agreed with her, but still worried about Hortensia. This fox couldn't be persuaded to change her mind, and it was definitely a waste of time. Gelda said that she was basically the living embodiment of obscenity and shamelessness. The head laughed and told Gelda that she had a sharp tongue and was as cruel to her as ever. Gelda responded by telling her that she was always so lewd, but the head decided to take that as a compliment. Iris sighed heavily, deciding that there was no point in talking to Hortensia about it. Hortensia suggested to stop talking about it and better get straight to the point. The woman smirked and said that the girls wouldn't believe what she was about to tell them. She was in possession of information about the statistics of the Walt. Iris was surprised to see 0 on the paper, but she had never heard of anything like that. The head exclaimed that it was ridiculous. Valt came to her office and handed over the paper that he had graduated. Hortensia didn't understand how that happened, since he had only enrolled in it this morning. What she meant was that it was simply unheard of. Speaking of unheard of, he graduated faster than anyone in history. It had previously taken the gelding about a month to do so. The woman felt that it would be unfair to make a direct comparison since the Gelda was only 10 years old at the time. But the Gelda still couldn't believe that he was level 0. As a rule, adventurers should start at level 1, and the girl suggested that the examiner might have made a mistake. The head put her glass on the table and replied that it was impossible. At first, she thought about that mistake too, but there was no problem with analyzing it. The level of Walt was indeed 0. No one knew what level 0 meant, but his current ability level was incredibly high, and that was quite clear. In that case, Gelda would want to know what his actual level was, but Hortensia couldn't even imagine it. The girl recalled the commotion that happened earlier. Iris had heard about the students discussing a bunch of red worms and their king. She had left lunch as soon as she heard about it, but apparently the situation was already under control. She heard that some new student had defeated them single-handedly. The students couldn't believe that a guy could kill over 100 worms. Iris realized that they were talking about Walt. The girl knew that he possessed unimaginable power, and his strength seemed limitless. Iris turned her attention to the skills section of the Walt. It seemed to the head that they were just hallucinating. He must have too many skills to be analyzed properly. Gelda suggested the girls look at his centering stats, which were very unusual. The head grinned and said that was the best part. She was actually pleased to see someone with such a strong chaotic attitude. The document said that his order was level 0 and his chaos was level 100. Hortensia jumped to her feet and exclaimed that this was exactly the case. Over the past few hundred years, she had seen many people come and go, but even the worst of them only had about 75 chaos points. Even the most notorious tyrants in history never rose above the 80th level. And yet looking at Valt, one could see that he had scored a perfect 100. The head was incredibly happy that she had lived long enough to see this. With those words, she drank her drinking glass completely. Iris warned the chapter that she would give away her true age if she wasn't careful. The chapter replied to the girls that centering was a very complicated concept. It did not necessarily determine whether a person would be good or evil. Gelda could completely agree with her. Numbers did not lie, however, they did not always tell the truth. It reminded Hortensia that Iris was on the legitimate side of the spectrum. Honestly, Iris didn't know how to feel about it. The head knew what she meant, but she didn't know how to feel about it either. It appeared that she and Walt were on opposite ends of the spectrum. The girl wondered what that meant. It was for this reason that Gelda was going to observe them. After all, heirs along with Walt were the opposite of each other. The head told Gelda that she had just remembered something. She wanted to ask her about the mission and what happened there. Ortania suspected that Gelda could defeat one Earth Dragon in her sleep if she wanted to. The girl had no doubt that she would have, but she would not have helped Iris improve. The woman exclaimed that this was the same Gelda she knew and called her a smart girl. Gelda could have said the same thing to her. In response, the head only laughed. In any case, they couldn't let the Vault continue to do whatever he wanted. Gelda and Ortania were in complete agreement. Gelda pulled out some book and the girls asked about it. Gelda replied that now it was not the original, but a simple manuscript. It was a book of Brigand's prophecies. Ortania remembered Brigand the Witch, and also that she and Gelda were rivals. The head took the book in her hands and assumed that the girls had been fighting for over 100 years ago. According to Gelda, the witch decided that she wanted her book for whatever reason. Ortania had heard that this witch had died years ago. Gelda assumed it was from old age and asked Ortania to look at the 13th page. The chapter flipped through the manuscripts to the 13th page and read it. In the year 999 in the continental year in the month of Barbarossa, the demon lord will appear. The gates of the world will open under the scarlet moon and her full moon, and the great king of terror will descend from the heavens. The chapter calculated that the 999th year of continental reckoning was just about this year. It was something to do with leap years. Gelda confirmed Artania's guess and said that April comes twice a year. Come to think of it, it was the same night that the scarlet moon was revealed to be a Walt. She seemed to recall what made the moon take on that appearance. She had never seen it like that before. Gelda also did not know the reason, but assumed it was some natural phenomenon. Ortania could assume that Brigand's prediction was correct. It was the one that would make Valt a great king of terror, like in some fairy tale. It was quite amusing to the head and she laughed. Ayers thought back to what he had told her earlier. He had already said how he was once a demon king who had ambitions of world domination. Ortania smirked and asked Ayers to drop the idea. She hoped the girl couldn't seriously believe it, but Ayers reminded her that the hero clearly wasn't lying to them. As they already knew, these scales were a kind of sacred relic, and they could detect any lie. In other words, at least in his own mind, he was suffering from illusions that he was actually a demon king. The head sighed heavily and said that she had known many adventurers over the years, but he was one of the most unusual. Iris thought about this atypical situation. Be that as it may, she would probably never know what might happen. Iris didn't understand what Artania was talking about and looked up at her. At the same instant, the head grabbed Iris' head and licked her cheek. Iris recoiled back and asked Artania in shock what she was doing. Artania said that she had never previously seen Ayers show interest in a male at any time in all the time she had known her. Ayers was reading too much into it. She thought the hero had some pretty amazing powers and she couldn't help but be fascinated by them. Perhaps she just wanted to be more like him. When she saw him defeat a Vergan with one blow, it made her heart flutter. Luna slammed the table with such force that all the plates on it bounced. She asked Miss Iris to remember her position. Luna thought that Iris couldn't afford to fall in love with some weirdo from nowhere, but Iris reminded her that she didn't mean that at all. Meanwhile, Ludisa held out her plate in motion for Ransel to step forward. This food was quite expensive. Luna called out to Ludisa and asked her to stay out of it, but the girl thought that the moon was too protective of Ayers. Luna didn't want to hear about romance from someone who only cared about food. Hearing such an insult in her direction made Ludisa angry. Ludisa was sure she could pick up 1 or 2 guys if she tried, but Luna apologized to her and told her that men liked curves. In that case, Ludisa didn't understand why Luna was letting her curves go to waste. Luna asked to keep her hands off her and not to touch her. The head realized that the girls weren't listening to her anymore. She asked just not to take it too seriously. By the way, Ortania would like to ask Lady Iris a favor. Gelda was somehow sure it would be pointless. Ortania had high hopes for the Silver Wolf Knight. They were a group of extremely brilliant individuals and a dream team. That was why the woman felt that she could count on their help in this matter. The head sweetly tucked her ears and made puppy dog eyes. She asked the girls to let the Walt join their group. Luna exclaimed that she would not allow it, for they did not accept men to join them. Besides, she didn't understand what the head was going to do if, God forbid, Ms. Ayers fell for it. But Iris thought that Luna was being overdramatic. Luna would have appreciated it if Ms. Ayers didn't interrupt her. The girl sadly fixed her curls and thought it was pointless. Luna finally agreed to think about it and asked what they should do with the Walt in that case. Ortania was going to figure it all out once he got his adventurer's license. In the meantime, the Worth slept in a spacious room, but it looked pretty scary. The house was neglected and needed urgent repairs. The boy opened one eye and thought it was morning. The hero quickly got out of bed and tried to remember where he was. He recalled that he was in an inn last afternoon. The room was in a terrible condition, but he slept better than he expected. He went to the window and thought that this morning was quite peaceful. This life was very different from his previous life. He thought he was dead and thought it was over, but he was wrong. Looking at this bustling city and people, Walt thought that his life was just beginning. While Walt was looking out the window, he heard someone knocking on his door. The girl at the door wanted to make sure Mr. Walt was awake. Walt was overcome with excitement when he heard the girl's voice at such a moment. He remembered all the troubles that women had given him in his past life. In the past, all the women were fanatical about Prince Walt and wanted to sleep next to him. They would constantly knock on his door and ask him to open it. And the hero also remembered women coming to his bedroom, but they were all of the worst type. They only cared about fame, money, and glamour. The guy asked the guest a question and the girl replied that she was from the guild. Valt opened the lock and allowed her to enter. The girl in the puffy long skirt apologized for the disturbance. She wished the hero a good morning and introduced herself as Elsie. She had worked with various divisions of the Arios Adventurers Guild, and from today she would be handling Mr. Walt's affairs. The girl was usually in the reception area of the guild, and so if he had any questions, he could feel free to ask her for help. Valt asked her to wait for a while and assumed that she was the house duty officer. The girl apologized, not understanding what he was talking about. Her job was to help him in various ways. Since he is a talented recruit, she wanted to help him as much as she could. The hero realized that he was now an adventurer, but he didn't know if that was the point. Honestly, he didn't want to get involved in all of this. The girl replied that he was already registered with the guild. The headmaster had written him a brilliant letter of recommendation along with his guardian Iris. He also already had a reputation in the guild, something Walt had not expected at all. In fact, Elsie thought he could have been a real knight. But the hero was not at all interested in serving in the army. He had to be the one who told them what to do. The girl was delighted and thought that in that case he would like to be a military strategist, but that was not what Walt meant at all. Valt couldn't even believe they were still talking to each other. The girl smiled and replied that she believed he would have made a great adventurer anyway. Her sincere words caught the hero's eye and he started to get a little nervous. The hero kept his composure and said that it was good because everything was already decided anyway. Alice was delighted with his spirit. Besides, if the hero didn't mind, she would appreciate it if he could wear some clothes. Valt blushed and asked why she hadn't said that before. The girl apologized, because she thought it might be a joke or some ethnic custom. The hero sighed and agreed with her, thinking that she didn't mean any harm. In that case, he let her start, but Elsie didn't understand him at first. Eventually, she helped him get dressed in nice clothes and told him that everything was ready. The guy smiled and said it was a good job. Elsie was pleasantly surprised that the hero liked being taken care of. Valt didn't understand what she meant. The girl touched her finger to his nose and said that she had helped him this time, but suggested that he not make it a habit. Elsie winked at him coquettishly and told him that he should have dressed himself. The hero blushed as he looked at her lush dangling form. He exclaimed that Elsie had a completely wrong idea, and he didn't want to be taken care of. He was so embarrassed by this that he hid under the blanket where Walt had slept not long ago. Elsie chuckled and said that he was pretty cute when he was acting so embarrassed. The hero suggested that they just forget about the incident. Later, Walt packed up and went downtown. He got his adventurer's license and was given the title of a level 0 apprentice knight. Looking at his card, Walt still couldn't believe that he was now an adventurer. He thought it was the only way to make money without breaking the law. But as a demon king, foreign laws meant absolutely nothing to him. But the guy decided to forget those thoughts for now and follow this path. On the way, he was approached by a certain girl who asked for his forgiveness. The long-haired beautiful girl looked innocently at the guy and offered him a flower. Valt took it in his hands and said it was beautiful. The girl was delighted and thanked him. She said that one flower was worth 10 leons and the hero unconsciously reached into his pockets. But at that moment he remembered that he was a real bankrupt. Valt apologized to her and confessed that he was not in this world, or rather in this city. During their conversation, the girl was roughly pushed. Some high being ordered the girl not to stand in the middle of the road. From a strong push in the back, the girl fell to the ground. She frustratedly reached with her hands for her flowers, which fell and scattered on the ground. No sooner had she picked up the flower than the offending creature stepped on it and crushed the plant. The creature licked its long reptiloid tongue at the sight of the girl. It was the two lizards that recognized the friendly fire elf named Rika. They thought she had a good new job as a flower seller. The offending lizards thought it was great, because she had finally found a job that clearly suited her. The lizards looked at the upset girl and asked her to say something. They thought it would be better if she didn't use black magic anymore. Rika probably should have realized this, but the lizards noticed that the girl was apparently not listening to them. The lizard exclaimed that she was dishonoring their guild, but his partner asked his brother to stop. He felt that if too many people saw them talking to this elf, it could ruin their reputation. The lizards laughed and asked the girl to never show her face in their guild again as a farewell. Valt couldn't bear to watch this and called out to the stupid lizards. The lizards looked back, not realizing who dared to call them out, but Valt thought they heard him and called them dumb lizards again. He was still carefully holding the flower in his hands that the girl had given him. The lizard came as close as possible to the guy and asked him how he dared to call them like that. They thought that the lizardmen were just as intelligent as everyone else, but in response, the hero only smirked. The lizardmen became furious and asked what was so funny. Wart thought that their conversation was completely useless. Their conversation was meaningless to a lizard like him. With these words, Wart conjured a seal and struck one of the lizards with it. His partner could not understand what was the matter and asked the Warth what he had done to his brother. Before that, the formidable lizard turned into a weeping girl that clutched her face and cried. The lizard threw himself into his brother's arms and offered to run away from here. His brother absolutely seriously wanted to know what the hero had done to him. The hero suggested that apparently his hand had slipped. All he wanted to do was give him chicken status, but there seems to be a sex change effect involved there somehow. The lizard ordered against this nonsense and prepared himself in battle. Before he could do anything, in front of the walls, the injured lizard pounced on his friend and kissed him. Even the hero did not expect this turn of events. The transformed lizard told his friend that he had never told him this before, but he liked him. His partner refused to believe it. Almost in tears, he asked what the hero had done to his friend and exclaimed that he had ruined his life. The boy asked not to worry about it, for it was supposed to go away on its own in a month. Valt, of course, wasn't so sure about that. His doubt frightened the lizard even more. The hero replied that it was a simple status effect, and apparently the lizard could fix it with white magic. The lizard exclaimed that they were not finished with their business and asked if the effect was really temporary. He needed to cure his brother first. The people passing by were completely unaware of what was going on here and assumed that perhaps the brothers were in trouble. In fact, these brothers were quite respected as adventurers. Rika bowed to the hero and thanked him for saving her, but the hero handed her the surviving flower and asked her not to worry about it. He felt that she had no need to thank him. Valt assumed that she was an adventurer. As soon as the girl heard this, she was frightened for some reason. She reluctantly replied that she was, and Valt understood. He looked back at Rika before he left. Valt waved goodbye and told her that he was pleased to have met such an adventurer and asked her to continue to be diligent. Rika looked after the guy inspiringly. She thought he knew a rather interesting skill. Coming to her senses, Rika exclaimed that she was already late for business. Rika's presence was required at the branch where she was expected at 9 in the morning. There she was met by a smiling Elsie who wished the girl a good morning. Rika tried to catch her breath and also wished her good morning. A panting Rika held out the letter to Elsie. Before Elsie could look at the letter, her face became excited. There was a challenge in this letter. It said that he had gained a reputation as a troublesome person, but he hadn't caused any trouble recently. Elsie thanked the girl for bringing it to her attention and decided to escort her to Miss Bartleyn's office. Looking at the letter, she wondered what it all meant. Rika hesitantly walked into the head's office and greeted her. Bartleyn greeted the girl and asked her to come in. The head was happy to meet Rika and waved to her with a wide smile. Rika was very worried when she found out that the head wanted to see her. Bartleyn asked her to relax because she just wanted to ask her for a favor. The woman wanted to offer her a task and hoped that Rika would accept it. She could tell her about it right now, but then it would be impossible for Rika to refuse it. If she did, this Bartleyn would let her go, but only before she surrendered her adventurer's license. Rika was horrified and couldn't believe her ears. She began to beg not to do it. She wanted to know about the assignment the chapter was talking about. Bartleyn asked not to look at her so scared and thought that she would like this assignment. She told her that a certain adventurer had been registered here yesterday. The chapter asked if she knew of such a person and Rika replied that she had heard rumors. This man's name was Valt, and due to circumstances beyond her control, there are many things about him that remain a mystery. However, the only thing Bartleyn could say was that he was incredibly strong. If he wanted to, he could probably destroy the entire country, and possibly the entire world. Rika clutched her head in horror and exclaimed that it was scary. Bartleyn agreed with her. The head sweetly folded her palms and asked Rika to observe the man. Rika thought she misheard and looked at the head questioningly. Earlier, the chapter asked Rika to revise after Walt. The girl was horrified when she heard that and grabbed her hair. She kept repeating that it was absolutely impossible. But Bartolin calmed the girl down and said that it was just a metaphorical expression and the hero could not destroy the whole world. Rika didn't know what to say to that, and the head asked the girl how much money she had. Rika became maximally embarrassed when she heard that question. Bartolin repeated herself and asked the embarrassed Rika about the money. Rika lowered her head and sadly showed the chapter her wallet. At this moment, she only had 13 ryons. Bartolin laughed and said that she could only buy herself bean pastries with that amount of money. Come to think of it, yesterday on Business Street she was embarrassed because she didn't have enough money. And in the end she was on the floor looking to see if she had dropped her change. Rika blushed, not realizing how the Bartolin knew about it. As someone who carries the noble blood of elves, Rika should have an opinion on her behavior. The head whispered in the girl's ear that she should have just thought about it. Perhaps she should have just stopped her adventurer ways. Bartolin wanted her opinion on that option. The woman asked the girl to look at the recruitment information for the entertainment district, since elves were the most popular. Besides, Bartolin thought she had a good body. Rika clenched her hands into a fist. Rika tearfully exclaimed that this was the one thing she didn't want to do. After all, being an adventurer was her dream. Rika thought of a character that appears in a picture book that her mother gave her as a child. She had always admired the black magician, after all. Even her mother supported her daughter's wish. Bartolin knew that Ricky's mother was suffering from an illness. She was still undergoing treatment in her hometown. Ricky's father went on a trip but never returned. For this reason, she sent money every month and had to make a living for herself and her mother. Bartolin smirked and told the girl that she was very stubborn and scared like a cat. That was what made her more charming. In that case, Bartolin could offer her something considering her circumstances. The woman showed the girl a golden-colored coin. She really thought that it would give Rika even more reason to accept her request. The girl was shocked when she saw such a thing. Rika thought that she could pay the bills that were piling up in debts. She could live off the change and could even send money to her mother. Thinking about it, the girl swallowed the lump in her throat with excitement. The head would like to hear her answer, but Rika was in no hurry to answer. Bartolin didn't think the girl had such a need to stress over this. This was a top secret quest. The people she could give it to were very limited in that regard. But she thought that Rika was the right person for it. First of all, the chapter couldn't ask people with companions for it. People who feared Walt wouldn't be suitable for the request either, so it could be any person. Someone would look and think that this child was a gullible redneck who knew nothing about the world. And one could also say about Rika that she was a good-natured person who had large breasts, and such a person would be preferable to a Bartolin. The girl covered herself with her robe and blushed. She realized what the guild leader's opinion of her was. Rika thought that breasts had nothing to do with it. Bartolin poked her with her finger and exclaimed that it was most certainly related. Coming to her senses, the head apologized for that. She just couldn't help but get heated. She meant that Rika was the most suitable person for the case. Rika was doubtful to the last, but Bartolin asked to trust her. The girl felt sorry for the man known as Walt, but she had nothing left. Besides, she really wanted to continue being an adventurer, so she decided to accept this quest. The head smiled and said that it was a wise decision. She asked to accept her thanks and threw a sparkling coin into the girl's hands. Barely Rika caught the coin as Bartolin used gravity magic and returned the coin to herself. Rika couldn't believe that their head was so cruel. She probably enjoyed teasing Rika and was having fun. Bartolin pulled her paws towards the girl like that, wanting to see her desperate face. The woman said it was great. Ricky's crying face was truly the best thing for her. Just the sight of the terrifying chapter alone made Ricky feel frightened. But Bartolin asked her to listen to her. She asked the girl to use her powers to be the first to make contact with the Waltz. Making a team with him was the best option. She didn't have to be shy and use all of her own methods. The woman let the Rika go and asked her to come back in 3 days. 3 days later, Elsie decided to pay a visit to Walt. She kept knocking on his door and asked him to answer it for her. The hero did not understand why it was so noisy outside and leisurely opened the doors. Tired and irritated, Walt looked at Elsie and asked why she had come so early. The girl wished him good morning and asked him how he was feeling. The hero replied that he had no health problems and assumed that she had come here just for that question. The hero assumed that it must be her responsibility for the adventurers. Nevertheless, he was glad that he was able to dress on time today. The girl was glad that he was all right. She told him that it had been 3 days since that very day and surely the hero knew about it. The guy didn't understand anything, and the girl explained that his adventurer's license had been issued to him 3 days ago, officially allowing him to accept quests. But in all that time, he had never once appeared in the guild. It seemed to Valt that she was exaggerating. If that was the case, in that case, Elsie didn't understand why the hero didn't accept any quests. The guy replied that it would take quite a long time for him to explain. Elsie insisted that he tell her everything. The hero didn't even know where he should start. He explained that in the past he had to do grueling work day in and day out. There was never a day when he could rest. However, when he came into this world, everything changed. No one ever complained about the way he lived. Elsie didn't pay much attention to what he said, but the hero thought he understood. The guy exclaimed that the lodging fees were also paid by the guild. Even the insects that had originally taken up residence in the room were afraid of him, and they retreated completely. Therefore, he had no need to start working from the constraints of life. In addition, those insects that prevented him from sleeping were also gone. It was a real peaceful life for him. The hero said that he was already too used to it, but the girl grabbed him by the shoulders and asked him to come to his senses, because at this rate he would become a useless person. Valt was struck as if by lightning when he was called a useless human being. The girl asked to listen to her carefully and warned Valt that supporting the guild had its limits. He could not continue this way of life forever, and surely he knew it. Plus, if he didn't have enough pluses, there was the possibility of license revocation. Apparently, the hero didn't think about it at all, but Elsie said that it had been decided. She grabbed the guy's hand and suggested that he go to the guild immediately. Elsie also asked the hero not to worry. She turned to the Valt and said with a smile on her face that she would turn him into a true adventurer. The hero asked to wait for her for literally a minute, for his heart was still not ready. Elsie exclaimed that it was all right, for she would teach him kindly, but that was not the problem. After a while, Elsie and the hero came to the Adventurers Guild together. There they approached a board where various orders were hanging. After a quick look at the board, it seemed to the hero that there were no quests worth doing. The girl replied that there was nothing to be done here. Adventurers started work early, so quests with favorable conditions ended quickly. Adventurers competing for survival believed that the cheaper the better the wine. The hero thought of hunting the dragon that guarded the gold and treasure. He wondered if there was something that would allow them to make money quickly. Elsie replied that he didn't have to do that. No matter how much he believed in his physical strength, he was still a novice, so he had to start by doing novice-oriented quests to get an idea of what the job of an adventurer was like. Elsie suggested he look at a particular ad. She handed the boy a sheet of paper and told him that this would be a good fit for him. The hero asked her not to tell him that she wanted to send a man like him out mushroom hunting. Elsie replied that this is the road every newcomer takes and asked him to listen to her. He could think of being special, better than everyone else, and the strongest. But those adventurers who thought that way were the very first to die. That's exactly what happened. Of course, the hero was dissatisfied with such a task, but she was going to such lengths for him to accept it. He decided to listen to her and warned her that he was already leaving. No sooner had Elsie said goodbye to him than she asked him to wait for just a minute. The hero did not understand what was the matter, and the girl replied that he needed equipment. Valt didn't understand what she was talking about, as he was unarmed when he fought the Vergun and the King of Worms. He clearly had no problem with that. The girl decided to agree with him just because it was a rookie task. While they were talking, another adventurer was coming down the stairs and tripped and fell face down. Elsie hoped she was okay. Rika apologized and replied that she was fine. The guy recognized the same girl and greeted Rika. Rika bowed to him and exclaimed that she was very grateful for her past rescue. But the hero felt that he had done almost nothing. Elsie was thrilled that they knew each other. The boy replied that he had just given her a helping hand. The girl introduced herself as Henrika Estelindel. She was a first-level black mage. The hero realized that Rika went with the nickname. The girl thanked him again for that time. The guy introduced himself as Walta Sly, but asked to just call him by his first name. Rika was shocked when she heard his name and couldn't believe her ears. The hero assumed that something had happened to her because the girl had turned pale. Rika tried to regain consciousness and replied that everything was fine. She never thought that she would be talking to the same person. Besides, the girl was not ready to meet him so early. Elsie remembered something and wanted to tell Rika about it. Since she was fine, she could help Valt with a quest. It was about a quest that was meant for beginners. Elsie thought that her skill would be useful in evaluating the mushrooms she collected. The hero didn't understand at all what Elsie was doing it for. The girl replied that Ricky had inherited the blood of elves and she had a skill that helped in gathering medicinal plants. The girl was embarrassed and replied that there was nothing special about it. Compared to pureblood elves, she was only a half-elf. Elsie assumed that the girl was already busy, but Ricky waved her hands and replied that it wasn't like that at all. Ricky just wasn't sure that the hero would be satisfied with someone like her. Elsie was very happy with the decision, but the hero decided to remind her that he was here too. Elsie asked not to worry, for Rika was a reliable adventurer, and she was giving her word. If that was indeed the case, the Walt was not averse to joining her to his team. Elsie offered to set that phrase aside and said it was a wise decision. She smiled at Rika and asked her only to not use magic. Elsie sadly lowered her head and said she wouldn't do it. The guy recalled that Rika was a black mage, but Elsie asked Walt to ignore it. For some reason, the hero had a bad feeling and it was only about him and Rika. Ricky doubted that the mage who had no hope for magic had a reason to exist. Such words alerted the Elsie. She exclaimed that it was okay, because even Ricky had many good moments. The frustrated girl wanted to hear a good example, but Elsie didn't know what to answer her. Elsie lied and said that the girl looked pretty nice and her style was pretty good too, and she was jealous of her as a woman. Ricky grabbed her head and thought they had nothing to do with being adventurous. In that case, Elsie suggested that she change her job and become a dancer, charming enemies and supporting allies with her magnificent dancing. The girl thought it was impossible, because she was awkward and suffered from stage sociophobia. She could have died 3 times just by imagining it. The guy thought about the fact that these two girls are exact opposites to each other. It was like a vicious circle. At the moment of their conversation, some noisy guys appeared in the guild, who were apparently doing a good job. They celebrated their victory, even though all they did was surround the goblin and beat him. A group of adventurers heard a noise nearby and spotted a Rika. They immediately recognized the very friendly fire elf who was currently blowing tears. They couldn't believe that this girl was still an adventurer. The guy from the group sighed heavily and said that the work was finished, but his mood was worse than ever. According to the adventurer, their guild was supposed to do a hunting quest for a friendly fire elf. The guys doubted whether it was worth accepting it if it suddenly appeared. The hero couldn't leave the Rika in trouble, especially since she was now on his team. Valt looked at their ugly faces that mocked the Rika. He took it as an insult to his vassal, and an insult to him as a lord. At the same moment, the glass that was behind the adventurers shattered and frightened them greatly. It happened quite suddenly, but no one realized how it happened. Valt grinned and assumed that some hooligan had thrown some rocks. After all, it was quite common here. The leader of the group exclaimed that it simply couldn't be, since this was the capital. He asked the guy what village he came from if he didn't know it. Judging by their faces, they had not yet heard of the Walta, and the hero suggested that he should roast them. Elsie hoped the glass hadn't hurt anyone. Shards of glass were scattered everywhere, so she asked the adventurers to avoid them as they left. Elsie suggested that the boys walk them out. Rika looked questioningly at the window, not understanding how this happened. Elsie already suspected the culprit and quietly approached the Walt. She suspected that the one who broke the glass was him. The hero smirked and said that she should have thanked him. He knew it perfectly well without her saying it. Elsie sighed heavily and assumed that in the hero's opinion, she was now relieved. The girl warned that this time she would turn a blind eye. Valt didn't mind at all if she praised him for it. Elsie said that if he did the same thing next time, she would charge him for the repairs. She didn't understand who he thought was supposed to fix it all. Elsie ended up having to clean it all up as soon as possible. The hero suggested that his partner go before Elsie came back, and Rika agreed with him. The hero heard Rika's stomach rumble and assumed she was hungry. The girl admitted that she hadn't eaten anything since last night. When she mentioned this, the hero remembered that he hadn't had breakfast yet either. One could not fight on an empty stomach, so the Walt suggested that she go and eat. After a while, they reached the forest, where Ricky hesitantly called out to Walt. While the hero chewed his lunch, Rika asked him about what had happened in the business district. Earlier, the hero had remitted payment to the capital branch of the Adventurers Guild, but the girl didn't know if that was normal. There was no problem with that. Earlier, Elsie told the hero that until his earnings became stable, the guild would give him support. She asked to provide everything to her. Rika wanted to know what they would do next. Valt had already heard rumors about this forest. According to the resurrected people, newbie adventurers came to this place. This forest was also a famous tourist spot called Ulna Forest. Looking at this forest, one could tell that the road had already been built. This is proof that many adventurers and tourists passed through it. Since there were many adventurers here, the road was already built. The forest was so calm that Walt was getting uncomfortable. He wanted to ask for Rika's opinion, but the girl suddenly shouted. Apparently, she saw various animals peering at them from behind the bushes. The hero grinned and asked her not to be so nervous. After all, he had publicly added her to the team under his command. He promised not to treat her badly, so she could be calm. Rika thanked him for his support. The hero had just remembered that he was supposed to add a sketch of the forest to the Leaser River's Gaina, and wanted to ask Rika for something. He assumed that the vegetation here had been eaten by people and animals. The girl obviously had not heard such a thing and was frightened. She didn't understand what he was talking about. But Valt didn't think it was strange, because when it came to the forest, vegetation eating people and animals was the standard. For example, if she rested on a tree trunk, it would suddenly swallow her whole. Rika did not understand from which world this tale that Walt was telling came from. The hero explained that he knew that world very well. Because of his words, a chill ran down the girl's back. It was also the hometown where the hero was born. Rika apologized, but she wasn't going to insult him. The guy went forward and waved his hand at her and asked her not to worry, because he didn't mind. As Rika expected, this man was completely abnormal. The girl noticed that even the monsters in the forest ran away as if they were avoiding Walt. The hero stopped and asked Rika to take a look at it, a rather picturesque place spread out right in front of them. The girl recognized a lake called Alma. It was a famous tourist spot. According to the request of the islands where the Tree of God grew is the designated gathering place. Apparently, something called sage spirit mushroom grows there. Since it is God's tree and the tree of angels, the hero suggested they get there. The girl replied that she knew how to drive a boat, so she offered to cross the lake on it. The guy said that there was a long distance, so they didn't need a boat. Hearing that, Rika was stunned. She didn't understand what Walt was trying to say. The hero held out his hand to her and asked her to come to him. Rika thought he wanted to swim across the lake, but the guy took her in his arms and offered to walk on. The girl screamed with delight and excitement, for she was carried like a princess. She confessed to Walt that this pose embarrassed her, but the hero asked her to calm down, for she might bite her tongue. Walt pushed himself off the ground and jumped high above the ground. Rika's eyes glistened with delight. Even the duck that was on the shore looked at the heroes with interest. After a while, the boy landed on the ground and let go of Rika. Finally, they arrived at the place. No sooner had the hero gone forward than Rika fell on her knees and cried like a child. Valt did not understand what was wrong with her, but the girl apologized and admitted that she was stunned by it. The hero replied that it was beautiful and suggested that she look for the sage spirit mushroom. He didn't know where they grew and Rika tried to remember it. While they were standing still, there was some sort of noise behind them. Valt turned back and saw strange creatures. Rika was frightened, for they were armored bugs. She didn't understand at all why the god tree had monsters. The girl was terrified, thinking that the place they were headed to when fleeing from Walt was this very small island. The monsters must have thought they couldn't escape anymore, so they decided to counterattack them. If it was just one monster, it wouldn't be so scary, but this many were dangerous. Rika was afraid that even a Walt would be eaten in a matter of seconds. As a black mage, the girl felt that something had to be done about it and summoned the flame god Ignicus. She placed her palms on the ground and addressed the god who gave fire to mankind. He was the source of the flame and also the origin of wisdom. Valt turned to Rika absolutely calmly and asked her to listen to him. But it was too late. Rika asked the god to save her with the great radiance he possessed. She stretched her arm forward and used the fireball skill. Looking at her raging flames, Rika thought she had done it again. Earlier, Elsie had asked her not to use magic and promised her that she would. Rika's flames got bigger and rained down on the monsters. Henrika Estelindel has been blessed with a large amount of mana since birth. She always looked up to the black mages she saw in picture books. She gave her all to become one. And after graduating from high school, the girl took a step towards realizing her dream. However, everything turned out in a way that Rika did not expect. She couldn't forget the screams of the people that were screaming in pain and begging to be saved. When Rika participated in the mission, 9 of her comrades were hit by friendly fire from her side. Perhaps it was due to the overexertion of the actual battle. All of her spells became wide area attack spells. One could easily imagine what would happen if she encountered a strong enemy that she didn't expect. As a result, Rika would panic. Fortunately, her companions managed to avoid death. Moreover, if Rika had not used her magic, it is quite possible that her group would have been destroyed. This could have been a successful mission if the outcome was the only thing that mattered. But that didn't change the fact that she had hurt the comrades who had trusted her with their backs. Her partner thought that Rika had really outdone herself and called her a damn friendly elf, leaving behind scars that were engraved on their hearts and hatred for her. Since then, bad rumors about her began to spread more and more. Rika fell to her knees and sobbed, begging the Walt for forgiveness. She believed that she had once again hurt an ally. There was no doubt about that. The Elfess felt that she should not have become a black mage. Rika didn't want to drag Valt into this and only asked that the guy tell her something. While Rika was choking back tears, the Walt approached her from behind and asked her what was wrong. The girl jumped up thinking it was a ghost. Walt asked her not to think about the fact that he was already dead. Rika fell to her knees and bowed low to the ground, begging Valt's forgiveness many times. She thought she was unfit to be a black mage, but the Valt said she was wrong. The hero shook off the ashes from her burnt clothes and said that the people who despise her and she herself were wrong. Something of that level couldn't even be considered a friendly fire. The hero explained that it would be considered friendly fire if her allies' magic made a direct strike and wiped out 30,000 of her soldiers in an instant. He thought he should explain it in a simpler way if she wouldn't mind hearing a story about his past. Grinning, the boy remembered how he had once accidentally ripped off his father's right arm. That story had horrified the girl, but his father's right arm immediately grew back and it shocked him. Rika thought that the guy was trying to cheer her up in this way. The hero smirked and replied that in any case, her black magic didn't hurt or itch. Her mana surpassed that of an ordinary person, and if she wanted to improve, she had no choice but to keep practicing. In that case, she would be able to destroy an elite army of 30,000 people with a single shot. The character wanted to say with this that she still had a lot of room for growth, and everything would depend on her. One day she could become the Emperor's court magician, but the girl replied that she didn't understand anything. Anyway, she was glad that Valt was alright and asked to borrow her handkerchief. Valt gladly took her handkerchief and wiped her face as it was very dirty. Looking at the blackened handkerchief, the lad thought that if it had been someone else, this person would most likely have died. Hearing this made Rika feel scared again. Rika grabbed her head, not knowing what to do when she saw the blackened Enzel tree. Even a divine tree like this couldn't resist such a destructive force. The elfess bowed to the Valt and said that they had not been together for long, but still she was glad she had met him. She was insanely grateful for his support and tears were coming from her eyes. Valt had absolutely no idea what was going on. The hero didn't understand why she was crying and asked her a question. The elf replied that she was the reason the tree died, and the punishment is at best beheading. At worst she would be dragged through the city and then burned at the stake. These both options were still death sentences. The girl felt that this was a pretty serious crime that she had committed. She was an elf protector of the forest after all, but she had committed such a sin. Her whole family could burn alive. She felt sorry for being such a horrible daughter. Valt asked her to stop. After all, it wouldn't do anything if she only cried. The hero didn't understand why she didn't think of a solution to this problem. But the girl didn't understand what a person like her could even do. Valt said that she could certainly just sit quietly and run away, but the elven girl couldn't do that. The guild knew she was here, so all she had to do was resign herself to execution. Valt suggested that her worst-case scenario was to take her mother with her as she ran away. At least Rika will try to show others how sincere she is. Once she surrenders, she will surely ask for her mother to be spared. Valt thought Rika was a complete fool, for she didn't need to say such a thing. Before the hero could finish his sentence, the elf interrupted him and said that she was indeed a fool. But that was what made her who she was. But the Valt did not dislike fools. Rika called out to the Valt fearfully when someone else's movement appeared behind him. Valt looked back questioningly. It turned out to be a dried-up divine tree that almost fell on Valt. The hero stopped it with only one hand and told Rika that it was nothing. Rika closed her eyes in fright and crouched down on her knees. The guy easily tossed the tree aside and it collapsed to the ground. Rika was at a loss for words when she saw this. Valt frowned and didn't know what they should do now. The heroes noticed a small spirit named Enzel that lives in the divine tree. Valt decided they should have just let it go, but in all likelihood that would have been a bad idea. With these thoughts, the guy grabbed the fairy with just one hand. Enzel was shocked, not understanding how a human could see and touch a spirit. Rika also didn't understand why the hero was treating the spirit like a bug. The hero asked her to shut up for just a second and address the spirit. Valt felt that it would be bad for them if the Enzel spirit died. He asked her to return to the god tree, but the fairy could not do so. The problem is that the god tree was burned by the flames of hell. Such an outrageous act could only mean that the world was coming to an end. It seemed to Enzel that a war must have broken out at the end of the world. The hero thought that it looked like it was more than just friendly fire. He asked to get straight to the point and asked about what they had to do to revive her. Enzel replied that they needed mana that was equivalent to 100 elves. Rika clutched her face in horror and exclaimed that it was impossible. Meanwhile, the hero thought of the Lizardgana, an encyclopedia of the other world would be very useful right now. The hero said he would give Enzel the mana of 100 elves, equal to the mana of 30,000 humans, if that was all she needed. The fairy thought the hero couldn't hear her and reminded her that the mana of one human would not be enough. Valt smirked and said that he was not an easy man and asked to take mana and not thank him. The hero raised his hand and injected mana into the tree and wished the Enzel a pleasant appetite. The fairy lost her composure when she felt such powerful mana. She didn't realize what kind of mana it was. Tears flowed from her eyes. The fairy held back as best she could, for to her, this was incredibly raw and powerful mana. The guy noticed his fingers braided the branches of the tree. Now this fairy was the one sucking his mana, and the guy found it interesting. Inzel clutched her flushed cheeks, not knowing what to do. She hadn't experienced anything like this before. The fairy had never felt so good before. Rika didn't understand how this could happen. Everything was happening as if in a dream. Right in front of the astonished Rika's eyes, the divine tree was reborn again. Valt asked Inzel how she was feeling. The fairy was happy and exclaimed that she felt very healthy and she would live much longer. Inzel thought that now she would live up to 10 or even 100,000 more years watching the world. She was so happy that she asked the hero to take this gift and pointed to an apple hanging from a blossoming branch. The hero examined the fruit and suggested that it was the fruit of the Inzel. The fairy could not believe that the Walt knew about it. It was an item of legendary class, and it was said that it could be seen once in 1,000 years. It didn't matter to the hero. After all, it was a tribute given to him by the Inzel spirit, so he wouldn't be deterred. But no sooner had Walt touched the fruit than his body was pulled down and he began to fall. The Walt's body softened completely and he fell to his knees. The frightened Rika rushed to his aid and picked him up by the waist so that he would not fall to the ground. She called out to the hero, but the Walt did not answer her. The fairy assumed that he had just passed out since he had given her an incredible amount of mana. She asked him to take his time and rest under a tree. Thanking him for his help, she vanished into thin air. Rika smiled warmly at the hero and asked him to rest for a while. She thought that this guy was something. The elfess told the Walt that he deserved it and gently laid him down near the divine tree. After a while, the main character began to regain consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. When Walt woke up, the first thing he saw in front of him was Rika's breasts dangling in front of his nose. Rika fixed her curls and smiled at the surprised Walt. She wanted to know how he was feeling. The guy wasn't in the best shape, but it wasn't a problem for him. The girl asked him not to be shy and to rest a little longer. Valt admitted that instead of resting, he wanted to eat something. He suggested that they eat some mushrooms while picking raisin mushrooms. Rika exclaimed that she could handle picking mushrooms and set to work. The hero also found one of the mushrooms that looked very tasty. Rika turned pale and immediately warned Walt that it was a poisonous mushroom. The hero ended up finding various mushrooms that looked quite appealing, but Rika said each time that they were poisonous. Rika explained that many of the poisonous mushrooms looked delicious, and they had a tempting odor. Valt smiled and thanked the elfess for just saving his life. The elfess shivered in embarrassment and waved her hands. She wouldn't say that, for she felt that she had done little for Valt. She offered to put this conversation aside, as she still had to reimburse him for his clothes. The hero replied that he had gotten them for free, so it was fine, but the elf could not accept that and exclaimed that she would pay for them. Rika offered to get something to eat for now. The hero asked what they would eat if they didn't have any edible mushrooms. Valt remembered the divine fruit and exclaimed that it looked delicious. With these words, he quickly plucked the fruit from the tree. Rika exclaimed that it was a very rare item and he should keep it or sell it to an antique store, but not eat it. Valt asked her not to be so nice, for they couldn't let the Inzel waste her time. Besides, no matter how pretty it looked, it was still just a fruit. If they just kept on keeping it and let it rot, there was no point. The elfess was unsure, but still agreed with Valt. The guy thought that eating a delicacy that had just been plucked from the tree was admiring this beautiful view. The hero lifted the fruit up and said that it was quite elegant. Rika thought the guy sounded like a member of royalty. In that case, Rika offered to eat it, but the Walt didn't understand what she was saying. He held out the fruit to Rika and said that she would also eat it with his permission. The elf exclaimed that she could not eat such a legendary fruit, and the hero said they would split it in half. He gave her the fruit in her hands and asked her to divide it. The girl never thought she would ever touch that fruit. It was a great honor for her. The elfess still agreed and lifted the fruit up and asked to be excused. She then took out a small pocket knife and cut the apple exactly in half. Rika held out the half to the hero and the guy praised the elfess for a good job. Holding her half in her hands, the elfess thought this was a historic moment. She had to make sure this was really happening. The hero, on the other hand, opened his mouth to take a bite of his mate. He admitted that it was hard for him to eat with someone constantly looking at him, and Rika apologized to him. He offered to eat it on the count of 3 and began the countdown. On the count of 3, Rika along with Walt simultaneously took a bite of their half of the apple. The boys were delighted and exclaimed that it was simply marvelous and incredible. It seemed to the hero that he seemed to dissolve somewhere among the bright stars. Meanwhile, Rika fell to her knees and whimpered. She tried to savor the taste more and was madly glad to be alive. The boy didn't understand what language she was speaking. Rika covered her face with her hands in shame and asked him to forget what she heard. She completely forgot that she was speaking in her family's dialect. The hero didn't think she needed to hide it. He had something else he wanted to say to the elf. A lot of things had happened to him, so he decided to stay adventurous. Valt held out his hand to the girl and said that if she wanted, she could be his servant. Rika was already assuming what his offer meant. In other words, the Walt asked her to join him. Such an offer brought tears of joy to Rika's eyes again. Looking at her crying face, the hero didn't understand what had happened to her this time. Unable to stop the tears, the elfess asked for forgiveness for it. She was very happy, for it was the first time in her life that she heard something like that from another adventurer. She was so happy that she burst into tears even more. The guy sighed heavily and said that she was giving too much importance to many things. Just so she knew, the hero said that her black magic didn't do him any harm and she didn't have to worry about it. The hero held out his hand to her and said that they would rid her of the stigma of being a friendly fire elf, so she had better spare no effort to do so. The girl happily agreed with them and extended her hand to the guy. They shook hands as partners and Rika thanked him sincerely for his help. Near the northeastern point of the kingdom of Leghar, terrible ocean waves were raging in the Velden mountain range. A certain man who was there sensed a tremendous force around the Alioth. Apparently, his mother's prediction was correct after all. The prophecies that his mother had left behind spoke of a great demon lord. And if the demon lord had indeed come down to them on Earth, this man needed to look at him. A small round horned creature with an eye patch asked the Dasha if she would go to the capital. The girl replied that she hated crowds. Dasha unleashed her power and said that in all likelihood the trip there would be worth it. It had been a few days since the protagonists had eaten the divine fruit. Valt lay on his bed and didn't know what to do out of boredom. He had spent a lot of mana, but he still wanted to do something. Elsie thought it would be safer if the hero rested some more. She said he had a week of mandatory rest. Even killing time in the Lizarcana, the hero was bored. In that case, the Walt decided what he would do today. He jumped straight from the window and said that today he would go to town. When the guy landed on the ground, he saw a scared black cat in front of him, which he almost landed on. After all, the hero didn't need to be discovered. Still, being able to quickly prepare for the exit was a good thing. In his previous life, it would have taken hours to prepare. From the rooftop, there was a rather beautiful view of the city, which the hero was delighted by. The guy dreamed that one day he would get this castle and paint the white walls black, and then it would become the castle of the Demon King. The hero remembered that he hadn't had breakfast yet. They split the bounty equally, but Rika didn't want to accept his money. Valt looked in his wallet, where there was a not so large amount of money. The boy walked into the market stall where he grabbed himself a snack and sat down at the table. While eating his breakfast, he thought about the armor. Earlier, Elsie had asked him to hurry up and buy his armor. She kept telling the hero about it. Valt calculated that he only had 2,000 ryons left after breakfast. It was impossible to buy new armor with that kind of money. Borrowed armor from the guild also annoyed Valt. Speaking of armor that could resist Rika's black magic, it would be more convenient to get new clothes after every quest. The hero knew that because she hit him. But first he must fix Rika's habit of causing sudden explosions. Although improvement could only come through repetition. Considering the effect and effectiveness, practical training was the best. The hero thought that if she grew as a black mage, she would surely become useful to him. The guy decided that it would be for her sake, and headed through the streets. The hero himself didn't notice how he found himself on an unfamiliar street and decided to return to the main street. Before he could think about it, someone asked him to be more careful. The hero raised his head and noticed someone's black silhouette descending right on him. It turned out to be a girl in a dress who grouped herself in a jump. The hero himself did not realize how he picked her up in his arms. The girl smiled and thanked the Walt. She was glad for such a coincidence that they met here. At first the hero didn't understand anything at all and looked at the girl confusedly. He set her on her feet and asked her how she knew his name. The girl realized that the hero did not recognize her and unraveled her hair. The guy was surprised when he realized that Iris was standing in front of him. He usually didn't notice her since he remembered her appearance as an adventurer. Rumors had reached her that he had graduated on his very first day of school and had already started his assignments. No sooner had they struck up a conversation than they heard a noise approaching from the streets. Valt didn't understand what was going on and assumed there was a battle breaking out. That wasn't the case, but Ayres didn't know what to do. The hero noticed that it wasn't like her and assumed she was up to something. Iris looked a little depressed. The girl hesitantly replied that she would like to ask him something. The hero was indebted to her for being his guardian, so he was willing to agree depending on the content of her request. In that case, Ayres asked the hero to kidnap her. The hero was completely confused. At this point, soldiers were already running up to them, who ordered the scoundrel to move away from this girl. Not understanding anything, the hero turned to the soldiers. The soldiers exclaimed that this was not the man he should have been talking to and promised to show him no mercy if he resisted. The astonished Valt asked Eris about these men. Eris in her wedding dress looked away and said that they were bad men who were trying to catch her. Valt was annoyed to listen to these soldiers, so he held out his hand to Eris and said he would kidnap her. The hero took Iris in his arms and ran away from the soldiers. The soldiers ordered to corner him and catch him. Iris shouted to Valt that there were soldiers in front too, but that wasn't a problem for the hero, and he asked the girl to hold on tight. Valt jumped high up, leaving the soldiers with their noses in the air. The soldiers exclaimed that it was impossible and began to doubt that the Valt was really human. Either way, they needed to catch him. Even though they blended in with the crowd, they needed to do something about the dress heirs. The hero suggested they stop by a store nearby. Heirs shyly replied that she didn't have her purse with her right now. The guy replied that in that case he would help her pay for the clothes. True, the hero was not sure that 2,000 ryons would be enough for women's clothes. While Valt was carrying Iris to the store, on the way they met an acquaintance of Iris's. The girl did not expect to meet Iris, who was also rarely with a man. The guy thought it was a stalker, but Iris replied that everything was fine. This girl was her friend named Cheyenne. Cheyenne smiled broadly at Valt. The hero with a little irritation asked Iris to hurry up, because these soldiers could find them at any minute. Iris asked to wait for her a little longer. Even though she remembered the map of the capital and knew the place where no one was, the girl still asked her friend Cheyenne to swap clothes with her. The hero didn't think that Iris could have changed her appearance. Cheyenne was the heiress of the Demon King's castle, and Valt was surprised to hear that. Cheyenne grinned and said that it was the first time a human had been so interested in the name of a bar. The girl would never have thought that he was rumored to be a promising newcomer. Cheyenne noticed that Eris had rather nice skin. In response, Eris asked her friend what she ate to make them so big. Her friend laughed and replied that she ate dragon eyeballs. Iris asked her friend in all seriousness to bring them next time, but Cheyenne laughed and said it was a joke. The hero hoped they were done by now. Besides, he could hear every word they said. The girls finally came out from around the corner and apologized to Valt for waiting. As Iris expected, she felt awkward and strange. The guy was almost speechless when he saw the Cheyenne in a dress that barely concealed her charms. The hero didn't even know what to call it, but it definitely wasn't weird. Iris apologized to Cheyenne and handed her her coat. Cheyenne smiled and asked her not to apologize. When Cheyenne put the coat on her dress, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her friend waved goodbye and said they would see each other again. The hero wanted to know from Iris what they would do next. Iris was surprised that Valt didn't even ask about her situation. Valt assumed that she would have wanted to, but the girl admitted that was not the case at all. Valt patted her on the head and told her that she didn't need to talk about it until she wanted it herself. The girl adjusted the hat on her head and thanked Valt, but he felt that her thanks were unnecessary. Iris assumed the hero had business in town since he had come here. Valt agreed with her and replied that he was looking for an armor store. In that case, she was going to tell him about the store she always went to. The hero was surprised that she always went to such stores. Iris took the hero's hand and pulled her forward towards the store. Valt smiled at her and followed the happy Iris. After a while, they reached an armor store called Dragon God Scales. The hero completely forgot to tell her that he only had 2,000 ryons. The girl replied that it was fine. After all, they could just look at the merchandise for free. The girl was the first to enter the store and greeted the salesman Daman. An old man named Daman welcomed her into his store. It was only after a while that he recognized the stranger as Iris and was quite surprised by it. What shocked him even more was that the girl had brought a boy with her. Eris said she was acting as his guardian and introduced the adventurer to a newcomer named Valt. The old man tried to recall. It was a familiar name. He had the feeling that the whole town was talking about him. Iris confirmed that he was the rookie who had defeated the dragon or something like that. The girl replied that he wanted to see the armor, and the old man asked about his budget. Upon hearing that the guy only had 2,000 ryon, the seller replied that for that price he only had old gloves. The guy replied that he didn't make aimless purchases, so he asked to be shown everything he had to increase his defense against magic. Daman got up from his chair and set about looking for the right goods. The old man offered the hero a look at some of it. Iris was surprised by Al's request and decided to ask about the armor. The girl didn't understand why he needed protection from magic, and the Valt replied that he had a reason. The boy decided to tell what was really going on. Surely Iris had already heard of Henrik Estelindel, nicknamed the Friendly Fire Elf. Ayres realized that the hero wanted to work alongside her, but she didn't think it was a good idea. The guy didn't want to make a mystery and said he'd just see the result. However, he wanted to protect himself more from magic than weapons. In that case, Iris asked to approach the waltz, but the hero didn't understand what it was for. A shiver ran through Valt when Iris suddenly hugged him from behind. Blushing and embarrassed to the point of madness, the boy asked Iris what she was allowing herself. Even Damon covered his face with his hands, trying not to see anything. Iris replied that there was something strange about the walt's body, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. The thing was that he had a thin layer of magical energy under his skin. The girl assumed that this was the secret of his power. The hero, of course, didn't know about it and assumed that this skill protected him from different kinds of attacks. Iris suggested that it was probably his innate skill. The girl asked him to imagine that his clothes were his skin, and then he would be able to extend the protective barrier. The hero had never done this before and doubted he could do it. Nevertheless, he looked at his hand and tried to do it. Ayres smiled and replied that he wouldn't know until he tried it. She motioned for him to begin and the Walt concentrated on his magic. Closing his eyes, the Walt tried to imagine that the clothes were his skin. One had to feel the arteries through which his magic flowed. The boy fumbled with his magical protective layer and tried to stretch it a bit. Ayres, meanwhile, asked Damon what weapons he had. The vendor replied that he only sold armor, not weapons. He did, however, have one sword that had been left behind by a certain man. Iris asked permission to take it, but Damon was afraid that its owner might suddenly show up. The girl doubted it, because a good warrior never loses his sword. Iris took the sword in her hands and asked the hero to show what he could do. She warned that she was attacking and swung her sword at the hero's arm. To the surprise of Iris and the Walt himself, the blade simply shattered against his hand. Looking at the shard of weapon that flew off, Iris exclaimed to the Walt that he had succeeded. Damon was impressed by such amazing abilities of the lad. Damon asked Iris who would now pay him for that sword. Iris thought that undoubtedly the former master of this sword owed Damon for keeping it. Valt decided to give this to the sword's owner if he met him. The boys gave their word that they would definitely pay the Damon. They did not even realize how they had said it together. Damon shook his head and sighed heavily. The old man covered his face with his palm and asked them to get out of his sight. The heroes hurried to the exit and said they were already leaving. But now that Valt had a magic barrier, he didn't need to buy any armor. Guy thought that it was not good for them to leave without paying for the sword. Ayres said that Damon didn't insist on it, most likely out of respect for his abilities. The hero thought that perhaps the man was a good man, though harsh. He decided to remember an armor master named Damon. Iris suggested they go to the armor shop. She often went there and suggested that the sword she was giving for sharpening should be ready by now. The boy was fine with that and agreed with her. Ayres grabbed the hero's arm again and pulled her along, but the Walt asked her to wait a bit. The girl replied that they didn't have much time, but the hero already knew that. Just at that moment Erika passed not far from them. She was surprised to meet Walt and Miss Iris of the Knights of the Silver Wolf here. Earlier the chapter had told Rika that apparently Walt had found a companion. She didn't understand what Rika was waiting for her time was running out. Rika thought she was right and she should have gotten on the hero search sooner. She felt uncomfortable watching such a happy couple. Rika blushed from her unnecessary thoughts. Rika felt that in all likelihood she was jealous and envious of Iris. The girl was horrified and considered it a real embarrassment. Rika called herself a fool and assumed that Iris was just accompanying him. The Elfess thought that one day she and Valt would be the best mages and fight shoulder to shoulder. On those thoughts, Rika decided to calm down. But looking at the pair, the girl decided to run after them. After a while, the protagonists reached a weapon shop called the Song of the God of War. The hero assumed that this is the favorite shop of Ayres and was right. The girl opened the doors and asked him to come in. Once inside, the hero was surprised and exclaimed that it was impressive. A salesman came out to meet them and welcomed them to his shop. The saleswoman turned out to be a cute girl with ears wearing a cat costume. She looked at Iris in surprise and asked about her masquerade. Later, the girl noticed that Iris had brought a boyfriend with her and even envied her. Iris asked Karin to calm down. She introduced their newcomer named Walta and said she was helping him settle in. The hero only cared about anything useful in this store. Karin assumed that this guy was now one of their own. She sighed sadly and said there was only loss from them. She looked him over from all sides and said that he was quite handsome. Karin thought that a man like Walt would surely go far. She told the boys that there were already dirty rumors about the newcomer Walt. Karin offered to let it go and asked what they were looking for. The saleswoman remembered that she hadn't given Iris her sacred sword and handed her the finished weapon. It was now to serve her faithfully. The girl thanked her and asked her to send a bill to the guild as usual. Karin thanked the heiress. She assumed the Walt needed a weapon as well, since he had come along with her. Karin asked what weapons the hero was used to fighting with, and the Walt replied that he didn't have any weapons right now. He used to use a sword, and Karin offered him something interesting. She handed him a wide blade that fit everyone from a novice to an experienced warrior, and told him it was a spring novelty from the Seamus Forge. Karin exclaimed that this sword was as broad as her soul. Apparently, Karin had just started selling Seamus blades. Earlier she had told Iris that she would never deal with them, but the girl replied that Iris understood nothing of the trade. This spring the swords became very popular. They were light, durable, and had a bunch of advantages. Most importantly, the fact that they were sharp and comfortable in the hand. The hero took the sword in his hands to try it out. The guy didn't even have time to pull it out of its sheath before the sword shattered into pieces right in front of the shocked Karin's eyes. The hero suggested that it might have been a fake, but Karin called it a work of art. She didn't understand how the hero could break the sword like a reed. Iris sighed heavily and said it was the handiwork of the largest forge. Karin asked not to be sarcastic and asked what was the matter. Iris didn't know herself, but she thought it was the matter of the Waltz. Apparently, he had stopped controlling his power. Iris held out another sword to him and asked him to try this weapon. The hero agreed with her and carefully took the sword in his hands. The girls were shocked when the sword from Agni the blacksmith also split into small shards. Karin almost fainted, but Iris rushed to her aid. Karin didn't understand anything at all. She thought she had not offended the boys in any way and felt sorry for her poor store. Ayres decided to ask Walt about his past sword. She didn't believe that no sword could withstand his power. The hero replied that his former sword had been forged from a special mineral called Devil's Stone, but he didn't know if the same stone existed in this world. This stone was immune to any magic. It was as if Karin wasn't listening to him and was trying to understand how he destroyed two masterpieces from her collection. Anyway, he needed a mineral that reacted unusually to the manifestation of magic, and Iris wondered what to do with it. The girl suggested that perhaps a sword called an Oriental Scimitar would suit them. Karin praised her friend and admitted that she had thought of it too. Valt suggested that was the name of his sword in this world. What he called the Devil's Stone was only mined in one mine in the east. The mineral was similar to magical steel. This particular ore was used for the Eastern Scimitar. The boy thought that was great and asked if such a sword was sold at the shop. Karin replied sadly that he was unlikely to be here. Such a weapon was not something one could wield without special skill. She didn't think there was even one such sword in their area, and even if there was, the price for it would be exorbitant. All this is because orders for the extraction of magical steel came very rarely. The hero understood everything and assumed that it was necessary to first get an order and grab some minerals for himself. Then it was necessary to find a master who will make him this sword. Ayres chuckled, but the hero didn't understand what she found funny about it. The girl said that he was now reasoning like one of them and she found it funny. The guy replied that there was nothing like that about it, as he was just drawing logical conclusions. Karin coughed, reminding her of her presence. She apologized for interrupting their conversation, but suggested that they discuss the two swords that the Walt had broken. The girl and boy gave their word that they would certainly pay for them. They said it so synchronized that Karin thought they had rehearsed it beforehand. She didn't understand what the play was, since Iris, who had always been interested only in weapons, was suddenly pretending to be a pie girl. Iris tried to explain that there was nothing wrong with that. Karin replied that it was the first time she had ever admired and embarrassed Ayres, so this time she forgave them the debt. Hearing this, the heroes exhaled in relief. Karin promised to find out about the Eastern Scimitar for Walt and asked her to wait a little longer. As a weapons dealer, she was also interested in foreign blades. The hero was happy about this and apologized to Karin for bothering her. After their conversation, the heroes said goodbye to Karin and left the shop. Valt assumed that in all likelihood, in such a crowd, the pursuers would not notice them. There were more people on the streets today than ever before. This was not surprising, for today was a festival, a day of prayers for the harvest. Today they asked the goddess of fertility for a rich harvest. But the hero had the feeling that it was as if everyone was eating, drinking, and just having fun. Ayres looked at the bench across the street and said that it looked quite appetizing. Valt didn't understand what she meant, and Ayres realized that he didn't know about the crepes. It was the first time the hero had heard of such a dish. They took the treat with them, which was pan-fried and wrapped with stuffing. Walt said it was convenient to eat it on the go. Later, Iris remembered that he had no money, but the hero replied that if she was hungry, he could lend her some of his money. He thought it was a fair exchange, since Ayres had taken him shopping for groceries. The girl thanked Walt for his help. The boys sat down on a bench for a quiet snack. Taking a bite, the hero exclaimed that it was pretty good, and Ayres replied that this bench had the most delicious crepes. The guy licked his lips and decided to remember that. The girl bowed and thanked the Walt for such a tasty treat. The Walt replied that their case was ready. As soon as the girl heard this, she said that also her father had spoken. As they were talking, someone came up to them and said that he had finally found Ms. Iris. Luna looked at Ms. Ayres unhappily and noticed that she was wearing the clothes of a commoner. The girl exclaimed that they had been looking for her for quite a while and asked her not to run away from them from now on. The hero finished his snack as if nothing had happened and tried to figure out what was going on. Luna ordered Ayres to return home, for her father was worried. The boy looked at the girl as if demanding an explanation from her. Miss Ayres took off her hat and apologized for not telling him sooner. Ayres sadly talked about how her father wanted her to lead a social life. But it all disgusted her, for she wanted to be a warrior, so she ran away from home and became what she was now. Valt frowned and said that she should have told him about this earlier. He asked Ayres what she would do, but he was on her side either way. The girl smiled at the hero and stood up from the bench and thanked Walt for his help. But she realized that running away would not solve anything and gathered her courage to talk to her father one day. She did not think that this man would understand her. She decided that in that case she would leave her home for good. Valt sighed heavily and held his head. He decided that if she needed help, he could kidnap her again. Iris smiled happily and said that in that case she would count on him. The guy answered her with a mutual smile, after which they said goodbye. At the same time, a long-haired girl stood somewhere on one of the roofs of the buildings. The small round horned creature that stood beside her asked Dasha, the daughter of the Witch of Brigand, not to waste time. Once upon a time there was a fiery land called Muspelheim. It was the land of fire giants, and only they could live in the scorching heat. Dasha asked the gatekeeper of the land of fire, the guardian of the fire Muspelheim, to appear from the mythical lands. A thunderstorm rumbled in the sky. Dasha turned to the twilight of the gods, more specifically to Ragnarok. She said that the world would plunge into the abyss, the one in whose hand was the fiery sword. The girl raised her staff upward and hoped she would have fun. She ordered the fiery giant, nicknamed Cert, to reveal himself. From the thick of the thunderclouds appeared a dark human creature shrouded in black flaming armor. Ayres waved goodbye and told Walt that they would see each other again. The moon asked Ayres to move faster. At the same time, the hero noticed that the sky began to thicken with black clouds. Within seconds, a hole appeared in the clouded black sky, which resembled a portal. Valt saw a huge dark creature emerge from this portal that resembled a knight in black flaming armor. Panic immediately started in the city and people ran out of their homes as fast as they could. The hero decided that he needed to check out what was going on there. The guy suggested that it could have been a normal holiday performance, but Luna didn't understand what he was carrying. She exclaimed that it was an emergency. The hero did not deny that it could have been either. Ayres also noticed a huge monster approaching in the sky. She was terrified at the mere thought that she had to defeat it. Since there was a riot in the royal capital, she had to settle it. Luna asked Ms. Ayres to think about the situation they were in, and above all, now she was unarmed. Ayres said she had a weapon. Luna couldn't let her do that, and besides she had no protective armor. Dasha on the White Wolf called out to the girls and said that Ranzel was here too. She told them that a huge creature had attacked the town and speculated that they might have known about it. Luna didn't even know what it was and assumed that Mrs. Gerda knew about it. At some point the hero noticed a strange emerging hole above his head. It was the portal from which the witch Gerda had emerged. The guy automatically put up his hands to keep her from falling. The girl didn't even pay attention to the fact that she was caught by the Walt. The guy recalled that she had mentioned earlier that magic was forbidden in the city. He motioned for Gerda to come down from his arms and thought that this could have been quite an emergency. Gerda apologized and said that she was just sitting comfortably. Ayres asked Gerda about the giant that attacked the town. Gerda told the boys that it was a fire giant named Cert. He belonged to the highest class of summoned creatures. Dasha could not believe that this creature could be a summoned being and was shocked at what she heard. If that was the case, Luna thought that they needed to find and capture the one who summoned it faster, but Gerda replied that it was useless. The summoner had too high a summoning skill. The girl also thought that it was a top-level spell, and could only be compared to the summoner by Gerda. In that case, they had no choice but to destroy the Cert. Luna asked Ayres to stop, for this was no longer an adventurer's territory. Besides, the night guard would be arriving here soon, and they needed to wait for their arrival. Only then would they be able to defend the royal capital. Luna wanted to object, but Dasha completely agreed with Iris. The hero called out to the girls and all three of them looked questioningly at the Walt. The guy didn't think they should have continued arguing at the time before Cert destroyed the entire city. Ayers thought that every second was precious. Even if only for a little bit, they had to somehow delay this monster. Her enthusiasm to be commendable, but to fight it, they needed to build a special strategy. Of course, the hero wasn't particularly attached to the royal capital. But still, there were many people living here to whom he was grateful. It could be said that it was almost his home. Above all, he was grateful for the delicious food. He wasn't thrilled that one monster could do whatever he wanted here. Valt had one idea. He thought it would be much more useful than their arguments and wanted to hear the girl's opinions. Ludessa picked up her weapon and tried to shoot the monster in part of the joint, but it was useless. The girl could not believe her eyes, because the bullets from the weapon simply melted. In that case, such a trick would not work on it. Meanwhile, Ayers had a completely different plan. She took her divine sword and stuck it into the black demon's body. The liquid that gushed out of the body instead of blood was too hot. Ayers was shocked and thought that a normal sword would have disintegrated long ago, and this should have worked. The girl thought that this creature was invulnerable. Ludessa called out to Ayers and said that the creature was strange. It was like a giant-shaped flame and it felt like it was shrouded in armor. Also, physical attacks didn't work on this creature. Ludessa told Iris that they needed to follow Valt's plan and distract this thug. That was all they could do right now. Ayers considered her words and motioned for Ludessa to proceed with the plan. Ludessa was glad that Ayers listened to her. Right now, Iris was going to show the full power of the White Knight and applied her Schwanenflügel skill. Shiny wide wings appeared behind Iris' back. Luna clenched her hand into a fist and exclaimed that she was too late, because she was supposed to accompany Eris. Even now she couldn't do anything, but the hero asked the knight to calm down. The guy reminded her of the plan and told her that they had decided to lure him and counter-strike. But apparently Luna couldn't even trust her comrades. Suddenly, someone's voice appeared in Walt's head and called out to him. It was Ludessa, who spoke of Ayers activating her ability for a short time. The giant would surely chase after Ayers, and Ludessa asked to come to their aid. But Luna and Walt didn't even have to go anywhere, for the dark creature was already right in front of them. Ayers, accompanied by Ludessa, called out to the Walt and said that they had brought it to him. The hero asked Gerda to act and the girl understood everything. She turned to the dark god Barbarossa and asked him to hear her call. Her seal turned into a gate of Tartarus that swallowed the dark creature. Looking at the way the dark creature panicked, the boy thought that this was truly a beautiful little witch. Now that the girls had completed their task, they could proceed to battle. Walt smirked in the creature's face and said that his play was now over. The dark creature went on a rampage and summoned a salamander with it. The girls realized that the summoned creature was summoning its own kind. Ludessa asked that the small fish be left to her and ordered Ku to run forward. Ayers had no intention of backing down either and swung her divine sword at the salamander. The hero heard an explosion behind him and thought that they might have died if they were hit by it. The hero was worried and called out to Ayers, but the girl jumped out of the clots of smoke and spun through the air. She smiled at the guy and replied that everything was fine. Apparently, she knew which ones to defeat. The hero was happy about this and gave a sigh of relief and asked him not to be so intimidated. Dealing with the small salamanders, the hero realized that they were quite weak. But when the heroes killed one creature, the next one would appear instead. That said, if left unattended, the giant would probably break the barrier. It also seemed to Valt that the girls were behaving rather swaggeringly. The huge creature took a swing at the Walt, but the hero only smirked, saying that he couldn't hurt it. Suddenly he heard the voice of a child behind him, who apparently had not escaped in time. Valt realized that even if he came back, he would be hurt. The demon in black armor hit the ground with all its might to where Valt was standing. The girls covered their faces with their hands to hide themselves from the wave of impact. The guy still stood still as well and recognized that his punch was really hot. It was even hotter than the flames that dragon was spewing out. Luna couldn't believe her eyes and said that it was delusional. Right before their eyes, the hero stopped the huge sword Cert with one hand, which seemed unreal. The guy was so amused that he couldn't contain his devilish laughter. Guy exclaimed that the creature's fire was too weak and could not even compare to the fire in his sauna of Satan's castle. The girls could not believe their eyes and took it for nonsense. Luna didn't think it could be human power. Ayers was completely speechless and couldn't even blink from shock. Erica noticed that the clothes on the hero didn't even catch fire, and there was no damage on him at all. Valt was glad that now he wouldn't have to spend money on new clothes. Valt turned to the fire giant Cert. He told the creature that his weapon was now in his hands. With these words, the hero gave it an extensive blow all over its body. Rika could not believe her eyes and thought that this was not normal at all. The hero only now noticed Rika and asked what she was doing in such a place. The girl hesitated to answer, but the hero understood her without words. He was glad she was here and asked her to help him in such a case. Rika turned white with fear, not realizing what she could do in such a situation. Iris couldn't believe what she was seeing. Not only had the Valt stopped the great sword of Cert with one hand, but he had also broken it to pieces. Back at the armory, when he broke the sword, the girl thought it was incredible. But it was like the Valt easily exceeded her expectations. Iris couldn't hide her enthusiastic, full of admiration smile. The hero reminded Rika that he had asked for her help and asked her how long she was only going to sit there. The elfess apologized, for she couldn't keep her footing. Rika started bowing at his feet again and exclaimed that she had caused him a lot of inconvenience. But the hero asked her to stop doing that. He didn't understand at all what was happening to her. The elven woman didn't understand why he couldn't accept her apology, but the hero asked her to stay away from him. It just so happened that she was in danger in front of him, so it was natural that he wanted to help her. He wanted to ask her not to do unnecessary things and was completely serious. The guy assumed that the girl might have hit her head after all. At that moment, he heard the sound of a powerful punch from the enemy behind him. The wall behind them broke into small pieces and Rika let out a squeak. It seemed that the hero had broken the giant's sword and he was really angry. While Rika was trying to recover, the hero took her hand. He picked up the frightened girl, who covered her eyes with her hands and saved her from another blow. Where they stood a split second ago, there was an explosion from the giant's fierce blow. It was very much like a curtain of fire. Now Gerda had no choice but to focus on maintaining the magic circle. Guy looked at the frightened Rika, not realizing what she had just done. He couldn't believe that the elf could be scared like a small child, but the girl replied that it wasn't like that at all. The fact was that it embarrassed her too much. Rika kept berating herself for what she had done and dreamed of dying a dozen more times. The hero replied that he didn't care about such things, and he had asked her for help more than once. It was commonly believed that the weak point of the fire attribute was the water attribute. Rika could use the black magic of her water attribute to stop it. It was the same entry-level magic as the fireball. Even though she had finished learning the Ice Storm spell, she wasn't sure about it yet. Rika didn't think it would have any effect against such a giant, but the hero didn't consider it a problem. After all, she had talent. It was exactly like the last time, when the ordinary fireball turned into a mere barrage of fire. The girl still couldn't forget about that incident and apologized for it. But the hero asked not to worry about the fact that she might have ruined things here. Of course, Ayers and the others were not to worry about either. Valt was confident that they could escape from here and looked at the girls that were currently fighting bravely against the huge giant. The hero motioned for Rika to start reciting spells. He smiled at her and told her that he would protect her at this moment. Rika understood and promised to try to do it. It was unbelievable, but even though it was a hopeless situation, Rika still felt a surge of courage. She could feel the falling lava of the salamander and even the strength of that giant. Rika decided she had nothing more to fear and stretched her arm forward. Above the steep glaciers of the far north, the polar star shone in the dark night and Rika called it the Land of Ice. As Rika continued to use her spell, the hero called out to everyone and asked for attention. Valt warned that a huge shot would ring out from this spot, and now they were free to do what they wanted. Luna and Ludasa didn't understand what the hero meant. Ayers wasn't quite sure she understood him, but she agreed to wait for them. The guy smiled and said that he had warned them in case of anything. Rika continued to activate her magic and asked the Aquarian water goddess to hear her wish. After saying these words, a large seal appeared in front of Rika and Valt, which unleashed a huge snowstorm. Ludasa along with Ku jumped up, dodging such an unexpected attack. Ludasa didn't understand where such a bloody thing came from. The girls also didn't understand where such snowstorms were coming from here, no matter what angle one looked at it from. But it was the ultimate ice magic. What amazed them even more was the diamond dust that began to ice and stiffen their enemies' movements. Gerda was shocked to see this, for this kind of magic could only be compared in level to her black magic. Undoubtedly, it could be called entry-level magic. Even in the hero's homeland, there were few people who used supreme black magic with such a range of defeat. Now the hero saw what a first-level black mage actually looked like. The hero decided that he would look forward to seeing Rika reveal her incredible talent. It was obvious from the girl's face that she was intimidated by her own power. The guy climbed down from the roof with Rika and said that in any case, the waves of the salamander and the fire giant himself were completely frozen. Up to this point he had been watching and noticed one interesting thing. There was a limit to summoning salamanders at the same time, and it was 13 individuals. However, it was possible not to kill 13 salamanders at the same time, but to simply immobilize them and render them incapacitated. That way, it would just be one big target. The guy sighed and said that it was a real pain in the ass. Behind him, the hero heard Ayres call out to him. The hero asked Ayres to take care of Rick until he solved one problem. Valt promised to take care of it and asked him to leave the rest to him. Iris grabbed his arm and told him to stop, because it was too dangerous to attack without thinking. They needed to find their enemy's weaknesses first. Ludessa confirmed this and exclaimed that their enemy's body was composed entirely of flames. She didn't think that a poorly thought out attack would somehow give them a positive result. The girls had been arguing amongst themselves not long ago, and the hero agreed to think with them. The hero was about to knock the enemy down, but wasn't sure it would work. While they were thinking, the hero noticed a huge creature open its mouth. At the same time, all the creatures summoned by the enemy lit up with a bright flash. After the flash of light, there was a deafening and vast explosion, causing the hero to begin to fall into his consciousness. He had the exact same feeling now as the last time he had fought the adventurers. Last time, he turned to the daring daredevils and ordered them to behold his power. At that moment, the Walt recalled the flash and saw exactly who was behind it. That man was dubbed the strongest in this world. His power made even the hero shiver. At the moment of their battle, it was a terrifying sight. At the last moment, the hero saw a multitude of human eyes looking down at him from on high. Then the hero laughed at the top of his voice and told the insolent men that they were even more fierce than the devil. Even with such a terrifying spell, they thought they could defeat him. At that moment, the Demon King recognized that they were worthy opponents for him. One part of the hero did not want to admit his defeat, but another part of him realized that he had no chance left. It was unequivocally his defeat, and he was defeated. At that moment, Walt felt dark, cold, and death bestowed upon him. At that moment, the hero was ready to die, but he opened his eyes again. Though he became convinced that he was specifically weak, he still fought with his bare hands. Walt himself did not know the full picture. He was struck down even before his final form in Trump. It was quite an ironic story for him. As the mage used a special spell, he began to drift in another dimension. To protect himself, his brain cut off communication with reality, and the transformation into his final form continued. In the end, the hero calculated everything. He had no intention of being reborn as a human, but this particular appearance was his final form. Valt was not reborn at all, but simply passed into another world. Gerda wanted to make sure Walt was already awake and said she would remove the barrier here. The girl warned that the Walt had better get out of here. The hero only now remembered everyone else and looked around. He noticed Iris and the others who needed to be healed immediately. The guy assumed that the girls had protected him with their own bodies. Though everything happened in a fairly short period of time, even he was so shocked that he fainted. The hero assumed that the Rancel had done it and thought that his training wasn't enough after all. Gerda replied to the Walt that she had enough magical power to transport everyone here, but the boy asked her not to do that. As it turned out, the Walt could also communicate through telepathy. There was only one thing he needed to realize. The missing fragments of his memory had finally returned to him. He also remembered how to transfer magic power to others and promised to do something about it. Valt looked up at Gerda and asked her to gather all her remaining magic power and try to maintain the barrier. The hero gave glad that he would now be free to act and ordered the minnows to disappear. No sooner had he said this than the enemies in front of him began to explode one by one. Gerda couldn't believe her eyes, for all the salamanders exploded in an instant. Valt didn't know if the huge thing was really a Cert, but he seemed too arrogant for a hero. The guy took a few confident steps forward and said that right now he would show him the seriousness of the Demon King Ishwar to slay. Still, the hero mistakenly assumed he was reborn as a human, but he was just limiting himself. For him, it was as good as a spit. The boy jumped high up and swung his fist at the fiery giant. Valt punched the creature with all his might right into its rock. Iris had no doubts left. Coming to her senses, the girl shouted to Valt that this stone was his weak point. The hero agreed with her and exclaimed that he had thought of it as well. The stone inside the creature began to crack rapidly. Eventually, the stone broke into small pieces and the guy jumped back. The guy couldn't let some summoned creature look down on him. The hero smirked and said that it was unprecedented rudeness. 3 days after Cert's attack, people were still cleaning up the debris and ruins, trying to rebuild the city. Hortensia Lemay-Bertolin, standing at the window, realized that she had received the report of the reconstruction work quite quickly. The girl was worried, not knowing how to proceed. However, this work was going quite well. She was very happy that she was able to deal with such a force majeure, so she decided that it was okay to get some work done. At that moment, Gerda entered the room. Hortensia Lemay-Bertolin asked her how Lady Iris and her friends were doing. Gerda sat down on the couch in the room and replied that thanks to healing magic there were no problems. Suddenly Gerda reminded the girl that she had a few days to rest. Hortensio Lemme answered nothing and asked what was up with Ranzel's serious injury. Gerda answered the girl that there was no problem, and all thanks to the heavy equipment, Ranzel was almost recovered, so she would soon be able to return to her normal daily life. Hortensio Lemme replied that was just fine. Gerda added that the legendary class armor was completely broken. Then the girl replied that the most important thing was that she survived. Hortensio Lemme replied that if they could find a handy craftsman in the capital they could repair the armor completely. Gerda said that they would be charged a lot of money for such a thing. Hortensia remained silent with a displeased face. Suddenly the topic of conversation changed. Gerda tilted her head and said that she was madly sorry that they had put Lady Iris in danger. Hortensio Lemme explained to her that at least that decision had been the best available, and no one had had to be sacrificed as a result. Gerda remained silent. Then Gerda did reply that she wasn't at all sure that their strategy was the best option. Hortensia Lemme firmly said that in such a desperate situation, it was the only right decision. Gerda suddenly looked away and asked Hortensia Lemme to comfort her. She replied that the girl was very rude. After all, she just wanted to be kind. Hortensia said that it was much more important to talk about who Valt really was. The girl's mind was full of thoughts about the witch brigand, about the leap month with the full scarlet moon, about the terrible and great demon king, and also this mysterious attack of the giant. Now he is temporarily no longer the great and terrible demon king, and they can only hope that he does not return to his former form. The city was buzzing. There were many people in the streets, and most were only shouting that Valt was a hero of the new age, and they were very grateful to him. Meanwhile, Valt sat pensively on the bed in the room. He rested his chin on his folded hands and sighed heavily. Suddenly there was a knock on his room. He answered the door open, so it was okay to come in. A girl named Rika appeared in the doorway. The guy was greatly disturbed by the thought that every person he met called him a hero, and a hero is an enemy of the Demon King. And that's a real shame. When the girl entered the room, the guy said that she came here quite rarely and then asked how she was feeling. Rika replied that the white sorceress had helped her, so she was fine. However, she had to give her reward for the medical attention. The girl showed the guy her level up reward and added that in addition, she had flown through level 2 and was now at level 3, and suggested that she probably hadn't been particularly helpful. The guy chastised her for speaking so poorly of herself, since they were able to win because of her excellent freeze magic. Rika thanked Valt. The guy pulled out his reward and told her that he hadn't leveled up for some reason. Valt thought about the fact that different levels have different limits, even though he was able to defeat the giant himself, and because of that he felt unsatisfied, but there was probably nothing he could do about it. The guy then asked Rick how things were going outside. The girl hesitated and said that compared to the next day after the incident, it seemed to be a little calmer. Rika then added that the enthusiasm of the townspeople had not died down, so now she had to cover her face with a hood when she went outside. Valt laughed that she was now popular too. The girl got very embarrassed and said that she used to be called an elf who undermines comrades, but now she is called a cold elf. Valt also got embarrassed when he heard her words, for he felt a little funny. And then he thought about the fact that at that moment, this freezing magic was just right. The girl took off her hood and said in a sad voice that she didn't like that nickname, because it sounded like the name of a dish on a canteen menu. The boy answered her that it wasn't so bad, because if she got a bad name, people could call her a flowing elf. The girl was very unhappy about this. She fell to her knees and began to beg him not to tell people this, for she would rather die 100 times than hear such a thing. Valt replied that he would not do that and asked what she had come for in the first place. The girl remembered why she had come to him and suddenly threw herself at his feet asking for forgiveness. The guy didn't understand what she had done. The girl did not get up from her knees and said that she had been ordered by the head of Bertolin to follow him. And just the day after the mushroom picking task, she sent the report to the head. The guy said he was surprised. Rika, almost crying, said she couldn't do anything against Lissa because she showed her too big a reward that she couldn't refuse. The guy said he was well aware of the fact that she was almost always hungry and living poorly, so the fact that she reached for the reward was natural. The girl looked up and asked if he wasn't mad. The guy replied that it was okay, because he was used to being watched. Rika said that she was keeping it a secret from him anyway, even though she just hates lying, and that's why she decided to give up the position. Valt replied that if she had kept quiet, she could have made a nice buck. The girl was surprised that he'd said that. Valt added that he appreciated her sincerity anyway, but that was the end of the conversation. Rika yelled that it wasn't over yet. She cried out that even so, she would not rest yet. The girl grabbed onto the guy with both hands and screamed that she would endure any punishment, absolutely any punishment. The guy yelled at her what he should do to make her calm down. Suddenly Elsie came in. She told the guy that the door was open so she would come in. Opening the door fully, the girl saw this picture in front of her. Rika was hanging on the guy in tears. Elsie asked her what on earth she was doing here. Valt started to say with concern in his voice that she had gotten it all wrong. Rika got to her feet. Valt asked Elsie why she came. The girl said she needed to talk about him defeating the giant, and apologized that there was this misunderstanding. She just misunderstood the situation. Rika knelt down again and started crying, saying that it was all her fault. Valt asked if they pay him something for doing the deed. Isn't that guild buy-in? Elsie replied that he certainly deserved a reward. He saved the capital after all, especially since they don't hand out rewards to heroes for nothing. The boy told her that he doesn't like to be called a hero. Elsie replied that this is exactly the kind of behavior expected from Valt. He is modesty itself. She added that all adventurers want to be like him. The boy asked to stop talking about this topic and asked what his reward was. Elsie replied that the meeting had decided to take care of his future job. After all, without a job he wouldn't be able to pay for a room, especially since it would be rude to provide him with a cheap room. The boy did not understand what it was all about, because roughly speaking it was an ordinary lodging house. And then he asked what kind of tavern it was. Elsie answered that it was a tavern with a 3-star rating. Rika was surprised and asked if it was really 3 stars. The boy asked what was the big deal. The girl replied that it was just great, a dream for any adventurer. After all, among the many taverns, customer service, cooking, different equipment, all this shows that such taverns meet his standards of quality. It is after all 3 stars. Elsie said that there were only 2 vacancies in that tavern, and asked Rika if she was thinking of moving too. Rika thought about the fact that she had lived her whole life without ever having been to places like that. She had read a lot of guidebooks and enjoyed that atmosphere, so very little familiarity with it at all. Elsie said that she would be more comfortable anyway as her work was very close by. Rika said that it was impossible for her to move as she wouldn't be able to pay to stay in a 3-star tavern. Elsie replied that it was no big deal. Valt said that she shouldn't worry so much, as they would have time to earn money to live on, and added that Rika was clearly making progress in magic, so he would help her. The girls' tears began to well up. Elsie explained to them that they would pay the 2 guild members' living expenses for 3 months in advance. That was the minimum they could thank them with for saving the capital. Then she added that she knew that Rika had also been quite helpful in that battle. Elsie laughed and quietly mumbled that they now had a new group. Elsie then said that if they had made up their minds, it would be best not to delay, and handed them a sheet that gave them directions to the tavern and said that they should definitely go and see it. The boys set off on their way. The town was full of people. All the streets were quite busy. Looking at the building, Valt said he had imagined a more luxurious tavern. The name of the tavern was Castle of the Demon King. Valt was furious that it had such a strange name, and he also remembered that he had definitely seen it before. Suddenly a girl named Cheyenne came up to them and said she was glad to meet him. The guy didn't remember her name exactly, but he hit the mark. The girl said she was honored that Valt remembered her name. She said that she had received word from Elsie that the savior of the capital of Arios was coming here, a very promising adventurer. Then she saw Rick and smiled. Cheyenne looked at the guy again and said that from now on she would call him Valt the hero. The guy immediately made a disgruntled look. Then she said that she could call him the King of Heroes, which made Valt even more furious. The girl who came along with Valt said she could just be called Rika. Cheyenne responded well, but addressed her as a cold elf. At this point Rika wanted to fall under the ground. Cheyenne introduced herself as Henrika Estelindel. Rika said upset that she didn't like being called a cold elf. Cheyenne apologized and said it just sounded a little tasty. Rick became offended that it sounded like a name straight off the canteen menu. Cheyenne then invited them into the tavern. The girl led them to the Demon King's castle. Once inside, Valt noticed that it smelled very nice, while Rika admired absolutely everything she saw around her. Cheyenne began to tell him that there was a restaurant in the hall, and a beer hall at night. Their room was on the 2nd floor. In the corner, the cleaning was finished, so they could stay here tonight. The boy looked around and said that it was nice. It looked like it would be comfortable to live here, and the living room was separate from the bedroom. And when he was a demon king he had to move the bed into his study. In short, Valt was delighted. Cheyenne then showed them the bedroom. At first glance it seemed very nice and comfortable. However, Valt then noticed that there were 2 beds in the room and said that Elsie had not warned him that only 1 room was available. Cheyenne apologized, saying that only 1 room was available. She then added that most likely the guild had made a mistake. Valt relented and said that would do. These words surprised Rick greatly. The boy told her that he had definitely decided to live here. Rika couldn't believe that she would be sharing a room with Valt. Cheyenne smiled and said that it was wonderful. Cheyenne then told them that they could take a bath on the first floor anytime they wanted. Plus they could enjoy their paradise hot springs. Valt was madly surprised that there was even such a luxury here. As they left, Cheyenne said that if they had any questions they could go to the reception desk and ask a question. Rika was frantically worried. Suddenly the guy called the girl over and told her that they would be sharing a room now, and he wanted to make sure her heart was ready for it. He took the girl's hand and said that he was sure that they were ready for a man and a woman to live under the same roof. Still, in the future she would need to be ready to have a child. The girl was horrified. She thought about the fact that such a role is too much for her. The guy wondered why she was so embarrassed. Then Rika apologized and said that she wasn't mentally ready for it yet. Valt replied that it was important, so she needed to hear him out, and pointing with his finger on the bed said where his territory and where hers was. The girl was very shy and asked what would happen if she crossed the border. Valt jokingly said that there would be war. The girl was very scared, and then Valt told her to calm down. After all, he was not going to defend himself against his partner. Rika shrank back and said that she was not going to cross his territory. The guy smiled and said he was reassured by her words. Valt offered her a non-aggression pact. Though this case was not that serious, a verbal promise could do. He asked the girl if she could make a promise, and she said she would do whatever Valt wanted. The boy was glad and suggested to close the subject. The boy asked the girl if she would like to go for a swim in the famous hot springs and added that she should go there. Smiling, he asked if she could handle a quest like finding a bathhouse. She replied that she would. Rika couldn't understand why she was so disgruntled. After all, she was actually in her dream. However, she was able to calm down while bathing in the hot spring. Meanwhile, on the other side, Valt stood on the other side and reasoned. He thought about the fact that although it is called hot springs, but what a rich choice there is. He realized that this is just the time when there are few visitors, so the main thing is not to hesitate and do not get lost. The guy chose the first significant source for him, as suddenly a splash of water poured on him. It turned out that he met a dog and asked it what it was doing here, and why it was not together with Ludasa. The guy asked the dog if her name was Kalulu, and the dog barked, which meant he was right. While he was petting the dog, Ludasa came in. The girl, who was all frothy, chased the dog and finally caught it. The guy asked her what she was doing. The girl said she was trying to wash the dog, however it tried to get away every time. Valt then asked how she abruptly appeared here. Did she use transition magic? Ludasa replied that she used one of the skills. By nature, a sacred beast has a marvelous skill. The girl said she could hide in the foam anyway. Valt tapped her on the head with the basin and told her to get back to the bath faster. Then the girl got up and asked if he was going swimming now. The boy replied that it wasn't as important as how long she was going to do such things, and even though there was no one else here but him, it was still a public place. Ludasa replied that in that case she would follow his advice and go to a secret hot spring that only a few people know about, and it's called Hana no Yu. The girl pointed to the door and said that it was the same secret spring. The boy was confused because there was only one entrance, not like the other springs. Ludasa replied that this spring was most likely made for bathing together. The excited boy asked again if it was a joint bath. The girl said that they would go there right away. Valt was even more confused that only she, Kalulu, and him would be there. However, she replied that it wasn't. After all, the Night Order of the Silver Wolf had reserved this spring for today, so he shouldn't be embarrassed. The boy didn't know how one could not be shy here. Valt asked her if Iris and the others would let him in. The girl replied that Ranzel would have a very funny reaction when she noticed Valt, which meant she would have more topics for banter. Now the boy understood why she had brought him here. He told her that he had only come here to enjoy the hot springs and asked her if she was ready to take responsibility. The girl didn't answer him anything and just said blankly that she was going to wash herself very well. Valt wondered if everything would actually be alright. When the guy got there, he was surprised at the picture he saw. The guy was suddenly being yelled at that the Night Order of the Silver Wolf was booking this spring today, and he should have been embarrassed. Valt was angry that Ludasa hadn't explained the situation to them. The guy was forced to say who he was. The guy smelled the delicious scent of a woman's body in the room and then said that he came here to enjoy the source to the fullest. They started throwing wooden basins at the guy, since he had come to a place where only girls are. The boy asked Ludus to stop Ranzel from throwing the basins and explained to them that he had been invited here by a girl, and that's why he was here, at which point the girls realized that it was just another prank by Ludus. The boy exhaled with relief as the girls calmed down. Iris and the others still allowed him to take a bath. Ludasa asked the boy if he liked to wash his body. The boy rudely replied that he shouldn't be compared to that dog. However, He was really bad at it, for the reason that when he was in the royal family, there were servants to wash him. Suddenly, Ludessa asked if she could, in that case, wash his body. She explained such an offer by saying that he had helped them well in the recent fight. Valt replied that he had already been rewarded for subduing the giant, to which she replied that it was no problem. After all, elves were a conscientious race, so it would not be a burden for her to thank him. The boy was still hesitant. However, Ludessa had already decided that she would wash his body. The girl started to make a lather and said that if he was uncomfortable he could close his eyes. Valt did so. After that, the girl said it was okay to start. Right now she would wash his body with hers. Valt asked her not to bite her ears. The girl was washing the guy as suddenly something confused him. So he called out to her and asked if she was always so shaggy. The girl was surprised at such a question. Laughing, she said she wasn't shaggy at all. Valt began to describe that her body had a decent stubble to the touch, just like a mop. Suddenly a dog jumped on the guy. Valt asked what she was doing here, at which point Ludessa said that she was uncovered. It turned out that the dog had been washing him the whole time. The guy thought about how he was kind of relieved and disappointed at the same time. Suddenly another girl came up and started yelling at him, because he's not allowed to look at Iris' body and peeking too. Valt replied that she has a very petty behavior, because if you look at the body only in the open. This made the girl very angry. The girl started screaming loudly. Her body became visible to the guy, and smiling he said that it did not correspond to her knightly status. After saying that, the girl splashed hot water at him. Ludessa told them to calm down. The guy looked at the other girls and said that their group should be called the Infernal World Conquest Group. The girl then asked him if he had decided on the name of his group. Valt hesitantly replied that he had. The girl lowered her head and said he had a complete lack of speech. The others agreed. Ludessa said that if he wanted to make fun, he should come up with something better. The boy covered his face with his hand and said that the ideas of geniuses were never accepted by society. He then asked Iris what she thought about it. She said that since he had such a well-honed sense of humor, he shouldn't reason alone. The girl was sure of that and said that they should all think about the name of the band together. A little later, Valt told Rick about this conversation. He told the girl that he had decided to consult with the adventurers he had stumbled upon by chance at the hot springs, and he was not lying at all. The guy said that the girls had suggested the name of the band Valt to him, and said that he wanted her opinion on whether it sounded good. Rika answered that it really wasn't bad, so Valt decided to keep the name. Suddenly the girl fell to the ground. The guy started to ask what happened to her. Rika screamed that something had grabbed her leg and she was already hearing the voice of death. In a moment the guy thought about the fact that for him personally the title was missing some magic part. The others didn't like the idea, although he liked the title Dark Hegemony of Aslia better. The fallen girl was screaming that she had most likely received a death sentence from the god of death. Valt yelled at her to calm down and promised that he would do something to help her. Suddenly the guy realized it was a ghost but didn't tell Rika. The girl noticed the guy's anxious state and asked who had captured her. In the previous chapter, Rick was grabbed by a ghost by the leg. The guy was able to free her. When the girl looked at the one who grabbed her, she was very surprised, because it was some kind of exhausted girl. Valt noticed that if you look closely you can realize that she is still a child. Suddenly the shaken girl raised her head and shouted that she was not a child at all but a rather famous adventurer. Her suddenness scared Rick a lot. Valt asked the unknown girl if she was alright. The girl began to shake and said that if she was injured she would need to be seen by a doctor. She asked in a shaky voice if there was no way she could get to the capital. Valt realized she was not well and took her in his arms. Meanwhile the stranger said she was about to starve to death. Valt told her that in such a state she would simply die on the way to the capital, and his conscience would torment him for a long time if he did not help. She said exhaustedly that it was not necessary to do so. The guy pressed her to himself, but accidentally hurt her. She said that her stomach hurts a lot. The guy brought the girl to the capital branch of the Adventurers Guild where the canteen was located. The stranger was insanely happy to be fed such a delicious meal. Rika said she could eat as much as she wanted. She thanked him profusely. Valt, noticing that she was eating like she wasn't herself, asked if she had any money with her. The girl replied that she didn't have a penny, and Valt realized that today he was treating her. As she ate her food she introduced herself. Her name was Murabuka Stelvio, and she was born in the port city of Verona. Valt decided that he would call her Murabuka. She was immediately angry that she would have a strange nickname from the past attached to her again. Finished eating, the girl said as she finished her meal. The boy approached the girl and asked why she had fallen in that place. Murabu hesitated to answer, and then she said that while doing the delivery quest she suddenly encountered a monster and of course she failed the quest. Valt asked with a smile if she had failed it and what happened to the goods. Did the monster take them away? Murabu replied that she had gotten ahead of herself and climbed the tree. However, she was immediately overcome with wild hunger, and it would not have been good if the monster had found her by the sound of her stomach rumbling. However, her provisions were running low, and she didn't know what to do. And so she ate the very goods. They were fruits of the highest quality. When she said this, she smiled widely. Valt realized that there was a lot of insolence and steadiness in her. He just couldn't stand that type of woman. Elsie ran over to the guys and exhaled with relief, for Murabuka was alright. She thanked Valt for protecting her. The guy didn't understand why he protected her. Suddenly, someone called out to the guys and said that they were very surprised to see this girl here, since she had been out of sight all week before. Elsie said that in truth she had taken an entry-level quest and had been missing for a whole week. There was even a search quest missing craftswoman. Valt pointed out that you have to be a true craftswoman to fail an entry-level quest. Murabuka said that as one could see, she had been an adventurer for like 2 years now. Rika remarked that as an adventurer she was even older than her. However, she wondered why she continued to be a tinker with such a career. Elsie approached Valt and thanked him for solving the problem and wanted to reward him, so she would pay the bill Murabuka had racked up. The guy said she had a kind soul. Suddenly, Murabuka started screaming like crazy. Did Rika think that such a noble profession as an artisan is just a stepping stone to becoming a mage? And asked what Rika's profession was. She said she was a black mage. Murabuka said that when she got the title of adventurer, she was already an artisan. Murabuka jumped up from her chair and started banging on the table. Rika resented why she was being rude and rebuking her. Valt grabbed Murabuka and told her to calm down immediately. The guy gagged the girl with a piece of cake. Murabuka felt the sweetness in her mouth and immediately calmed down. Valt was pleased with himself for calming her down so quickly. The boy asked her if she had incurred the wrath of the Almighty. The girl began to say that they're kind of craftsmen, a profession that had been passed down from generation to generation, were very proud of their work because they had helped many adventurers, but they had not attached any importance to it for centuries. They considered them to be nothing. Valt remembered that the day you enter the adventurer training school you are given a choice, knight apprentice or artisan, all of which are horribly boring professions. He didn't think those words were even worthy of an iSky encyclopedia search. Murabuka put one hand on her chest and said that she had decided one day to become the world's strongest artisan. Valt couldn't believe that he was now unconsciously disrespecting the tinkers. Meanwhile, Murabuka shouted that her goal is to recognize the importance of artisans in the capital. She wants to open the way to an era where they are not treated with disrespect. After all, above all, the history of her family Stelvio is linked to Verona, which was sung as the Pearl of the Sea of Alicia. An employee of the establishment approached the girl and asked her not to disturb other customers with her shouting. As the worker walked away, Murabuka shouted after her that even though she was an artisan, she should not be looked down upon. Suddenly, Valt said that it was her own fault and the artisans had nothing to do with it. Rather, she was making them look bad. Murabuka shouted that he had spoken too harshly, and that was why she was now even angrier. Valt asked mockingly if she was angry at herself. She pointed her finger at him and said that she was angry with him, and then added that he was not going to get anywhere with girls with that kind of talk. Valt replied that he didn't care about that, especially since she wasn't a girl at all, but rather just a child. Elsie walked over to the girl and told her that if she didn't stop yelling now, the waitress would come and scold her. She then walked over to Walt and apologized for not being able to help him with the move. The guy replied that she shouldn't worry about it since she and Rika did it themselves. Murabuka asked what move we were talking about. Elsie replied that Valt was the person who had recently helped her defeat a fire giant, so this reward was used to upgrade the activity base. The girl became furious and said that a shameless man like him couldn't do such a thing. Valt muttered that she was rude. Then the girl suddenly thought that even so, they had a good balance. Valt asked what she was talking about. Murabuka explained that one person hits physically, the other with magic. They both specialize in attacks, so a tinker would be a great balance adjuster for their team. She began to explain that everyone in the world was used to praising white mages using healing magic, but that was no reason to relegate artisans to the margins of history. For an excellent artisan would be better than an inept white mage. He would be able to provide solid support for the team. Valt noticed that Rika believed her foolish words and realized that she was easily fooled. Murabuka said that they could become stronger by getting such a valuable member of the team as her. Valt apologized to her and said that she should pester someone else, because he was satisfied with the team of 2 people, and he was not going to increase the number of participants. The girl clenched her fists in anger, and then came up with a new tactic. She started crying. That, to tell the truth, she never managed to get into the team. She is always alone. The girl started crying loudly and Valt asked if her stomach twisted again. crying, the girl said that only because of her profession she couldn't get any decent quests because she was without a team, and if she continued to live such a boring life she could lose her title of adventurer. She then tearfully said that even though she wanted to go to the capital so badly, it looked like she would have to go back to some rundown fishing town like Verona. The guy mockingly reminded her that she had called Verona the Pearl of Alicia's Sea, and besides, it wasn't clear to him who she wanted to spend with her crying. Suddenly Rika spoke. Without raising her head she said that it was just like that. The capital is too harsh on new adventurers. This city is really cruel and she understands Murabuk very well. If she hadn't met Valt then her life would have been different. The guy looked at Rika and said that he would give one piece of advice. Her habit of blowing things up by mistake is not cured yet, so there is a high possibility that Murabu might be the cause of her manifestation. However, Rika shouted that she didn't think Murabuk was an intruder and suggested that everyone should be friends. Valt was upset to hear Rika say that. Rika promised that she would try. Valt covered his face with his hand and realized that he had no choice, so he would have to try to make friends too. He said he would let her join purely out of respect for her feelings. Rika was overjoyed. Rika tearfully thanked the guy, and hugging Murabuka the girls squealed that now they could have fun. The guy looked at the hugging girls with a displeased face. He was sure that this decision was a mistake. Valt ordered Rika to go back to the Demon King's fortress to give Murabuka a bath, because if she stayed as dirty as she was, they might have a problem. Rika replied that she would talk to Cheyenne about it. A little later, the boy told the whole story to Elsie. He said that he didn't really want to take her in, but Rika rarely asks him for something so insistently. He realized that even though it wasn't safe, he would feel guilty if he refused her, so he just made a holiday of his subordinate. Valt noticed Elsie's strange behavior and asked if there were any problems. The girl told him that in truth she was thinking about the recent incident. It had to do with the person in charge of Murabuk. She said she didn't want to be her in charge anymore. Valt asked her what she meant by that. Elsie replied that she had actually had the person in charge change as many as 2 times. Valt realized that this was because everyone thinks differently. Elsie talked about Murabuk's past experiences that said she had always had trouble getting relationships, and the difficulties the person in charge was having showed that perfectly. Valt said with a smile that if one were to go out in public one day, one could hardly avoid misunderstandings and conflicts. After all, there is neither justice nor evil in the world, as many living people as many opinions, so there is no justice. Valt then asked if it was true that Murabu could lose the title of adventurer. Elsie replied that in fact such a thing had happened. The boy asked what he meant by that. Elsie noticed that sometimes Valt looked very grown up. Then he reminded her that he used to rule an entire state. Elsie said with joy in her voice and a smile on her face that she was going to be in charge of Murabuk from now on. After all, as long as she was in her care, Murabuka would continue to be adventurous. Valt asked her to accept her gratitude for that decision. Elsie remarked that Rika and Murabuka were one and the same, giving the impression that he was surrounded only by troubled children, and then suddenly laughed. Valt asked her what made her laugh. She replied that it made her laugh because Valt was the most troubled child. The boy got angry and asked why he was troubled. Elsie said it was a fact, and that's why she wanted to help him. They shook hands. Valt thanked her sincerely for her concern. Suddenly Elsie said that Valt was required to be compensated for the goods lost by Murabuka. When the guys moved to the tavern of the Demon King's castle, to the living room, Murabuka asked if the two of them were really living together in the same room. Valt replied that they originally wanted to live in separate rooms, but there was a slight mistake, and then asked if that was important. Murabuka replied that it wasn't, but in case it was an obstacle in their love nest, would it be okay? Rika excitedly shouted that she had gotten it all wrong. Rika explained to her that that wasn't the relationship she had with Valt. Murabuka bluntly asked what she thought a young boy and girl did when left alone in a room. Valt said that no matter what Murabuka says, but what Rika said is fact, there's nothing to be done about it. Because he just made a team with Rika, and they ended up sharing a room. He added that in a way, it could be like a family. Rika told her that there was no need to be shy and she could feel at home. Murabuka relented. Valt told the girls that tomorrow they would continue the suspended quest. It would be their first quest for 3 people. It would allow them to test Murabuka's fighting style, and at the same time, Rika could practice magic during the quest. Valt said they should start by going shopping for items for Murabuk first thing in the morning. The girl said she just knew a great shop. She explained that the location of the shop is bad, at the very end of the shopping district, but the prices and assortment there are top-notch. And the name of the store was Silver Pig, a second-hand store, which is what she recommended. Valt had read on the sign that it was a store with very low prices that would cater to your every whim. Rika noticed that the place was quite lively. The shopkeeper greeted the boys and recognized Murabuk. She said hello too, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. The worker started to hug Murabuk and said that they hadn't seen each other for a week and it was a torment for her. She shouted at her that if she didn't get off her back now, they would go to another store. The employee asked if she thought there was any other store with such attractive prices. Then she spotted Valt and Rick and said she understood. The employee grinned at her that she had decided to use the service of an adventurer for hire, but money can't buy friendship. Murabuka replied that she was wrong. Murabuka started yelling that these are her real friends. Her older brother has managed to make some noise and he is a very popular personality on the streets of this town. He is Valt. The worker suddenly changed her face. Looking at Valt, her eyes shone. Then the worker shouted that everyone should come to their shop because there is a live Valt. The guy asked why she named him as some dish. The girl said she couldn't believe he was real. They couldn't even dream that such a person would come into their shop. Valt asked what the big deal was. The worker then turned to Murabuka and said that she realized she was just an adventurer and not a tenant, and then said that being an adventurer was dangerous enough. Would she like to work for them? Murabuka said no. The worker then said with a smile that it was all the same. She still liked Murabuka just as much for being so confident in pursuing her dream. Valt remarked that he liked the store, but was annoyed by Mizetta's manner of speech. Rika said that they were good friends with the employee. Murabuka replied that they weren't friends at all, they just chatted sometimes. Valt said that Mizetta obviously sees her as a friend. Rika added that she is madly in love with Mira and it can be felt. Murabuka irritably told them that they should go shopping soon. The guy asked Rika to check again, since their current destination was Saboim Swamp, and asked if she had ever been there. Rika replied that it was the first time she had heard of it. Rika opened the bundle and said that she needed to check what materials to get to fulfill the quest, and it turned out that they needed to get 10 crystal lizard pearls. Rika told me that these pearls fall from monsters called reptilis. They are found in the Saboim Swamp. They breed abundantly, but they are poisonous. So because of the mass reproduction and poisonous reptilis, the Saboim Swamp, which used to be a favorite place for tourists, was infested with these creatures. Valt estimated that they would need to kill a total of about 200 of them. Rika realized that was a pretty huge number. Plus, this quest needed to be completed by 6 o'clock in the evening. Valt decided that they needed to get the crystal lizard pearls and asked what their drop percentage was. Rika replied that the maximum was about 5%. It became clear that if they did a simple calculation, by killing 20 pieces, they could get at least 1 pearl. Valt realized that if they collected more than 10 pearls, they could get a bigger reward, but they didn't have much time. But there was a chance of successful completion. The boy realized that if they took into account the time to travel back, it would be 3 hours. It was sad that they had so little time. If they completed this quest, they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly Valt said that wasn't true, that this quest was easy, just perfect to test the strength of the team, to test how its members will work together, as well as a great opportunity to conduct training for the girls. So you can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The guys came to the very swamp. Rika remarked that it was a bit creepy. Valt said that it didn't look like a tourist attraction. The ground underfoot felt like it was walking on eggs, but it could hold its weight. Valt realized that not walking through the mud would be much safer. As Rika carefully crawled along the bridge, Murabuka galloped. The boys said it was interesting. Murabuka explained that she has the tireless walker skill. Many of her family are born with this skill. It's the reason why the value of an artisan increases. Rika said that she could probably carry a lot more stuff and still move around easily. Murabuka was glad that Rika understood the merits of tinkers. Rika herself looked at Mira with admiration, wishing she could be like her. Rika told herself that she should be more confident in herself. When the boys arrived at the place, Valt wondered what was wrong after all. There was nothing suspicious here. He suspected Rika and asked her to listen to him. He wanted to tell her what he remembered about his homeland. He had been taught that magic based on the 4 elements was highly dependent on the environment. Rika replied that means it is very important to choose the right terrain that matches the chosen magic element. However, she is not experienced at all, so she might be wrong. Valt asked her what effect the magic would have if they were now in a swamp. Rika replied that fire magic would probably be weaker here than water magic. Rika realized that she should attack with the water element. She was impressed that she had inadvertently included that in her tactics. Valt suddenly said that she was wrong and should attack with fire. After all, if the power of fire attack would be less, the probability of her blowing something up by mistake would be lower. In short, it could be said that it was the perfect method of solving the problem. The first thing she should do was to learn how to control her magic power. Rika replied that she understood him. The guy explained that it would be a great live bait. If he signaled, it should be attacked immediately with a fireball, and Marabu would have support on her. Marabu suddenly asked if he thought a tinker couldn't replace a white mage. Valt replied that wasn't the question right now. Suddenly the very same lizards showed up. Valt ordered the girls to get ready. He saw that Marabu was acting on her own and shouted at her. The girl, however, replied that she wanted to show the essence of a tinker. She had a homemade bomb against monsters. She activated the kill throw ability. The girl threw the bomb at the monsters and there was a powerful explosion. There was no trace left of the monsters. She shouted that a good tinker could perfectly fulfill the role of an attacker. Valt said he tooth give it was a great way to be blown away by the wind. Rika started yelling that the explosion was too strong. The hero replied that it was clear to him. He said he now understood the tinker's ability. The young man touched his hair. He was curious about something. Valt asked that since she was so capable, why she hadn't progressed beyond level 1 in the last 2 years. Marab was embarrassed. The girl didn't know what to answer her. She tried to twist her way out of it. Marabu explained that she didn't have enough money to live until now, that she didn't even have enough to buy a bomb. She touched her forehead. Valt exhaled. He said it was a lot like her. The girl shouted that her ability was at max, so she could throw anything. Valt crossed his arms over his chest. Marabu continued that, strictly speaking, the items could also be considered weapons. She added that if that was what Valt wanted, she could even throw a legendary class weapon. Valt replied that he liked that attitude. Valt continued that he wanted to say something, but she should have restrained herself a bit because it wouldn't help Rika with her training. The hero put his hands on his hips. He was serious. The girls lowered their heads. They almost simultaneously said they were sorry. Monsters started coming out of the bushes. Valt continued that, or so he thought. But that didn't seem to be the case. The travelers spotted the monsters. Marabu shouted that it was the explosion that attracted them. Valt asked himself if he should have been glad there were finally so many of them. He said that they should have acted on a coordinated plan. Valt ordered Rika to wait there while she cast a spell. The girl responded positively. One could tell from her look that she was frightened. The hero turned to Marab. He said that she had to use the items depending on the situation. The young man added that she could use bombs if she needed them. The girl got excited. She hesitated for a moment and then said afterward that she was going to throw everything she had at them. Valt thought that they were finally starting to look like a real group. He smiled. The hero asked the girls if they were ready. Valt ordered that they needed to start fighting. The team rushed into the battle with the monsters. Marabu was running behind Valt. The young man was very fast. Marabu screamed that he was too fast. She asked herself what he was up to. Valt was running away and the monsters were chasing him. He screamed he was here. He was almost caught up with a large number of monsters. The hero ordered Rika to start attacking. The girl obeyed the order. Rika used the fireball spell. A huge fireball appeared and attacked the monsters. Valt shouted that it was great and that she hit right on target. Marabu looked at all of this with bewilderment. The wind that resulted from the spell reached the girl. Valt asked Riki that it seemed to him that her power had increased since the Forest of Ain. He continued that even when it was weakened by the properties of the field, it felt stronger than before. Rika began to feel embarrassed. The girl thanked him. Rika said that, truth be told, she was starting to feel better. She added that it was probably because of the Einzel fetus. Marabu was nervous. Valt said it was clear to him. He explained that it meant the training had been worth it. Marabu knew Valt was famous, but his physical abilities were far beyond non-human. She asked herself what was wrong with Rika. The girl wondered when the novice magic began to have such power. Marabu didn't understand if the properties of the field even affected it. Rika blushed with embarrassment, but she was smiling. It seemed strange to Marabu at first for Rika to form a group with someone who could be considered a hero in the capital in terms of strength. Marabu thought they were both unaccustomed to the adventurers she saw every day. Valt suggested to Rika to do it again. The girl enthusiastically agreed. Marabu felt that if she stayed with them, maybe she too would become stronger. She clenched her hand into a fist. The girl stopped the flow of thoughts. Marabu told herself that it couldn't be. Marabu thought that she would definitely become stronger. She was determined. Marabu told herself that she had to believe she could do it. She thought that even though her friendly fire wasn't that at all, she had this habit from the beginning, so it was best not to get too close. The girl realized that such a power in itself was a threat. She also realized that if she was careless, she would be in the thick of it. Marabu concluded that, in that case, she had to act as a member of the group and fulfill her role as a healer perfectly. The girl realized that even though he was running and running non-stop, he wasn't even sweating, let alone tired. Marabu mentally asked Ishido that at least a little bit he should have. The girl shouted that it was the turn of her ability. She cast a potion throw spell. The flask with the potion flew into the monster that was ahead of Valt. The flask flew next to Valt's shoulder. He was very surprised. Marabu couldn't believe what happened. Marabu asked what had happened. She shouted that the enemy was now healed. The girl asked Valt why he had dodged. Valt asked her that he should not have done so. He said that it was dangerous. Marabu was very nervous. She tried to explain that it was her ability to cast the potion. The girl added that it was a high-level technique that gets hit in the skull, and the person starts healing from head to toe. Valt asked her if she ever thought that this was the reason why tinkers were so unpopular. He added that as if breaking a bottle over someone's head wasn't safe. Marabu thought that was a fair argument again. Valt continued to reprimand the girl. The hero said that in addition, his entire body was covered in a magical coating. Marabu was surprised. Valt continued that because of that, physical and magical attacks didn't work on him. Marabu cried out, asking that didn't that make him invincible. The girl thought it was very creepy. Valt said that wasn't quite true, because in the battle against Cerberus he had lost consciousness, even if only for a second. He continued that because of that, his memories came back to him. Marabu replied that she had no idea what he was talking about. Valt said that healing and support spells didn't work for him. If he wanted to use the potion, he had to drink it. The hero added that he wasn't tired at all, but thought that even a splash of the potion didn't work on him. Marabu was upset. She replied that he was discouraging them tinkers. Valt said that while it might have been difficult, he thought it was an interesting ability. He asked Rika if that was true. Rika laughed. She replied that she was sorry to say it, but just imagining it was painful. Marabu tried to justify that it might have hurt a little. The girl added that it was faster than opening the bottle and drinking it, though. She said it was very practical at critical moments. Valt asked that, compared to drinking it, what was the difference in terms of healing effects? Marabu started to get nervous. The girl replied that if the potion was drunk, the treatment was more successful. She wanted to continue, but she was interrupted by Valt. He said that he knew it. The hero asked Marabu to refrain from throwing the potion. The girl was upset. Marabu explained that, in that case, her identity as a tinker would be. Her dreams were interrupted by Valt. He said that he didn't think that the profession of an artisan was so fragile that one would begin to suffer such a thing in the aftermath. Marabu replied that was not the case. The girl started crying. She said that just for her, throwing potions was a valuable way to relieve stress. Marabu continued that, such as the sound a bottle made when it hit someone. Valt and Rika didn't understand the girl. Marabu added that or the refreshing sound when a bottle was broken and made a sound like a splash. The girl said that when she was at the adventurer school, and she managed to make her first splash, she almost fainted from excitement. Marabu told it with great delight. This elation could not be understood by Valt and Rika. Marabu began to cry. She continued that after all she had just found a group. The girl begged to be allowed to throw potions. Marabu threw herself at Valt. Valt replied that he didn't ask about her fetishes, so he didn't agree. Marabu asked Valt not to take it away from her. Valt crossed his arms on his chest and remained silent. After thinking about it, the young man replied that he let her use them in critical situations. Only in those situations, he added. Marabu was very relieved. Valt asked if she had heard him. The girl replied that she had heard. She was so glad that it was not under a complete ban. 2 hours later they had destroyed all the monsters. Valt said that was the end of it. Rika said they did a good job. Marabu shouted that they had destroyed so many monsters. Valt said that maybe they weren't very smart, but after killing so many of them, they lost the will to fight. Rika said there were so many of them, but now they couldn't feel them at all. Valt offered to collect the items. He said they had killed about 300 of them. The hero knew that wasn't the only mountain of corpses they had to check. He added that if they were lucky, they would collect the right amount of items. Marabu shouted that collecting items was also an artisan's specialty, so she would look into it. Valt tried to say that he would help as well. He was interrupted by Marabu. She said that it wasn't necessary. Rika said he had been running all the time for her training. Now he needed to rest. She smiled. The girl said she would help Marabu. Valt asked as they were pressed for time. Rika took out her watch and looked at the time. Rika said it was about a 2-hour journey to the capital, so even if it took them an hour to gather, they would still make it in time. Valt replied that they didn't have to be lazy, but there was no need to rush either. Rika agreed with him. Valt thought he would just run if necessary. He realized that would be a last resort, or he hated such long runs. Rika continued that she had done the right thing in renting that watch from the guild after all. She added that knowing the time was crucial when doing a quest with limited time. Valt replied that she was right. In this world, a pocket watch had the same value as a mansion. There were far fewer problems with them. Rika said that it was necessary to take the case. Valt said he was leaving a levy on them then. He crossed his arms over his chest. Valt looked around. He thought he could take a short break in the meantime. The hero was sitting on a large rock. He said they should have been back by now. Valt stood up and started looking for the girls. He called out for Rika and Maraba. Hero asked how the gathering was going. A loud sound was heard that scared him. It was a huge monster. Marabu shouted that they had found someone dangerous. Rika asked Valt for help. The girls were scared. The hero asked what it was. He thought the creature looked like a reptile. He realized that no matter how he looked at it, such a thing was only fit for a high-ranking adventurer. Valt asked himself that the guild was unaware of this monster's existence. He ordered the team to keep running. Valt reached the monster. He jumped to cast a spell and destroy the monster. The hero used his magic power. Valt thought it was great and that he hit it. The monster started screaming. Smoke started to appear from the monster's body. Valt covered his mouth and nose with his hand. He screamed that it was poison. The hero continued that the girls had to hold their breath. After a while, they stopped. Rika exhaled a breath. She said that they had gotten far enough away from the monster. Valt looked around at the surroundings. Marabu said it surprised her. She asked what the fog was. The girl added that it looked like a stink bomb of weasels. Rika said she thought she inhaled it a little bit though. Marabu agreed with her, saying that she inhaled a little bit too. Valt asked that they were definitely okay. Marabu said she thought it was just a bluff. She continued that after all, the reptilians were just stupid monsters, and size didn't matter at that. Valt replied to her that he couldn't believe that someone who said such a thing was so desperate to run away from a monster. Marabu became angry. Valt turned to Marabu. Valt asked her where her bag was. Marabu started to get nervous. She explained that she had dropped it so that they could buy as much time as possible. Valt replied that he thought so. Rika asked Valt not to be angry, because her smarts had allowed them to escape. Valt replied that that was right. He added that he thought he couldn't blame her for that. Valt continued that, in fact, she should have been praised for it. He said that Marabu had done a good job. The girl blushed. She asked Valt if he shouldn't praise her so bluntly or she would be embarrassed. The hero laughed. Marabu was a good girl, he thought. Valt said that the fog had already cleared. He suggested that they would look for the pearls again, and then go straight back to the capital afterward. All the while he was looking at Maraba. Suddenly the girl began to faint. Valt barely managed to prevent the girl from falling by putting his hands under her back. Rika called out for Maraba, but suddenly she felt sick too. Valt noticed it. Valt asked what had happened to them. Marabu repeated that she was in pain. The hero thought that he had no problem in battle, but when it came to treatment, there was nothing he could do about it. Marabu said that the mist that the monster spit out, that was just a guess, was a paralyzing and killing poison. The girl began to sweat profusely. The girl continued that many potions slowed the effects. Valt interrupted her. He asked, only for her not to say that the needed stuff was in the bag. Marabu said that she had no other choice, so she had to drop her precious bag. She added that she saw the monster crush it. The girl said it was a fatal mistake, that she had not performed well as an artisan. She was in pain. Valt looked at Rika. He figured she wouldn't last long, so he didn't have much time. The hero asked Marabu if there was anything he could do. Marabu was in Valt's arms. She asked, lifting her skirt. Valt shouted that now was not the time for jokes. Marabu replied that she was serious now. She asked him to do it. Valt obeyed her words. He lifted her skirt. There were potions attached to the girl's leg. Valt was very surprised. Marabu laughed. She said that she had experience as a tinker. The girl continued that there wasn't much here and it wouldn't help against paralysis. She wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Valt. He said that it was enough to at least stop the effects of the poison. The hero added that it would have been able to save them both. Marabu smiled and replied in the negative. The girl explained that it was impossible because the dose was only enough for one. Valt asked her what she was asking to choose whose life to save. Marabu replied that it wasn't necessary because she would do it herself. The girl raised her hand. Marabu said let it all go to Rika. She pleaded with him. The girl touched Valt's chin with her hand. Marabu began to explain that now thinking about it, from the moment she arrived in the capital, she was just a disgrace. She added that it had all been the proud life of an adventurer. The girl continued that she had always failed. She said she was weak, good for nothing. Marabu added that no one ever accepted her to join her group. The girl said she eventually met them. She recalled the moments they spent together. Marabu said she was very happy. The girl was crying. She added that she felt grateful. She was in pain. Marabu felt as if her whole body was on fire. Death awaited her, but Rika would be saved. If she drank the potion, she would be okay. Marabu thought that she could finally be of use to her group. The girl really wanted to continue her adventures with this group. Marabu was ready to die. Valt turned to her. He ordered her to drink a potion. The girl was surprised. Valt continued that Rika had already drunk it, so she didn't need to worry. There were still tears in Marabu's eyes. Valt showed the potion vials that were half empty. Marabu asked when he had time. The girl said that Rika had to drink all of it. Valt replied that if Rika knew that she had sacrificed herself to save her, she would definitely be sad. Marabu tried to say that wasn't the problem. Marabu started crying even harder. She continued that no matter how amazing Valt was, he wouldn't have been able to get them both to the capital. She added that it was 2 hours away, and even running was not a short distance. She was interrupted by Valt. He told her to stop complaining. Valt pinched her cheek, which the girl didn't like. Valt continued that he knew Marabu was a stubborn woman who clung to life, so she needed to stop making herself a victim. The hero added that if she continued to defy him, he would make her drink the potion mouth to mouth. Marabu didn't at first realize what Valt meant. Afterwards she asked what he meant. Marabu replied that it was anything but that. She obeyed and drank the potion. The girl exclaimed that she hadn't even had her first kiss yet. Valt patted Marabu on the head. He told her not to worry because he would carry them both in his arms. Valt smiled. He told Marabu that he wouldn't leave her. Marabu was surprised. Valt grabbed the girls. He said that he had to go back. He asked Marabu to bite her tongue so that he could grit his teeth. The hero added that he took her cap as well. Marabu felt sad. She thought that with the speed he had shown earlier, it wouldn't be enough. Valt was running faster than the speed of light. Marabu couldn't believe it. The girl asked herself what was happening. Very quickly, they found themselves in the capital city. Marabu woke up. They were lying in hospital beds. Marabu looked at the sleeping Rika. The girl asked that they had been rescued. Valt walked into the room. He asked that she was already awake. The hero asked Marabu how she was feeling. Marabu tried to move. She said that she couldn't move. Valt walked up to her. He replied that she should not push herself. The hero said that the paralysis was still there, but the doctor had given them an antidote for the poison, so she didn't need to worry. Marabu tried to say something. What she could say was that she couldn't remember very well. The girl was nervous. The window was open. Marabu said it looked like she had slept the whole time. The girl asked how many days she had slept. Valt asked her what she was talking about. The hero replied that only 3 hours had passed. Marabu did not believe what she heard. She asked again. Marabu pondered aloud. The girl said that after all the journey was 2 hours and it was clearly not 2 hours. She added that the estimated time should have been 2 hours. Valt replied that he got here in 3 minutes. Marabu again could not believe what she heard. The girl cried out, asking what he was talking about. Valt continued that because of that, she had been given proper treatment. Marabu replied that it was some kind of madness. She asked that he knew that no human could do such a thing. The girl was nervous again. Valt replied that it was obvious that he was a demon king. He smiled. Marabu looked at him with a questioning look. Valt replied that it was nothing. He said that in 3 days she would be able to return home. The hero added that the important thing was that they were okay. Marabu agreed with him. Marabu started to scream. Valt asked why she suddenly did. He asked that it was the poison again. The hero explained that it would be problematic that she would become more stupid. Marabu asked who it was that he had insulted so much. The girl said that wasn't the point. Marabu explained that it was about the assignment. She asked what else he could have had time for. Valt replied that technically he could have, but they didn't have the bag. Marabu said she would have regretted telling him, but the pearls weren't in the bag. The girl started to get nervous. She said the pearls were in her underwear. Marabu repeated that the pearls were in her underwear. Valt blushed. He asked if she was telling the truth. The girl explained that they were specially made for artisans and they could store small items in them. Valt stood up and wanted to get the pearls out. Valt lifted the blanket the girl was wearing. He said it was great and she needed to get them off soon. The girl screamed with indignation. She tried to stop Valt. Marabu asked that he was joking. She asked that he wanted to put his hands in his underwear to an innocent girl like her. The girl said it couldn't have been real, it just couldn't have been. Valt looked at her with a questioning look. Valt said she couldn't move because of the paralysis, so he would have to take them off. He asked if he could do that. Marabu yelled for him to wait and get a nurse. Valt replied that there was no one here right now because of some food poisoning. The girl screamed asking why. Marabu said that she was almost naked now. Valt said he wasn't interested in her underwear or the sight of a naked girl, so she didn't need to worry. Marabu shouted that it was easy for him to say that. There was someone in the hallway. Elsie walked into the room. She was holding a bouquet in her hands. The girl saw a rather obscene scene. Elsie said she had come to check on the sick. She asked what it all meant. Marabu had already started crying. She asked Elsie to take her loot instead of this savage. Valt began to get angry. He asked Marabu again. The hero told her to watch her tongue. Elsie was getting nervous. She asked Valt what he was if not a savage. At this time, Rika was sleeping peacefully. After that, thanks to Elsie, they completed the mission and got the reward without any problems. Valt was overjoyed. He said that today they celebrated their recovery in the Demon Lord's castle. The hero added that today was his treat. Valt continued that thus they were to be more diligent from now on. The girls sat at the table. Rika thanked him. Murabu suggested that they start eating. Valt began that Elsie had said that it was rare for adventurers to lose their lives in ways that were not common. He asked if they knew such a thing. Murabu said that that day was clearly out of the ordinary. Valt continued that she was glad the girls had survived. Rika said that she even came to visit them. Murabu said she heard that they recognized these huge reptiles as a new species. Valt replied that they sort of called them giant reptiles. Valt continued that this food was compensation for finding them and killing them. He added that, you could tell, like a real reward. The girls rejoiced. Rika said she was looking forward to her next assignment. Murabu added that their names were soon to be heard all over the capital. Valt replied that they were reminded of something. Valt asked the girls if they were happy with the group named Team Ishido. He asked again if they were okay with it. The girls looked over at each other. They smiled. Rika said she thought the name was just fine. She repeated the name of the band. Murabu agreed with her. She said that using the name Ishido, the famous promising newcomer, was the best advertisement for their group. Valt replied that it was a good thing. He continued that it was now decided. The young man added that the official name of the group could now be celebrated. Valt turned around. He turned to Shiren. The hero asked to bring them a bottle of red wine. Shiren shouted that she would bring it right away. Other adventurers approached their table. One of them asked that they had already decided on a name for the group. Another added that it would be worth a drink to that. Valt asked them who they were. Rika and Murab were also approached by the adventurers. Rika replied that they were Ishido's crew. One of the adventurers said that the simpler the name was, the better. The adventurer added that it was a smart decision, because if you chose a name that was abstruse, you would regret it later. Another adventurer said that usually the young ones use something childish, like Underworld, Darkness, or Conquest of the World. The adventurer asked Valt if he had imagined it. The man continued, laughing that later, years later, they would wish they were dead from shame. The other asked him what it was he was saying about himself. The first man ordered him to shut up. Valt thought it was close. A group of knights came into the tavern. One of them asked everyone to listen to them. He asked if the summoner Merida was here. The knight added that she was a level 10 adventurer. Someone in the crowd said that they looked like an imperial squad of knights. The interlocutor said that they were looking at him. One girl stood up. She apologized. The girl said that Merida was a she. She was very shy. The girl wore glasses and held her staff uncertainly. The man asked that it was her. He said he thought she would have stood out more by her presence because she was a high-level adventurer after all. Merida asked what the imperial squad of knights needed from her. The knight replied that she should have known regarding the incident with the giant. Valt thought it was Surtur. He turned around. Merida tried to excuse herself, but someone interrupted her. That person called out to her. One of the knights asked that she was the one who had summoned the giant Surtur and led it into the urban area of the royal capital. Rika interjected herself. Merida was worried. She replied that it wasn't her and they were wrong. The girl added that it was all those strange rumors. The knight said that they didn't want to believe that a high-ranking adventurer like her wasn't behind the incident either. Knight continued that however, if there was a small chance that it was her, then they had to check it out. The girl was serious. She added that, after all, they had witnesses. Merida was startled. Knight said that the day before the attack, Merida had been in a tavern in the red light district. Knight asked what was there. She stated that she was going to burn the capital to ashes. Rika and Murabu instinctively sat down. The knight continued that the tavern owner, the maid, and the rest of the customers that were there at the time had testified. She added that there was no way to talk themselves out of it. Valt thought for a moment. The knight shouted, ordering Merida to explain herself. The summoner cowered in a corner. She said she was sorry for that. The girl explained that she had been drunk at the time and was just talking nonsense. Merida continued that she had just gotten her heart broken, because at that moment she was just really upset about everything that was going on. The bartender started to get nervous. The girl said that she recognized that she had said something stupid, but it wasn't her. The male knight touched his chin. He said that sounded suspicious. Merida asked everyone to believe her. She said that. Plus, you had to be at least level 15 to summon a Surtur. The girl continued that she hadn't reached those heights yet. She added that she needed at least another 15 years of training to be able to summon him. Merida shouted that the Surtur giant was an extremely strong beast. The knight said that she could hide her true skills. Merida was nervous. She wanted to ask what he meant, but the knight wouldn't let her say anything. The man continued that they would talk about it in detail at the Imperial Knights headquarters. The girl tried to stop the Knights. The man shouted that the summoner Merida should have been arrested. Merida said it was some kind of tyranny. The Knights grabbed the girl. Merida said they were making a grave mistake. Someone in the crowd said that even if she was a high-ranking adventurer, to summon such a one alone. Another added that it couldn't have been her. Rika said that even though she didn't know her, she didn't think so. Murabu asked that she really could have summoned a monster. Valt had no relationship with the summoner, but objectively, it was unmistakable that the behavior of the squad of Imperial Knights shown now was tyrannical. At this time, Merida was trying to stop the Knights, but she was unsuccessful. Valt thought that if the statement was true, her only excuse was to say that it was a verbal error because she was drunk. In fact, all of this had happened the day before the incident. Valt thought the moment was very uncomfortable. He told himself that he wanted to try something. The hero got up from his seat. Murabu asked him what he wanted to do. Valt turned to the squad of knights. He told them to wait. The hero said he heard them talking. Valt knew the place was about to get noisy. Valt went on to say that he didn't think that the verbal caveat she had made was enough evidence to consider her the culprit. He added that, in fact, they would just be wasting their efforts. The hero asked that weren't they so benefiting the real culprit. Merida looked at Valt hopefully. Valt continued that it was like wasting their taxes. The head of the knights became angry. He asked Valt who he was. Valt replied that it could be understood that he was an adventurer. The commander said he was so young, but reckless if he thought he could criticize the Imperial Knights. He asked that the level for such a thing must have been high. Valt asked that he meant him. The hero replied that he had 0 level. The commander went into a stupor. Valt said he was saying he had level 0. He held out his ID card. The commander was uncomfortable. The commander yelled at him not to dare to deceive him. He added that adventurers started at level 1. Valt replied that it meant he was special. The young man added that if the knight wanted to know more, he should have asked the guild. The girl knight intervened. She said that the rookie level 0 adventurer was the person who dealt with the giant with his bare hands. The rookie adventurer Ishudo. Everyone looked at her. The girl asked that wasn't he Ishwalt Ashley. The commander asked that it was the skinny guy who defeated the fire giant Surtur. He asked what the other jokes were. The girl fell silent. Valt scratched his head. The hero said that the weaker the dog was, the louder it barked. The knights looked at him. The commander shouted that he didn't see anything. One of the knights said there was a whole swarm of bugs and they were everywhere. Everyone present was terrified. The commander was on his knees. Valt said that enough was enough. Valt told everyone to look at him. The knights shouted that it was his majesty. The knights asked what was happening. What the knights saw was Valt appearing at the same time and not at the same time. The hero made them see an illusion of the man they respected the most. It was working properly, he thought. Valt thought they seemed to have seen the current King Legger. The commander said they were waiting for his majesty's instructions. The hero realized that from the looks of it, they were completely loyal as knights of the Imperial unit. The knights were on their knees. The commander said that all their lives were at his disposal. Valt replied that it was well said. The hero shouted that this was what an honorable squad of Imperial Knights was supposed to be. Valt raised his hand to the top. He said that this is what his orders were to them. The knights bowed their heads. Valt ordered them to return to their barracks, hopping like rabbits. The knights obeyed and hurried to carry out the order. The girl knight asked what was the matter and what he had done to them. Valt replied that he had simply used a hypnosis skill and that should have passed soon. The girl was horrified. She asked why she was the only one who was okay. Valt replied that she was the only one who hadn't laughed at him. He added that was why she was fine. The knight started to get nervous. She let out a breath. The girl turned to him like a rookie adventurer Ishudo who had defeated a Surtur giant. She said she wasn't going to deny that they had been rushed, so this time they would leave quietly. Valt said that was a wise decision. He added that she needed to hurry after her companions. The girl stopped. She asked what he thought was so special. The girl walked out of the tavern. The people were silent, but afterward they began to praise Valt. The hero thought he had used the Demon Lord's skill again to solve a trivial matter. One of the adventurers told Valt that he was good. Another girl asked him what kind of power he used. Someone asked that he was the same as Ishudo. Another adventurer asked what special skill it was. Rika said that it was amazing. She continued that he did it as if it meant nothing to him. Murabu said that it was the first time she had ever seen an adventurer disobey an Imperial Knight. She added that, frankly, it was a damn sight to behold. Valt figured there were some strong people here, but they didn't say anything. These adventurers looked pretty experienced. The hero realized that the Imperial Knights had a lot of influence. Someone asked for forgiveness. Valt turned his attention to it. It was Merida. She said she didn't quite understand what was going on, but she was grateful. The girl added that he had saved her. Valt replied that he just made a little noise, nothing like that had happened. Merida continued that he had really saved her. She added that when she was drunk, she didn't hold back. Valt replied that she shouldn't worry. He said that the miracle only lasted 9 days. The hero asked that it seemed to be said that way. Valt said he thought the attacks on her reputation should have stopped soon too. Merida replied that it was clear to her. She thanked her for her concern. The girl bowed. She asked for her forgiveness. Valt looked at her and remained silent. Merida walked out of the tavern. She said that it had been horrible. The girl thought things started to fall apart after that relationship. They had been in the same group a few times. Eventually, Merida fell in love with him. She remembered those times. He was her first love in all 20 years of her life. Merida was very excited about it and truly happy. Merida said that he should have told her sooner that he had a fiancé. Merida thought that this man had saved her today after all. She realized that if it wasn't for him, she definitely wouldn't have been able to go on the massive mission that was supposed to start tomorrow. The girl said that now her luck had changed. She was interrupted by someone calling out to her. The girl asked Merida if she could have a moment. Merida thought this girl was like a doll. Merida wanted to ask who she was. The girl replied that her name was Dasha. She continued that this precious baby was part of her family. His name was Asmodeus. Merida thought it was a sheep, but too round and it even had an eye patch. Asmodeus said it was their first meeting. Merida cried out, asking what he could have been saying. Dasha said that she seemed to have scared her. She added that she was guilty of that. Asmodeus jumped off his mistress' shoulder and headed toward Merida. Merida asked what they needed from her. There was a strange peacefulness, she thought. Merida thought that she shouldn't have left the streets where there were no people. She told herself that it couldn't have been. Merida asked herself that it was a magical barrier. She screamed that she was being isolated. Dasha replied that even though she had realized it, it was too late. She added that she shouldn't have worried because it would have been quick. Dasha smiled. Darsha turned to Asmodeus. He replied that he understood. Asmodeus cast a spell and began to enlarge. He stood in front of Merida. Asmodeus called out to the summoner Merida. Asmodeus opened his mouth. He apologized. He added that Merida was his. The girl thought that there was no hope for her after all. At this time, Valt was eating with great appetite. Valt said that the food today was also delicious. Rika said that, as expected, the sandwich and takeout were worthy of a 3-star hotel like the Demon Lord's castle. Marabu asked that it was very tasty. The girl said that one day she would become an item master, so she would continue to gain experience today as well. She intended to practice until she lost her pulse. Marabu asked her to wait. Rika was delighted. She asked if this was some kind of specialized work. Rika looked at Marabu. Marabu was shy. The girl explained that the item master was the main character of the fairy tale. She continued that a child from a family of artisans who admired knights unwittingly became a mentor to the artisans. Marabu added that after a time, he became a famous man, a renowned master of objects. She said she loved the story her grandfather told her. Valt asked that that's how it was. Marabu shouted, asking he laughed. The girl shouted that the item master was the strongest craftsman who could travel any distance. She added that he was on par with the god of war. Someone shouted, telling them to be faster. The stranger said he wanted to see Roswace. Valt heard all of this. He interjected himself. Someone said it was a silver wolf troop. He added that they were so cool. Another person wished them luck, saying they were expected to give a good report. Someone said that the large-scale assignments were something. He continued that even the scout squad was impressive. He said that Mistress Iris was beautiful. Rika exclaimed that Iris and the others were there. Marabu said they were all high-ranking adventurers. The girls were delighted. Marabu shouted that she couldn't see anything because of the crowd. The girl began to cry. She turned to Valt, asking him to take her in his arms. She didn't mind climbing on his shoulders. Valt replied that that was why she was a little girl. He added that she could do without it. Valt thought that he still didn't expect them to parade around like this in full armor. He realized that even if the dragon attacked right now, they would deal with it in a heartbeat. The girl on horseback said hello to Valt, who was standing nearby under a tree. Marabu yelled and asked why Roswace had just waved at her. She yelled that it couldn't have been. Someone asked that to Iris and the common man. He yelled that it had never happened before. Someone else asked what she could have been waving to her boyfriend. The voices of the rest of the crowd were heard. Elsie reached them. She said hello to them. Elsie said they were early today. Walt said that he seemed to be used to the life of an adventurer, even if he didn't want to be. He continued that he felt bad that he didn't have the comfortable life he used to have. Elsie replied that she thought that was what an adventurer was supposed to be. Walt asked what the parade was for. He said that there were a lot of high-ranking adventurers gathered here. The hero looked at the adventurers who had dressed up as monsters. Elsie explained that due to Vertiline's suggestion, a third special dungeon exploration squad had been formed. She continued that that was why they were performing in the open. The girl added that she assumed it was posted on the guild bulletin board. Valt replied that he didn't remember anything like that. Valt asked that such expeditions were commonplace. Elsie answered in the affirmative. She said that several times a year only high-ranking adventurers were sent out to explore the largest dungeons in the country. Elsie said that last year they went to the Baldios Sanctuary. Valt hesitated for a moment. Elsie asked what he had been found there. Valt replied that it was clear to him. Elsie continued that this time they were going to the only unconquered dungeon under the direct control of the royal family, Grahios, the Witch's Labyrinth. She said that they had already sent out a scouting party twice before, but unfortunately both times the mission had ended in failure. Elsie continued that after that, they left things as they had been for 10 years. She added that she was sure it was just a whim of the head, so they sent a third squad. Rika apologized. She asked what this place was. Marabu asked that there were several Templars in that place. Elsie asked them to let her explain everything. Elsie began to explain that the witch was a woman with mysterious powers from birth. She said that this world had unique dungeons built by them. Marabu said they just had different structures, depending on each witch. She said it was boring. Elsie continued that in addition to that, they were different from regular dungeons, and added to their complexity, having more complex traps. Elsie continued that, moreover, a feature of Grahios was that its structure changed every 9 days, and it was rebuilt. Valt interrupted her. He asked what it was that was automatically created. The hero thought he was interested in a witch who was strong enough to build something like that. Elsie continued that they still didn't know how deep the dungeon was. She added that the difficulty level was so high that they had only gotten to level 3 so far. Valt said that the more he listened, the more he wanted to go there. Elsie replied that as absurd as his power was as a guild employee tied to them, she wasn't going to let them in there. Valt grew sad. Elsie apologized for having to go. She apologized again. The girls thanked her. Valt thought she was late because of him. Marabu yelled that the parade was coming to an end. She yelled for them to look at that woman. Marabu asked that they had seen that mage before. She added that the mage was beautiful. Rika asked if it wasn't the summoner. This caught Valt's attention. He turned around. Marabu replied that was correct. She said she wasn't wearing her glasses and her hair was different, so she didn't recognize her. The crowd around her began to whisper. Someone said her makeup was on point, too. Another from the crowd said that maybe she had found a new bow. A third said he would try to talk to her when she returned from her expedition. Another asked that wasn't she suspected in that incident. He was asked what he said about those rumors. Marabu said she was different from the self she was last night. Rika said she looked amazing. Valt thought that just like Marabu said, the impression she gave was completely different from last night. Valt looked at her. He asked himself that it was the same face. The girls were enamored with this image of the mage. Merida looked at Valt. She was touching Asmodeus, who was on her shoulder. The girl said that they had finally met. Merida addressed him as her one and only demon lord. Valt felt uneasy. The parade was almost over. Valt hadn't expected her to speak to her via telepathy. He figured she didn't have that fluffy lump on her shoulders yesterday. Rika said that she would like to be one of them one day. Marabu replied that would be great. Valt thought that voice was something else. Valt remembered being called a demon lord. He said he had a bad feeling about it. Grahios was the Witch's Labyrinth. As the name implied, this mysterious dungeon with many riddles was personally built by a witch. Ayers looked around and thought that they must be pretty deep by now. After such a long time, they had only reached 4 layers, and it had taken them a whole 9 days. They only had about 2 hours left until the mid-9th day limit. Gelda believed that this was the last layer for them for the remainder of the time. The past maps didn't help them much. The rebuilding of the dungeon every 9 days was making itself felt. But still, the 4th layer was already their new record. The adventurers called out to Mrs. Ayers and said that the rearguard was fine and they hadn't lost anyone yet. Ludessa reflected on the fact that even if they set a new record, everything would be useless after the change in structure. She felt that they didn't even have a real adventure. Luna disagreed with her. After all, they had defeated the 3-layer guards and gotten their hands on many valuable items. Besides, there was another detail. Just being able to go on an adventure with Mistress Iris made her so happy, so she couldn't control herself. Ludessa thought the moon was too freaky, yet she had fun fighting alongside the heirs too. Ludessa thought the dungeon wasn't worth it and Luna frowned. Luna told her that she always judged everything based on her self-interest, and she must have even had an empty chest. Ludessa was angry when she heard about her breasts being called flat. Luna thought there was something wrong with Ludus's head since no one was talking about her breasts. Iris remembered about the 9 days they had spent in this dungeon. Even though they had problems, they had learned a lot and they had fun. This adventure was worth the effort they invested. They solved puzzles by working together and defeated the strong layer guards. But Iris was sad that all traces of their adventure would just vanish into thin air. The girl turned to Gelda and asked her a question. Iris wanted to know if they could really get out of here if they stayed in this dungeon. Gelda didn't know the answer to this question, but the number of cases where someone stayed here during the automatic reconstruction and returned home was 0. Therefore, this dungeon was known to devour people. In order to avoid being eaten, they had to escape before the deadline. Iris didn't have to allow any strange thoughts in her head. As soon as Gelda said that, Iris felt as if she was pierced by an arrow. Iris assumed that this was not the last layer of the dungeon and asked the Gelda about it. The witches were fixated on the numbers numbered 3, 7, 9, and 12. And since the number 4 was unlucky, it was possible that it wasn't the last layer. Iris felt sorry that they hadn't gotten to the end yet. Yet knowing that there was a path ahead of them, Iris was encouraged by it. Gelda smiled and said that it was typical Airs. Anyway, Gelda was already tired after reaching the 4th layer. Hearing that, Iris laughed. Airs thought about the fact that Gelda was also a witch, and she might have some ideas who could be the creator of the dungeon. Besides, Iris had heard that the dungeon had appeared 30 years ago. Gerda replied that she had a couple people in mind, but they were nothing more than theories, so she didn't want to say anything to them. Iris smiled and replied that it was a typical Gerda. However, Gerd could tell that this person could be incredibly strong. Ordinary witches couldn't build such an elaborate dungeon. Iris decided that it was better for Gerda not to say that there was nothing ordinary about witches. Gerda was almost certain that she had the same lustful temperament as the vixen who was the head of their guild. Iris grinned and said that she understood. Gerda agreed with Iris about the restrictions of this dungeon, which were quite problematic. The most troublesome of them was that teleportation magic was forbidden here, and Gerda couldn't use it here. Iris thought that they could use the pterosaur gem, an item for teleportation. She didn't understand why the restriction only affected teleportation magic. Besides, that magic and the gem used the same principle to teleport them to the entrance of the dungeon. This was called true discrimination. The other adventurers weren't going to stop and search for enemies. Gerda did not know whether it was really a silly joke or something inappropriate, but she could only believe that it was done on purpose. Iris replied that they had a little more time, but they had to be careful until the very end. Luna ran up to Mrs. Ayres and said that everyone in the rearguard had arrived and there was no one left behind. Gerda asked for a moment of waiting in order to light their way. After a while, the large group of adventurers reached a hall with columns and a circular platform in the center. Ayres remembered that the same platform was at the end of each layer, which meant that this was the end of the 4th layer of the dungeon. Gerda saw the movement and warned everyone that it was coming. The guardian of the 4th layer came out of the round portal. Judging from his spiky dragon form, Ayres had no doubts. It was the very real tyrannical stone dragon named Bergwit. Ludus sighed heavily and said that there was even such a giant basilisk here, and they would finally take a rematch from him. Iris remembered that they had a hard time fighting him last time, but now this time would not be the same. The girl asked her group to gather and not leave anyone behind. Iris stated with confidence that they would all make it back to the capital in one piece. The adventurers grabbed their weapons and threw themselves at the dragon from all sides. 2 days ago, Mira screamed right in the middle of the night and said that she just couldn't take it. Valt was just meanwhile walking past her with a cup of tea in his hands. Mira yelled to Rika that this was just unforgivable and hoped the Elfess could hear her. Rika dropped the stack of papers from her hands in surprise. Mira pounded her fists on the table and exclaimed that there wasn't a single artisan in this proud scouting party. She went over the list again and again, and there wasn't a single artisan among them. Rika asked the world to calm down, for their next mission would be a search in the area of the Lucas Plain. The journey to get there would take half a day, and they would camp outside. Rika suggested that the world enjoy this journey. Earlier, the guild officer told them to focus on it and issued recommendations. Rika suggested that Mira cheer herself up and handed the girl a stack of papers. Besides, the scouting party was due to return soon. The Elfess assumed they would accidentally meet them on the way back. Sipping from the cup, the hero thought that Rika didn't really like this squad. Thinking about this squad, Walt asked Rika to answer his question. He wanted to know if Rika knew anything about the summoner Merida. The girl surprisingly replied that she did not know her personally, but she obviously knew more about her than Walt, and Walt asked her to tell him at least something. Rika tried to remember everything she knew about Merida. She was very well known as a reliable summoner. This girl always walked alone and was not a regular member of any group. Valt assumed that casting the spell took time and didn't understand how she could walk alone in that case. The girl replied that sometimes groups needed a summoner, then they would form a temporary group. That didn't mean she literally went it alone. The summoners had great destructive power, but the downside was their difficult job. They resembled artisans who are limited as adventurers. Mira glanced threateningly at Rika, who gave a bad name to the artisans. Rika tried to explain to her that she had gotten it all wrong. As Valt realized, they had different styles, even if they weren't as effective. Still, this girl could be counted among the elite, as she had become a high-ranked adventurer quite early on. However, she suffered from unrequited love, and she was also accused of summoning a giant. It seems that troubles were following her around, and it must have not been easy for Merida. Mira assumed that the Walt was pretty cool when he rescued Merida. That meant he had intervened in a series of troubles with her, and that meant something. Mira closed her eyes and exclaimed with a smile on her face that it was true love. But the hero thought that associating everything with love was kind of childish. Mira got angry and asked the hero about what he had just said. Valt reminded the girl that they had to get up early tomorrow morning, so she had better get to bed already. Mira growled in anger like a small angry dog. Valt reflected on the fact that this was clearly not love. He didn't think love was a reason for her using telepathy to call him a demon lord. In any case, he should have asked her about it. After a while, Iris along with a group of adventurers somehow managed to deal with the huge dragon. Luna sighed heavily and said that it was not only similar to the past dragon, but it was also at a similarly high level in strength. Iris was glad they had gotten by without any losses, and Lutissa agreed with her. She replied to Iris that they still had many wounded, but that also proved that they were stronger. They didn't need to ask for help from the hero this time. Iris could directly feel her growth in the battle. Luna agreed with Iris and asked for a potion to drink. After taking the potion from the moon, the girl thought of Valt. If the guy was here, they would surely finish off the dragon with the fewest injuries possible. Luna grudgingly exclaimed that they didn't need this pathetic man. Besides, it seemed to the moon that Mistress Iris thought too much of him. Iris smiled and replied to Luna that his fighting style was really beautiful. She just couldn't help but stop thinking about him. Apparently, the encounter with Valt had been a good catalyst for Iris, because she had fought brilliantly. Iris still had a long way to go, but she was grateful to Gerda for her words. They defeated the dragon, but it took them a full hour, and they were left with quite a few wounded. Ludessa thought that Iris' only flaw was her overzealousness, but at times like this she should have just been glad. Iris smiled and said she must be right. Ludessa offered to dedicate a few words of appreciation to heirs. She felt that with people like the ones here, it wouldn't be surprising for them to reach the 5th layer. Iris refused to do so and exclaimed that they had no time for that. However, as they thought, this was not the end. Seeing the underground hatch to the next level open, Ludessa said that she was just kidding. Already knowing that it existed was enough for them, and they needed to go back while there was still time. Iris left the command to the moon, for her voice was the loudest. The girl nodded her head and said she would honor any request Iris made. Luna exclaimed that they all did a good job, even though they hadn't completely cleared the dungeon. But they had not only reached the unexplored 4th layer, they had even confirmed the existence of the 5th layer. They could proudly declare that they had accomplished the mission set before them, and this was the end of their mission. Luna exclaimed to the boys that their trek was complete at this point, and everyone joyfully raised their weapons upwards. Luna said that they would now leave the dungeon one by one using the pterosaur gem. She suggested starting with the wounded and asked them to hold out their hands so it would take less time. Ludessa along with heirs clapped each other happily. After a while the moon looked back and told Ludessa that they were alone. But looking at the list, Ludessa felt sick for some reason. Luna didn't realize what was wrong, for Ludessa was too noisy. Ludessa frantically started flipping through the pages of the list and said that they were missing one person. Luna couldn't believe her ears and re-examined what the Ludessa said. They had 96 people with them. When entering the 4th layer, the 90 people had already left the dungeon. There were 5 of them here, which meant that one person was missing. Iris didn't understand how this was possible since they had counted everyone properly. She glanced at Gerda, who had a rather frowning and thoughtful look. Apparently, Gerda knew what was wrong and suggested that the man stop playing hide and seek with them. Ludessa noticed someone's black human figure begin to peek out of the shadows. A young, long-haired girl in a dress stepped into the light toward them. The stranger with a staff in her hands smiled at the girls. On her shoulder also sat an unknown animal that resembled a toy with an eye patch. If Iris was not mistaken, she was the summoner of Merida Ebro. The girl answered nothing and only smirked in Iris' face. Ludessa was rather curious who it could be, and this was the troublemaker that the fourth had to leave as soon as they entered the dungeon. Merida smiled and replied that it was just a little punishment for their long tongues. These people acted as if they had known her all her life. Gerda grudgingly replied that setting them on fire and putting them at risk was too much, for a verbal reprimand was enough. The girl glanced at Ayers and asked her to step aside. After that, Gerda stretched her arm forward and used a release. 2 magic circles formed at the place where Merida was standing, below and above from the girl. Merida admitted that she was careless. After all, she had to recreate the identity, the summoner of Merida. That's why she didn't say that she knew Gerda. The girl raised her staff and apologized for this. Iris noticed a smile on her face and couldn't understand what was wrong. Right before their eyes, the stranger changed and told them that they could now see her in all her glory. Iris couldn't believe her eyes. She was overcome with a strange feeling, for the girl had turned into a fragile doll. Luna and Ludessa prepared to fight. Ku was also ready to attack, but Gerda remained unshaken. The girl called herself Dasha, daughter of the Great Witch of Brigand and her only apprentice. Dasha smiled at the girls and said it was a pleasure to meet them. A group of Iris met the daughter of the Great Witch Brigand and her only apprentice named Dasha in the dungeon. Gerda didn't seem very surprised by her appearance. Iris thought of the brigand witch that was the owner of the Book of Prophecies that Gerda had. Dasha introduced her little creature named Asmodeus. She stroked her little familiar and asked it to tell her that it was cute. The familiar asked Dasha to wait a little while. He thought it was a little rude to call him a little creature. Ludessa and Luna couldn't believe that this little beast could talk. Just now the girl had said that she was the daughter of the witch brigand, and Gerda wanted to see if those words were true. Dasha replied that she was absolutely right. This seemed strange to Gerda, for this woman should not have a family, let alone a child. In response, Dasha only grinned. She answered the witch Gerda that this world was huge, and there were many things she didn't know. Of course, no matter how many years she lived, a person who was not God could not get everything in this world. Gerda assumed that the maiden's staff was from the witch brigand's collection. This staff was a legendary item that belonged to the summoner Visorus. Dasha smiled and thought that apparently, even if she didn't know everything, all these years Gerda hadn't just lived for pleasure. Gerda replied that a first-class summoner and the same staff together could summon almost any beast. Gerda had no doubt that the summoner of the fire giant was the Dasha. Ludessa, Ku and Luna were shocked upon hearing such a statement. Dasha only smiled and replied that Gerda was smart and it was no wonder she was her mother's rival. Gerda didn't think of her as a rival, for she just followed her wherever she went, as if following and envying her. Dasha's face changed as if she had been insulted. She tightened her lips and angrily replied that she would not tolerate insults against her mother, but Gerda thought she was just stating facts. Dasha thought the girl needed a good lesson in manners, but Gerda considered it in her own words. Gerda offered to tell the girl what she was trying to accomplish. Earlier, she had unleashed a giant Cerberus in the capital city and turned into the summoner Merida in order to get into the scouting party. Gerda was completely unaware of her intentions. Dasha smirked and told Gerda that she was also a witch, so she should have used her brain and thought hard. But since she didn't know that, Dasha decided to give them a little hint. The dungeon exploration was secondary and the release of the Cerberus was for another reason. Ayers was completely confused and didn't understand what it all meant. She now found herself even more confused. The girl simply could not allow anyone to conquer this dungeon. In other words, she wanted to say that this dungeon was created by her mother. Dasha stated to the girls that this dungeon was created by the witch brigand. It was as if, of all people, Dasha slightly overestimated Gerda. She couldn't believe that it took them so long to reach the 4th layer. Ludessa took those words as an insult, but Luna asked her to calm down. Dasha asked Gerda to answer her question. The girl suggested that Gerda could have used all her power to help them escape, and she herself could have gone down deep into the dungeon. Gerda frowned and said that wouldn't help Iris and the others get better. Dasha laughed and said that Gerda the witch had the most outstanding potential in the history of witches, but ended up becoming a babysitter. That was a pretty low fall for Dasha. Gerda didn't realize how much longer she was going to talk to her, since they had lost a whole half hour because of her. Gerda warned that even Dasha would be in trouble if she stayed here while the dungeon was being rebuilt. Dasha replied that her Asmodeus would protect her, so she would stay in the dungeon. Besides, the entrance to the 5th layer was open. With those words, the girl looked back towards the underground entrance. Gerda didn't care what would happen to her and Dasha thanked her for the warning. Still, she asked not to worry about her. In fact, Dasha wanted to ask her a lot of things, but she decided to refrain from doing so for the time being. She was about to say goodbye to the girls when Ayers asked her to stop. Her request surprised even Gerda. Iris wanted to know from Dasha if the real married summoner was still alive. She was afraid to hear the answer, but the Dasha immediately replied that she had not killed her. It was just that she had carefully collected data about her body to perfectly match her appearance. Dasha believed that if she was lucky, someone would find her. Ludessa didn't quite understand the meaning of her words. Luna was horrified that in the worst case scenario this girl would die, and Iris thought that was horrible. Dasha laughed and asked her not to think she was so heartless. Still, it seemed to her the best option to kill that girl right on the spot. Even though Dasha had enjoyed chatting with them, she was about to leave and said goodbye to the group. Iris wasn't sure if she should have let her go and asked Gerda a question. Gerda asked her to take her time as they needed to get out of here first. Dasha turned to the girls and remembered that she had been careless. She finished the spell but forgot to say the last part. She ordered the creature to appear, and at the same moment, a huge three-headed creature appeared as if out of nowhere. Dasha said goodbye to the girls and said that now she had definitely done everything. The three-headed and many-eyed Cerberus noticed the girls and bared its fangs. Ludessa cursed and thought that now they had absolutely no time to fight this monster. Luna looked back at Ludessa and asked her to use the stone, but Ludessa panicked and said that they couldn't use it because the stone had turned to dust. Gerda turned to the Ludessa in shock, not believing her words. Gerda had already forgotten since she hadn't fought a Cerberus in about 100 years. He had a skill that didn't allow his opponent to escape. In addition, like a Burgunt, he could resist magic attacks, and attacks that changed that status would also not affect him. This was rather problematic. Due to the restrictions of the dungeon, she wouldn't be able to use her teleportation magic, and now they wouldn't even be able to use the teleportation item. Moreover, they didn't have much time left before the automatic dungeon realignment was activated. Iris wasn't going to give up and decided to keep fighting. She believed that this way they would have a chance and turned to Valt as if he was right next to them. Meanwhile, the hero was in a camp in the hills of Lucas. He smelled delicious odors and turned back. Mira told the lad that they had left him absolutely no meat at all and fairly raised her hands with her fork up. Valt didn't realize how fast the girl was eating that this had happened. It seemed like a moment ago the place had been full of meat, but Mira replied that he would either eat it all or be eaten himself. Valt felt that she should eat more moderately. Rika held out a plate of hot food to Valt and noticed that something had piqued his interest. The lad thanked her for the food and said it wasn't the season for traveling, but it was quite lively here. Besides, it was now the middle of the night and the camp resembled more of a festival. He didn't expect it to be so crowded. Now that he mentioned it, Rika noticed it too. It looks like they prepared this in honor of the return of the scouting party. The girl was referring to the same unit that was in the Gratias. It was the same dungeon that Iris and the others went to. Rika thought that they might have watched their return, but she didn't expect the moment to be so fortunate. Apparently the Grahios were somewhere nearby. It looked like it was indeed. Besides, the elf had heard that the entrance to it was somewhere nearby. People talked about the structure of the dungeon changing every 7 days. Time flew by rather quickly, and the hero remembered that it had already been a week since that parade. Rika grinned and said that the hero was losing track of time as he completed the tasks. Besides, it looked like the recon squad would stay here for the night. The guy realized why there were so many people here. Mira figured they would wait here for Ayers and the others. Mira thought that the hero was taking every available opportunity to think about Ayers. She smirked and thought that was how he took care of her. The hero replied that when he arrived in the kingdom of Lehar, Ayers and the others took care of him. She took care of him several more times after that, so he was grateful to her. The girls apparently misunderstood him and a blush broke out on their cheeks. It was true that he was interested in her for several reasons. But before he could think about it, someone called out to the people and said they had a problem. People started asking for help and shouting about some kind of monster attack. The hero looked around questioningly, not realizing what was going on. One of the lizards asked to contact the capital and summon a watcher here. His partner fell to his knees and asked for water to start with. The humans surrounded them to inquire about their well-being, but the lizard only asked for water. Valt recognized them as the very boys he had taught a lesson in the city. The lizard noticed someone approaching them and looked up. As soon as he saw Valt, his face turned white with fear. He deftly jumped aside from the hero and asked what the adventurous Valt was doing here. The hero wondered how he recognized him, for he did not even give his name. But the lizard grudgingly replied that every adventurer in the capital knew about him. He was the hero who had helped a squad of Silver Wolf Knights destroy the Surtur. Valt ordered him not to be called a hero, and the lizard apologized. After coming to his senses, the hero apologized for yelling at him. He wanted to know what was wrong, but from the looks of them, they had something serious going on. His partner exclaimed that they would like to talk to the guild. The lizard told Valt that Iris and the others had stayed in the Grahio's dungeon. Valt was shocked and asked him to repeat what he had just said. It appeared that the 3rd Special Reconnaissance Unit had left Iris along with a squad of Silver Wolf Knights and left the dungeon. It was now past midnight, which meant that the dungeon was beginning to recover, judging by the days. The lizard replied that no one had returned alive from those who had stayed in the dungeon while it was being rebuilt, and now their group was divided. There were the inflexible ones who wanted to go and help them right now, and the prudent ones who wanted to observe the situation and then make a decision. However, it was dangerous to enter the dungeon while it was being rebuilt. One could forget about saving them, because they didn't even know if they could even find them. Time was passing, but there was nothing they could do, so his younger brother and him decided to inform the others. Everything became clear to the hero, and he thought about it. At that moment, one of the guys ran up to them and exclaimed that he had brought a communication item. One of the lizards thanked the observer for his help. The communication item was a crystal. From the look of the Walt, this was the first time he had seen it. In order to use it, mana had to be infused into it. As soon as the hero did that, a hologram of a girl from the Adventurers Guild branch in the capital appeared in front of him. The guy thought that this was a really handy thing that could be used to easily talk to someone from a distance. Elsie answered the guys that she was in charge of the night shift. Elsie was surprised to see Rika and Mir with Walt. The girls were happy to see Elsie, but the lizard interrupted them and told Mrs. Elsie that it was urgent. He exclaimed that a squad of Silver Wolf Knights had remained inside the dungeon and had not yet returned. The dungeon had started the recovery process, and they were completely out of time. They needed orders immediately. Elsie couldn't believe her ears and was confused for a moment. The girl replied that she couldn't make a decision on the matter, so she decided to report everything to the head. Before she could finish her sentence, the chapter was already behind her. The vixen already smelled of alcohol, and she didn't look worried at all. She smiled at the guys and greeted them. Valt frowned when he saw the vixen's red face. He hoped she at least understood what was going on right now. The woman grinned and asked Walt who he thought she was. The head exclaimed that this level of intoxication was quite normal for her, and she had always been like this. Valt didn't think it was something to be proud of and asked her what they should do. He felt that giving the right answer was the least she could do right now. These brothers were rushing in as if there was no tomorrow and she had to tell them something. The head thought he was right. She couldn't believe that something like this could happen to Gerda, and it was very serious. As the representative of the capital city branch of the Adventurers Guild, she ordered the scouting party to return home by dawn. The lizard thought that the head couldn't do that. After all, she had told them to abandon the Silver Wolf troop. They thought that it was just absurd and that the head didn't have a heart. The fox asked the lizard to cool its head a bit. After all, the two of them and the rest of the squad had just returned after completing a massive 7-day quest. They must be realistic, for they have run out of mana and stamina. They will enter the dungeon and can forget about their rescue. By their actions, they will only cause a second disaster. The lizard exclaimed that it was this squad that had asserted themselves the most in this exploration, and they had to do something. They had even saved him from danger countless times, and they couldn't abandon them. In that case, the hero had one suggestion. Everyone immediately turned to the vault, eagerly waiting for his answer. The guy shocked everyone by stating that he would go and bring back Ayers and the others. The chapter couldn't believe his words and wanted to be sure of his decision. The guy replied that even though he had drunk some alcohol, he had enough stamina and mana. At least he thought he would be more useful than the jaded adventurers, and the chapter agreed with him. So far, he had defied their common sense countless times. In any case, rescuing a squad of Silver Wolf Knights would be nearly impossible for someone without the necessary skills, and they had absolutely no time left. In this case, faith was in his capabilities. Fox exclaimed that this was the best option and said that in that case, she would personally issue him an emergency quest. The boy happily agreed with her. The hero asked her to forgive him, but he wanted everyone present to help them as well. They needed to prepare some food, water, and all sorts of potions. The people decided to get right on it, and remembered that they should have some supplies in their tent. They also needed a watch, a magic crystal lamp, and a pterosaur stone. If they needed that stone, one of the humans had his own and was willing to give it away. Head told the hero that she thought of Gerda as her close friend and also treasured Iris. She also thought that Moon's aloof attitude was charming, as well as about Ludus's sweet naivete. She also forever wished she could comb the fur of the White Wolf Coup. She might have been bad as the guild leader, but she couldn't abandon those children. The hero smirked and didn't understand why she didn't say that from the beginning. The head pointed at the kid and said she was issuing him a quest. The hero had to accept the quest to urgently rescue the Silver Wolf troop. These were the words the hero was waiting for and immediately accepted the quest. Valt, accompanied by Myra and Ricky, set off. Elsie was worried about them and asked them to take care of themselves. The chapter also said that everything was in their hands. When the connection was broken, a worried Elsie asked the head a question. She wasn't sure if they should have let Ricky and Mir go into Sinheos. Ricky only had level 3 and Mira only had level 1. Even if Valt was with them, Grahios was such a difficult dungeon that it required a group of top-tier adventurers to clear it. Besides, it was too sudden and they couldn't prepare properly. The head laughed and said that she understood Elsie's worry perfectly, but she saw with her own eyes how they reacted when the head told them to stay. Rika considered herself part of the Walta group, so she was confident in her abilities. She was going to give her best and do whatever it took for their team. Mira was of the same opinion. She believed that she could help the Walt as a tinker. No matter what they said, they were a team. The girls insisted on their own and decided to go along with Walt. The hero's face was quite happy at this point, which the chapter found amusing. She laughed and thought that he looked like a man who was proud of his little sister's height. She also speculated that it could have been something completely different, but Elsie asked not to tell them about it. At first, the chapter wondered what would happen. But in the end, Walt was blessed with good companions. Elsie agreed with her and was happy to be his guild servant. Foxy reached up and said it was time to rack her brains thinking of a special reward for the Walt. She apologized, but she would have to bother Elsie and report it to everyone. Elsie understood and promised to do so. Before leaving, the Vixen exclaimed that she believed in the capabilities of the Walt team. After a while, the main character's team was already approaching the entrance of the dungeon. They stopped when they saw a crowd of people on their way. Earlier, they were told that the unbending and prudent ones were there. These parties argued further. Valt realized that they had arrived on the spot. Suddenly, a coup appeared in front of the guy's face, whom the hero was happy to see. The big furry wolf rushed into Valt's arms like a dog. One of the lizards noticed Mr. Coup and didn't understand why he was here alone. The other adventurer answered him that he didn't know that, but this wolf had come shortly after they left. At some point, the hero remembered something special. The Coup wolf had a unique teleportation skill, but unfortunately, this skill only worked on him. When Walt said that, Coup whimpered sadly. The guy thought that Gerda should be able to use her teleportation magic on a group of people. The lizard replied that it wasn't, because there was some kind of mechanism in this dungeon that sealed the teleportation magic. In that case, even Ms. Gerda couldn't break it. But apparently Coup's unique skill was not affected by this. The guy stroked the wolf's scruff like a good fluffy boy. But it was possible to use an item that turned out to be indispensable. The hero realized that all the humans had escaped by using the pterosaur stone. While they were talking, the world asked them to wait for a while. She thought that in that case, Ayers and the others must have the pterosaur stone. The lizard replied that they must surely have one stone. But since they still had not returned, it meant that for whatever reason their stone could not be used. Valt thought that they must be right. Their situation was more or less clear to him now. They didn't know the dimensions and layout, and looking for them blindly was an inefficient option. Besides, they didn't have much time. But with Coup's nose, the guy thought they would be able to find Ayers and the others. He should be able to distinguish their scent, especially Ludus's. The lizard hoped they would return and thank them for their help. In that case, he left it up to the Walta. He bowed and said he trusted him with the fate of the squad of Silver Wolf Knights. The armored lizard was leaving this task on the newcomer, for the Walt was their last hope. He expected great things from the man who had defeated the Surtur. At first his behavior surprised the lad, but after that he smiled. He ran towards the dungeon and asked to provide this to them and return soon. The first thing inside the Grahios dungeon, the heroes met a rampaging fearsome dragon. Mira screamed in fear as she raised her head at it, but the dragon soon fell right in front of her nose. The girl thought she almost wet herself without realizing it herself, but her honor was still safe. She thought it was very dangerous and didn't understand what a nightmarish dungeon this was. Mira was not happy about coming here, as they were running into more and more high-ranking creatures that they had never seen before. She literally felt that this was not the right place for her at all. Mira wouldn't have been able to say this earlier, but apparently Rika was used to this sort of thing by now. She wanted to make sure Rika was alright, but as soon as she saw the pale elf, she realized she was wrong about her. Stammering, Rika said that she was almost a black mage after all and could set off a big explosion if need be. Mira asked the girl not to use a fireball in such a narrow corridor. Even if she didn't burn them all, they would die from suffocation. Rika covered her mouth in horror and thought she was right. After all, it was like a cave in here. Mira looked back and told the girl that if she looked at the surroundings, she could see that they were surrounded by dust and rocks. So if she used earth magic, it would only intensify. A normal mage would have used earth magic here, but in her case her power might have gotten out of control. Rika understood what the world was talking about, because the same principle was in the Savoim swamps. From now on, Rika promised that she would only use wind or water magic. Mira sighed in relief and said that it was reasonable. While they were talking, Walt was fighting another monster that came their way. Looking at the Walt that stood on the mountain of defeated dragons of the world thought that their only task would be to follow the hero. All those monsters were killed with just one blow from him. Walt was so strong that it was more like a corpse factory than a battlefield. At that moment, the girls realized how weak they were. Ricky became uneasy. She realized that if they were in the place of the dragons, they would have been killed with one small blow. The guy stretched his arm and said that this exercise for his digestion was good. This way he cleared even his head of alcohol. He turned to the girls and wanted to know how they were feeling. The girls shouted that they were fine and the guy nodded his head approvingly. Mira noticed that the Walt's breathing wasn't even interrupted, and for sure, he was a monster in his own right. Ku suddenly perked up his ears and let out a warning bark and ran forward. The guy turned to the girls and ordered them to follow Ku. Perhaps he smelled Ludasa and the others. The girls suggested that Ayers and the others might be alive, and the lad replied that there was a high probability of that. The hero warned that it might not be a simple walk in the park, and hoped they could follow him. Mira and Rika looked back at each other questioningly. Mira asked not to underestimate her walking skills, and Rika said she would go with him even to hell itself. Running ahead, the hero said that he liked it and asked them to follow him. Before they knew it, the coup had brought them to a dead end. Rika thought they should make a detour, but they clearly didn't have time for that. Mira suggested destroying the wall with a grenade, but the guy asked to save it for when they needed it. Mira didn't know what he was talking about, and Walt asked Ku to step back a bit. After that, the hero walked over to the wall and leaned his hand against it. Without much effort, the Walt made a huge hole in the wall. The girls along with Ku couldn't believe their eyes. For the hero, the wall wasn't as hard as he thought and suggested the shocked girls to move on. Mira thought that if he uses explosives or magic, there's a chance of the walls collapsing, so it's better to use his bare hands as much as possible. Normally Mira didn't even think like that, but she was convinced that Walt was a real madman. After that, the group continued to follow the coup, destroying walls at times and breaking out floors. Also, the Walt punched through the ceiling on other occasions. Mira couldn't even believe that the hero was literally conquering this dungeon. He was advancing, destroying everything in his path. Rika thought that she was beginning to slowly understand how to fight in this dungeon. In this field of earth attributes, she had to use water and wind magic since they have less impact. In addition, she has a light direct attack. The girl told the Vault that she would cover him. The elven girl activated lightning strike magic, but it hit her right in the back of the Walt. The frightened girl apologized, but the hero didn't mind a little friendly fire. He asked her to focus on her counter-attack and Rika agreed. The guy wiped the sweat off his cheek and admitted that it was pretty hot in here. They had already destroyed a lot of rock formations, but they still hadn't reached the right place. Ku sadly hung his head. Valt asked the girls how they were feeling, but they replied that they were fine. Mira had taken potions, so they were fine. Mira smiled and replied that she was perfect too and could keep going. Valt smiled back and thought it was all thanks to her walking skill. He thought she was amazing. He couldn't believe that she didn't complain even after taking on half of their belongings. A hero wouldn't complain if they were going to use items to keep up with him. Rika happily glanced at the world that had fallen into a stupor for some reason. The hero didn't believe it, but still she really has everything she needs to become an item master. Mira blushed and grabbed her face. She never thought she would hear such a compliment from the hero. Mira exclaimed that he would not gain anything by complimenting her, and he made her blush all over. She didn't understand what was wrong with Walt, especially since it was bad for her heart. He waved her off and told her to just focus on her dream, and if need be, he would help her anytime. Mira decided that she would definitely become stronger too. She found it amazing that the Walt offered her his help and support without hesitation. Mira realized that she was becoming soft without realizing it herself. She said quietly that no one had asked for his concern, but the Vault didn't hear her and was breaking down the next walls. At one point, the Vault noticed something strange that surprised him. At the moment of destruction of the wall, a winding path appeared in the darkness, which was illuminated by flashlights floating in the air. The girls couldn't figure out what it was and assumed it was the very depths of hell. As one could see, it was surely another dimension. The The laws of physics that they thought were normal did not work here. Mira was horrified and didn't understand how the hero could say it so calmly. Mira thought it was even stranger that the hero didn't even react in any way, and thought he was completely insensitive. The hero explained that he had already been pulled into this space, so he was no longer afraid of it. Valt wanted to know Ku's opinion and looked back at the wolf that cautiously approached the edge of the cliff. After carefully sniffing everything out, Ku confidently leaped into the darkness, and Valt asked the girls to follow them. Mira was not prepared for this and asked them to wait for a while. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the girl realized that if she had come this far, she had to follow them. If she was going to eat poison, she had to eat the whole plate. With these thoughts, she overcame herself and ran down the thin winding path following the others. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, a three-headed Cerberus blocked the path of Iris and her group. Heirs realized that they could not keep up with these constant battles. Gerda called out to Eris and said that thanks to her gravity manipulation magic, the Gratios were still holding on. She could stop the gimmick that appeared at midnight. She was referring to the eraser that wanted to invade this place and completely consume it. The maze recovery system wouldn't stop even if they attacked it. Iris realized that their business was bad. Gerda was afraid that it wouldn't last long. She suggested that they see if they could use the Ku to get outside help. Luna exclaimed that they had to defeat the Cerberus first and asked that she be granted that. Luna smirked and said she was the best at short fights. The girl suggested her comrades to watch carefully, for she was going to use her special technique. Luna transformed right in front of her eyes and was going to use onslaught and assault. During her attack, Gerda asked the moon to stop, but it was too late and the moon still struck the Cerberus right in the head. Ludessa thought the moon did a great job and destroyed 3 heads at once in turn. Luna looked back at Mistress Iris and exclaimed that she had done it. A frightened Iris rushed to the moon's aid and asked her to be more careful. Luna looked back and saw 3 Cerberus heads behind her that began to regenerate right before her eyes. Iris had no time to help Luna and called out to her when one of the Cerberus heads opened its jaws and spit out a column of fire, covering her eyes from the fire. Iris was determined to save the moon, but Ludessa asked Iris to leave the moon on her. Gerda called out to Iris and asked her to listen to Ludessa. Iris asked Gerda about the Cerberus, and Gerda did know something about it. She apologized for forgetting to tell about how she had defeated him before. The condition for defeating a Cerberus was to destroy all 3 heads at the same time. Even by piercing his heart, only the simultaneous destruction of the 3 heads would be fatal to him. Iris didn't want to think about it being the end. Before she could think about it, the clawed huge paw of a Cerberus appeared behind her and was about to strike her. The enemy's attack hit its target and knocked Iris backwards. Gerda and the girls called out to Iris, hoping she was alright. Only physical attacks had an effect on the monster, and destroying 3 heads at the same time with their strength alone seemed impossible to them. Eris leaned on her sword, kneeling down and thinking that she couldn't do it. She wanted to protect her precious friends and she couldn't die in this place. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that she didn't want this at all. Holding on with all her might, Iris let go of the sword and began to fall. At that moment, she thought of Valt, whose hand had already made a hole in the ground. At the last moment, the Valt managed to pick up Iris. He smiled at her and told her that he had finally found her. Iris was overjoyed that the Valt had been looking for her and had come to her rescue. The girl stared at Valt in surprise, not expecting to see him in such a place. Valt was glad he had finally found her. Holding Iris in his arms, Valt apologized for keeping them waiting. Dodging a Cerberus kick, it seemed to the lad that they were apparently stuck in a rather dangerous place. Iris was clearly having a hard time fighting the enemy, and it wasn't like her at all. Ludessa was insanely happy to see Valt at a time like this. She exclaimed that he was simply amazing. Gerda thought about the fact that the dungeon should have been rearranged by now, and wondered to the guy how he was able to get here. Rika enthusiastically exclaimed that it was all thanks to Ku. Gerda looked at Rika and remembered her. She was the one who caused the snowstorm on the Surtur. Rika said it was true and turned to Ku. Ludessa was insanely happy to see her baby Ku and rushed over to him with a hug. The wolf whined happily when it saw its mistress. Nira apologized for taking so long to reach them. Gerda could not recall to the world, and Peace introduced herself as a craftsman of the Walta team. Nira said that following the coup, the Walt started smashing walls and floors, eventually leading them here. They took the shortest paths and it was great. Gerda was surprised by their story. Gerda smiled slightly and said that he completely ignored the rules of the dungeon. He was truly an outstanding person who saved them. It wasn't every day you could see such a thing. Gerda praised Walt. It seemed to the hero that it was the hound who smelled his power. Surprisingly, this Cerberus was quite smart. Thinking about it, the Walt laughed. Iris said that it was the watchdog of the underworld, a summoned beast named Cerberus. She thought he would be stronger than the giant Surtur. Because of his unique skill, the pterosaur stone became a simple pebble. The guy realized why their group couldn't get out of here. He said he would deal with it on his own and asked to use the path he had made to get here. Suddenly the world screamed, which alerted the hero. He quickly turned in her direction, trying to figure out what was wrong. Mira pointed her finger forward in horror and said that their escape route was fouled. The damn bugs had thrown their plan down the drain. Those bugs were able to distract Valt. Meanwhile, the Cerberus was about to devour the hero. At the last moment, the Valt, with Iris in his arms, dodged away from the sharp fangs. Valt kept his eyes on the bugs, and he wondered what they were. The beetles were like a system that preserved and controlled this dungeon. They wouldn't stop until they wiped out this whole space. Gerda was slowing them down now, but she said she wouldn't keep these beetles down for long. Judging from what happened earlier, it looks like the bugs were eating everything from all sides at once, and even Gerda was having trouble with it. The hero realized that the only option to escape was to defeat the Cerberus. If they won, they could use the pterosaur stone to escape from here. The boy told Eris that the fox had given them a mission, that's why they were here. They had the essentials to get everyone out of here. Iris was glad to hear this and thanked the hero for his help. Iris asked the Valt to let her go to the ground, and the Valt agreed. He had completely forgotten about it and apologized. Mira yelled that there was no time for their flirting now. The hero looked back at the others and warned that they had better stay behind. But Iris told the hero that he couldn't handle it alone. To deal with the Cerberus, he needed to destroy all 3 of its heads at once. Iris believed that the Valt could not handle it on his own. Besides, only physical attacks worked on this monster. In other words, she said that they wouldn't be able to use Ludus's magic rifle as well as Rika's black magic. Right now, Luna was unconscious, so they were not doing well. In that case, the guy decided that Mira was the only one who could help them. Mira couldn't believe his words. She screamed to the whole dungeon, not understanding what he meant. She thought that she couldn't do it because it was simply impossible. Mira was only a first-level tinker. In desperation, the girl suggested that the guy create his own clone, but the hero asked her to be realistic. He was alone here, but Mira already knew that. The hero huffed that she had bombs, but one definitely wouldn't be enough for them. The guy suggested using them all at once, but Mira didn't think he was serious. Valt pointed at the Cerberus and said she should have tried to throw them right into his mouth. Even a Cerberus wouldn't be able to withstand an explosion in its mouth, but Mira wasn't sure that would work. She was afraid that the monster might just shut it down. Iris approached the terrified Mira and said she would help her with it. Valt asked the world to look at him, calm down, and listen. This was exactly the moment when he needed her tinkering abilities. They needed her help, and she clearly understood that. Mira lowered her head and said it was rather sudden, but she still gathered her thoughts and exclaimed that she was ready for this. The hero was delighted with her fighting spirit. To be honest, she was the only one capable of it. Mira tried to calm herself down and said that compared to the past ones, this monster was just a monster with 3 heads. Valt liked that expression. The girl decided that she would show him everything she could do as a tinker, and the hero praised her for her good attitude. The hero's skill called inspiration worked well, so now the world would be able to show its true power. The hero raised his hand up and said it was time to act. Valt said he would distract the Cerberus for now, and she would take care of preparing the bomb in the meantime. Iris had to conserve her strength, and Ayres promised to be more careful. Meanwhile, Rika and Ludusa had to take care of the moon. Rika exclaimed that she had prepared the herbs so she could mix the healing potion. The hero apologized to Gerda and said that she would have to hold out a little longer. Gerda replied that she would leave it to the Valt. The Valt rolled up his sleeves and prepared for battle. As he raised, the creature was called the Watchdog of the Underworld. The hero decided not to be ceremonious, and with all his might he hit the dog on the head so that the monster's body was thrown back. The guy smirked, not realizing what was wrong. Earlier, he thought that the Cerberus wanted to send him to the underworld. The 3-headed dog decided to strike back. While the damaged head was recovering, the other 2 attacked the hero with fire breath. The hero easily dodged and said that he was a demon lord named Ishwalt Eshle. The hero made another attack at the head of the Cerberus and exclaimed that he was much taller than the Lord of Hell. Meanwhile, Mira was tying the bombs together and thought that even one bomb had incredible power. It was necessary to put 3 whole bombs together. She was scared to even imagine the power that would come out of it. She had just been doing her job for 2 years, and now she was on an adventure whose level was so high it could give her a heart attack. She had no idea what her life had in store for her. From the moment the Valt told her the right words, she was surprisingly no longer afraid. It seemed to Mira that she should have pulled the bombs a little tighter. She got the feeling that she could accomplish anything and exclaimed happily that everything was ready. Behind her, Iris came up to her and apologized. Iris bowed to Mira and said that this was their first meeting. Mira introduced herself as the Tinker girl that Valt had accepted into his team the other day. The girls were pleased to meet each other. Mira exclaimed that she knew Mrs. Ayres as an adventurer in the capital that everyone knew. She still couldn't believe that she had personally spoken to her. Iris grinned and thanked her. The girl asked to just call her by her first name and asked about her bomb. Mira showed her her work and exclaimed that it was done. Iris thought something was bothering the girl and asked about it. Mira knew that it was Valt's plan, and thinking about it she thought it was too difficult a task. She wasn't sure she could match the two of them. Iris replied that she had nothing to worry about. She just had to think about how to hit the target with the bomb. Ayres calmed her down and told her that she and Valt together would strike at a moment to match the bomb when she threw it. Mira glowed like that with happiness and admiration. She thought that was the distinction of high-ranked adventurers, and now she was able to calm down a bit. Mira decided to just focus on hitting the target. Iris smiled and said that they were counting on her. While they were talking, Ayres was startled by a sudden explosion behind her back. The girls turned toward Valt and called out to him. The guy landed right in front of them and asked about their readiness. He told the world that he had ripped the jaw off the right side of his head so it would be easier for her to get into it. While he was fiddling with it, he managed to break a few bones and destroy some of his internal organs. His regeneration didn't seem to be working very well. Plus, the world would probably be easier if her target wasn't moving. Normally it would be a mortal wound, but to overpower him, it was necessary to destroy all three heads at once. Mira put on a shocked smile and said that he was completely crazy. Still, the girl thought that she would be able to aim with more accuracy in this case. Iris smiled, seeing a sliver of confidence on Mira's face. Iris replied that they were ready and told Valt that he was wearing a center head. Iris was going to attack the left head and the hero said they would do so. Mira also prepared herself and ordered her ability to roar. Valt rushed to attack and told Iris to get started. Iris flew into the air and used the Schwanenflügel skill. Ludasa and Rika prayed for their success and watched as the heroes swiftly attacked the enemies' heads. There was a huge explosion after the impact, and the world thought they had managed to do it. Mira jumped for joy and shouted that they had done it. She was insanely happy that she was able to throw the bomb right into its mouth, and it was a synchronized hit. Rika and Ludasa jumped for joy and clapped each other in the palms of their hands. Mira raised her fist up in front of the pillar of smoke and shouted that they had defeated it with honor. Iris smelled a suspicious odor and told Valt that apparently they had not defeated him. Valt felt the same, but didn't understand what the matter was, for the moment was perfectly chosen. Mira didn't understand why it didn't work, for it seemed to her too that they had picked the moment quite precisely. All the Cerberus heads were able to recover nonetheless. The hero had one assumption. He thought that if the heads were completely mechanical, everything would work out. Mira fell to her knees and bowed to the boys, asking for their forgiveness. She thought it would be considered a physical attack, and she should have confirmed it. She was really sorry, but now because of her, that monster was still alive. The hero stroked the girl's head and said that she shouldn't have shed tears over it. It was his own fault for not taking into account all the details, and he should have been more careful. Maybe he had gotten too complacent because of the lousy lifestyle here. Mira could barely hold back her tears at his words of encouragement. The hero realized that their business was bad, since she and Iris probably couldn't strip him of all three heads at the same time. Jurda's magic was at its limit and space was almost wiped out. Valt looked around and noticed a shining weapon that was sticking out of the ground. It was a lance weapon, which was a dragon spear. It immediately seemed familiar and interesting to Valt. The hero assumed that they could use it to make a big explosion. It was a legendary weapon, so if they hit a Cerberus with it, it could work. Iris worried that it was special, but the hero didn't understand her. The girl recalled that Lance could wield it due to superhuman strength, but even the carefully trained Imperial Knights couldn't lift that spear. The hero couldn't believe it was that heavy. The hero realized that with his thin hands, Mira wouldn't even be able to move it. Strictly speaking, the items could also be considered weapons. Earlier, the world had said that she could even drop a legendary class weapon at his will. The hero turned to the world that bowed to him. He recalled how earlier she had bragged to him that she could throw any object and was even capable of throwing a legendary weapon. In other words, he wanted her to throw an echelon at a Cerberus. The guy looked at the crying world and asked if she could really do that. Through her tears, the girl cried out that she could do it. If it was an object, she could ignore its weight and throw it. The weapon also belonged to this ability and the world offered them a look at it. With all her strength, the girl grabbed the weapon and tried to lift it. She thought that this item was just nothing and she could do it. Mira did not lie and indeed raised the huge spear above her head. The hero exclaimed that it was pretty good, and Ayres thought it was incredible that she actually lifted it. The guy told the girls that this was their last chance and they wouldn't get another chance. Until the Cerberus recovered, they needed to act. The hero smiled and said it would certainly need to be noted upon his return. Mira agreed with him and said the first rounds would be on him. Valt waved his hand and agreed that it would be on him. In that case, Mira didn't understand why they were waiting. The hero exclaimed that at this point it was all or nothing waiting for them and ordered them to follow him. Mira threw her spear at the Cerberus, which was quite fast. Valt smiled and noticed that her ability also measured the speed of the object. That seemed rather interesting to him. Ludessa and Rika supported them with all their might and asked them to show this Cerberus all their strength. As they approached the enemy, the guys simultaneously shouted that this was the end. Spear, Valt, and Ayres caught up to their target in a split second. They simultaneously struck a blow followed by an explosion. The hero apologized to the fearsome Cerberus. The guy smirked and said that the dog was going to hell alone today. Grachios was widely known as a dungeon that devoured living entities. Dasha was the fastest and first to get here. The girl grinned and said that a precious item left behind by her mother was kept here. She was curious to see what she had hidden here. Opening the cherished box, the girl was surprised that it was a simple doll. Her familiar didn't sense any special aura about her. Like he said, there was nothing special about her and it was a simple doll. Dasha took the doll in her hands. She hugged it with the certainty that her mother had left the doll for her daughter. The familiar wondered what would happen to this dungeon now. Since she had cleared it, that decision was up to Dasha. Dasha could open it or she could seal it. The girl replied that this place was her mother's creation. The dungeon was to continue to fulfill its purpose as a dungeon that consumed living entities. Either way, her journey to here had come to an end and it was time to learn more about the Demon Lord of Terror. This creature was written about in her mother's book of prophecies. Dasha considered herself a busy woman, but it was hard to tell from her appearance. The moment the boys left the dungeon, the hero suddenly sneezed and thought that someone had spoken over him. Everyone was just talking about the rescue operation in the maze, which was quite intense. Everyone thought that Valt was a hero. Everyone was waiting outside the dungeon the moment he gallantly appeared with the rescued members of the Silver Wolf Knight squad. The ground shook with shouts of joy and applause, and some even cried when they saw Ayres and the others return. Some of the women said she would like to go on a mission with Valt, and some wanted to get his autograph. The adventurers thought that the hero Valt was awesome, and they really wanted to see him in battle. Valt didn't like being called a hero all the time and thought these people were sick of him. As expected of the most famous meeting place in the city, there were quite a few people here. Regardless of his desire, rumors about him would even reach here. The hero didn't think that these people understood what they were talking about. When Valt was in his room, Ayres brought him an envelope. The lad was surprised to meet her here, and the girl said it was his reward. Valt was surprised but accepted this envelope. Ayres was embarrassed and said it was from the director of Wardelaine. From the fact that this vixen hadn't contacted him yet, it seemed to the hero that she recanted her words. Surely the head would have said he was rude to her. The hero found this rather off-putting. He didn't expect Ayres to come here out of such a trifle. It looked like Luna was badly injured and the hero wanted to know about the condition of the group. Ayres averted her gaze and said that she was already feeling better thanks to him. The guy opened the envelope and looked at the paper. Apparently, there was a meal ticket or something similar. Ayres obviously knew what it was but kept quiet. To the hero's surprise, it turned out to be a voucher for a day date. The guy felt kind of awkward and looked questioningly at Ayres. The girl replied that the principal had decided on the reward. Running away, Ayres said that she merely made sure that this voucher was delivered to him. At the bottom of the voucher was the signature of Ayres Frau Lisselween of the Knights of the Silver Wolf Troop. At first the hero was angry at how meagerly the guild budget was being spent, but he was not at all expecting a date with Ayres. To be honest, Valt was thrilled, as there were no such beautiful girls in his world. Still, he wasn't sure if they should have made an appointment to meet at the town clock. Besides, the two of them needed to get out of the same place. Mira had no doubt that this was exactly what the hero was thinking. Ludessa had a feeling that they were about to witness something grand. Rika still didn't understand what their reason for meeting here really was. Ludessa thought it was obvious and exclaimed that this was a dating place. The atmosphere here was completely different. Meeting in the lobby of the Demon Lord's castle was not elegant at all. Rika asked her not to make any noise because he would hear them. The guy thought he actually heard some noise and looked back, but he saw only passers-by and food stalls. Seeing no one, the hero decided that he was just a little worried and thought that this was not like him at all. Ludessa, meanwhile, held Ricky's mouth and said it was pretty close. As expected, they almost got caught by the Valt. Ludessa smirked and thought that her ability to conceal the group's presence had been useless last time. Mira was glad that Ludessa was with them, but the girl replied that there was no way she would miss a show like this. It didn't seem surprising to Rika that she was an adventurer of a class. Ludessa smiled and replied that they should have already picked up a couple levels themselves. After all, the dungeon was quite dangerous. Mira happily showed her token and said that she was now a level 3 artisan, and Rika had risen to level 4. Ludessa congratulated that they had managed to go up 2 whole levels at once, and was happy for them. Ludessa told Rika that one more level and she would become a middle-class adventurer. Rika confirmed that and said she was surprised by that too. Mira said that her whole body was sore afterward and it took some time to get out of bed, but she was glad she made it just in time. Ludessa said that it was expected since she used her skill to lift the lance. Given their height, Ludessa was curious to know how many levels the rescue leader had lifted. It looked like the hero was still level 0. Ludessa was surprised when Rika said that. Earlier, Gerda had told her that she didn't know about the level up. While Ludessa was thinking about it, Mira noticed Iris and told the others that she was already here. Ludessa became curious and asked the girls to move over. Iris came in wearing a beautiful lush dress and apologized for the wait. She hoped that the Valt had not waited long for her. At the sight of Ayres in the dress, the Valt felt Cupid's arrow hit right on his head and blushed. Rika was ecstatic and exclaimed that Iris was gorgeous today. Everyone's attention was focused only on them. They didn't pay attention to their surroundings as they were focused on something else. It seemed to Ludessa that Ayres had picked the right outfit. Ludessa herself was unaware of fashion, for which she was worried. Iris approached the unsure hero to make sure he was alright. She noticed that the hero's face was a little red. The hero turned his head back and replied that he was fine, especially since he himself had only recently arrived. Mira thought it was funny that the Valt was so shy and asked the girls to look at his face. It seemed to Ludessa that the hero didn't react like that even when they bathed together. This meant that prim and proper women were his Achilles heel. Rika guessed what Ludessa was implying and asked about it. Ludessa noticed they were leaving and suggested they hurry up. Valt suggested to Iris to go out and the girl agreed with him. Valt still didn't believe it was a date and didn't know what to do. Besides that the hero hadn't planned anything for such an occasion. He noticed that something was wrong with Iris and asked her a question. Iris was just thinking about what Ludessa said, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. Earlier, Ludessa had said that if she and Valt were going on a date, they were supposed to hold hands. Valt couldn't believe his ears and that she meant it. Iris lowered her eyes in embarrassment and said that she would do it if he was okay with it. Since it was so important, the hero didn't mind and extended his hand to the girl with a faint smile. Iris was still afraid to look at him but took his hand. Suddenly Valt remembered that he was 30 years old and Iris was only 15. He was becoming uncomfortable with the feeling that he had become a pedophile, but he had written in his guild papers that he was 18, in which case everything should have been alright. Valt decided to leave it out for now and figure it out later. He pulled himself together and motioned for them to move on. Iris smiled and followed the hero. At the same time, the girls continued to watch the couple from the side. It seemed priceless to Ludessa, for the guys seemed rather innocent and clumsy. Looking at them, Ricky had some mixed feelings. The boys went to several clothing and general merchandise stores, and then had lunch while looking around the stalls around the square. Eventually, the heroes got lost and stumbled upon a park full of couples in love. The mere sight of them made Valt feel uneasy. The two had a fairly typical date. As they left the establishment, the girl grinned and said she was glad to eat pancakes with him again. They were very tasty and the hero liked them too. He thought that they were lucky to come here. Iris asked the guy about his filling in the pancakes, and the hero said he had a pancake with sausage and cheese. Iris thought that sounded delicious. The hero asked where they were headed now. He thought Ayres had some specific place she would like to go, but Ayres suggested they go wherever he wanted to go. The hero thought she would like to go to a weapons or armor store. Iris was embarrassed and admitted that she did want to go there, but she was just following Ludessa's advice. The hero wanted to know what Ludessa had told her this time. Today, Iris was not an adventurer, but an ordinary girl, so it would be unseemly to visit weapon and armor stores. The hero sighed heavily and said that this elf girl was nothing but trouble. The guy asked him to listen and said that he was a tolerant person, so she could be sure that he wouldn't criticize other people's hobbies. Ayers was surprised to hear that from the vault. Ayers wanted to make sure that he would really go with her, but that was something that could be left out of the discussion. Ayers grinned and thanked him. In that case, the girl suggested going to an armory called Victory Song of the God of War. There she was greeted by Karin, who noticed Ayers' stunning outfit. She could even tell that they were lovers. Hearing this, Iris was even more embarrassed. Karin didn't even expect such progress in their relationship in such a short time. Iris had the glow of a girl in love, but Iris pretended not to understand. Karin forgot to tell her something about the holy sword of Mistelsain. She needed some more time to fix it. Iris asked her not to worry about it. They weren't going to embark on any travels until the moon was fully recovered. Karin was glad to hear that and decided to discuss delivery dates. She apologized again for the inconvenience and asked Iris to sign off. Karin looked at the guy and remembered that everyone was calling him a hero now. He was a promising newcomer and a celebrity. Valt exclaimed that she changed the subject too quickly. Surely Iris already knew that Valt was now being talked about at every turn, for he was very strong. Karin asked Iris about it. The girl laughed and thought that he was indeed spoken of as a hero who had saved a squad of Silver Wolf Knights. Valt didn't understand why everyone enjoyed making him so angry by calling him a hero. All everyone talked about was the fact that Valt came to their rescue unarmed. Karin remembered that she hadn't told them about the sword that Walt was looking for. Walt had already forgotten that he had inquired from her about the Eastern Yatekan and the demonic iron ore. Karin had done a lot of research into the matter. The hero suggested that it was a bit hard for her, but she learned a few things. First of all, she learned about a race that excelled in working with demonic iron ore. Valt became curious about them. It turned out that the race of blacksmiths called dwarves were a type of fairies. The hero thought about it and admitted that he had never heard of them before. Karin replied that all swords that reacted to the wielder's mana, including the Eastern Yatekan, were classified as magical swords and only a few people knew about them. Hearing about the magic sword, the hero's heart began to beat rapidly. This meant that he could ask the gnome blacksmith and he would make him a magic sword that he could wield. Karin confirmed his hunch, except that in their days the gnome village was in great danger. Iris remembered hearing about it earlier. The traditional craft of the dwarves was blacksmithing, but she had heard that the younger generation was less and less interested in anything related to it. Karin confirmed Iris' words and said that they were even leaving their homelands in the dust. Learning the art of blacksmithing required serious dedication and years of practice, so it was much more attractive to try to get rich in a big city. She probably meant to say that there were far fewer dwarves working as blacksmiths. Karin could have said that there were absolutely none left. She sighed heavily and said that she could hardly help him in any way. But the guy waved goodbye and said that Karin had given him valuable information, for which he was grateful. Karin thought it was nothing and shook her head negatively. She thought she was just doing her job. But judging from Karin's wagging tail, Iris realized that she was happy about it. Later, she and Walt left the store and the girl remembered that she had forgotten to tell Walt something about the witch Dasha. The hero had already heard that she was the culprit behind the dungeon problems, but Iris didn't tell him the whole story. Dasha posed as an adventurer named Merida and infiltrated the dungeon under her name with the subsequent summoning of a Cerberus. They fell for her tricks because things got out of hand. Dasha used Reincarnation and this explained the change in her attitude. The real Merida was also found weakened and stripped of some of her memories, but overall she was fine. The hero was pleased to hear this. As for the witch Dasha, the search for her was still ongoing, but Iris doubted that the knights or the guild would be able to find her. Nevertheless, Gerda was conducting her own investigation. She now spent all her time in the royal library. Iris could not confirm this, but Dasha claimed to be the daughter of the witch Bregan. However, Gerda knew her, which made her think it was impossible. Valt sighed heavily and said it sounded like another long story. There was almost no mention of the witch Bregan in the Lyserg Gain. The little that was there simply stated that she was a witch who did evil all over the world. There was no information about her date of birth or death, but presumably she was no longer alive. If the hero wanted to know more about witches, he would have to talk to Gerda personally about it. Though Valt doubted she would tell him anything at all, Iris suggested that Valt go to the Dragon God's scales. As soon as they approached the store, they heard some noise inside. Judging from the voice, it was a daemon, and the sounds resembled some sort of showdown. Iris suggested that they should hurry up. She ran first to make sure the daemon was alright. Daemon glanced fearfully at Ayers and admitted that he could not immediately recognize her in such an unfamiliar form. Iris clutched her head, not understanding how he could flatter her at such a moment. Valt asked the stranger to let Daman go. Daman was surprised to see a super newcomer here. The guy replied that a man in the service industry should have a better memory, and introduced himself by his name. Apparently, the girl who was holding Daman was looking for just a Walt. The vendor pointed to the guy and said it was him. It was this guy who broke her sword. It was an adventurer named Walt. The hero remembered that since he was first here, they had inadvertently broken a certain sword. Iris tried to stand up for him and said that it wasn't all his fault. She wanted to explain, but Walt interrupted her and said that the fact was that he had broken that sword. The stranger stared at the guy and said that she was going to take care of him now. The guy smirked, assuming that she wanted to challenge him to a duel, and warned that he was very strong. The girl named Sijian Avenger turned out to be of the gnome race. This statement surprised Walt, for they had previously spoken of them to Karin. The boy greeted the Sijian and wanted to hear what she was going to tell him. Sijian approached the hero and suddenly said that she would like to be his wife. Walt stuck his nose up and smirked. To him, such a request seemed frivolous. But after a while the meaning of his words came to the hero, and the Walt turned pale. Iris stared in shock at the girl who wanted to be a Walt's wife. If he didn't want to, the Sijian offered to be his wife. Valt didn't understand the nonsense she was saying. Especially her words didn't make any sense. The girls that were following their friends didn't understand what was going on and why this girl wanted to marry him. It was some kind of world speed record for a relationship. Walt was on a date with Ayers, but then another girl came up and proposed to him. The girls thought they didn't know Sijian. Anyway, Walt was just going about his usual business in Ludessa's opinion. Rika didn't understand what she called by his usual business and how it all happened. It was worth saying that the Ludessa was in a bit of a stupor. Nira couldn't wait to see what would happen next. She was very interested to see what Ayers would do. Ludessa had already seen the sparks erupt and the most interesting part was yet to come. She thought it was possible for them to have a party. Rika didn't think it was possible to be considered appropriate for such joy. No matter how hard Walt tried, he couldn't understand how she came up with the idea. The guy didn't understand how he could agree to such a thing when he only knew her name. He hoped it wasn't some dwarven tradition, but he didn't remember such a thing in Lizard Gang. Daman might have doubted she was even a dwarf. Sigun was not like any he had ever heard of. The man was sure that adult dwarves grew to a maximum of 1 ale tall. Ayers agreed with him and said that she was more like a human, at least in her eyes. The girl looked back at them unhappily and said that she was a gnome. It was more accurate to say that she also possessed her mother's giant blood. Daman doubted that such a thing was even possible, and Iris was impressed with such an unusual pairing. Sigun turned to the hero and looked at him. She asked about the conditions for getting his hand and heart. Valt asked her to stop and not to do it in public. Shijian tried to wrap her arms around the guy, but Valt deftly dodged the persistent girl. Eventually, they grabbed hands and started pushing against each other. The hero looked questioningly at the Sijian, not understanding what they were doing. The Walt was only using 1/10 of his strength now, but still, no ordinary person should be able to withstand even that. Valt smirked and thought she wasn't too bad. Shigen replied that that wasn't all. No amount of strength or stamina could overpower the dreams of her blacksmithing. Valt decided it was beneath his dignity not to respect her resilience. This struck him as amusing, and he replied that in that case he would put a little more effort into it. Barely had the hero used force when the Shigen bent down and almost fell on her back. She held on with all her might and the guy realized that she wasn't the type to admit defeat. At this rate, either the floor or her body would eventually break. At the same time, 2 lizards entered the store and were having their own dialogue. One of them thought that his brother was worrying about it unnecessarily and promised to handle it on his own. But the other replied that his brother would just drink up all his money if he left him to his own devices. He asked him not to forget that his brother would soon become the chief of the tribe. Before he could finish speaking, the lizard's body was thrown into a shutter. Standing right in front of him was a Walt that was about to lay the Sijian on the ground. Looking at this girl, the guys thought that this psycho was doing something weird again. The brothers decided that they had enough for today and decided to get out of here. The hero was just beginning to think that they had already come to an understanding. Valt recalled that he didn't even know their names until now. Daman called out to Valt and said that the guy was interfering with his business. His customers had run away because of him and the salesman was furious. Walt said that he was right and suggested that Shigen surrender. The girl thought that she could still resist him and Walt told the Daman that he had heard everything himself. The man thought they should have stopped it. Besides, they had already ruined his floor. Eventually, the Daman threw all 3 of them out of the store and the boys ended up on the street. The hero suggested that it was too late to talk about it. However, considering that they were supposed to be on a date, he apologized for forgetting everything and leaving Iris alone. Damen was furious, and before they left, he asked her to think about how she felt. The hero agreed that the man had made a fair point. Iris grinned and said it was fine. Besides, it gave her a chance to check something out. Standing next to the Sijian was her large battle hammer, which was clearly not a toy for children. The guys went into the establishment to have a snack and talk. The girl told them that it was a dwarven artifact, passed down from generation to generation, the battle hammer Mjolnir. It was created about 300 years ago and could be called legendary. The village headman had given it to her on the day she left. Everyone in her family was a warrior, but creating metalwork, weapons, and armor was something she enjoyed. So one day one wanted to create a masterpiece that would be on par with the Mjolnir. She wanted to become a blacksmith of that level, and to achieve that goal, she left the village. Valt wanted to ask her something. He heard that there were no blacksmiths left in the gnome village and asked if it was related to her goal. At the moment, there were no dwarven blacksmiths, and the girl confirmed his words. She had originally learned the craft on her own, but that was not enough, and she realized that she needed a teacher. She knew that there must be outstanding blacksmiths out there somewhere. Thus, with the blessing of her family, she set out on her journey, and like any other adventurer, she found her way to this town. Iris raised her hand and wanted to clarify something else from her. She supposed it might have had something to do with her casual offer to Valt. Valt still couldn't understand how that could have happened. The girl asked to hear her regarding this sword and pulled out a sack with the weapon wrapped in it. The hero realized that this was the initial catalyst. Shijian told the guys that she made it herself before leaving the village. It was a prototype, so this model was a 0 number. The guy picked up the broken sword and admitted that her numbering of works was quite interesting, just like composers. But that was the custom of the dwarves. Another custom was to name a model with the number 0 in honor of himself. Thus, the sword broken by Waltam was called the sword Sijian. In that case, the hero did not understand why that name was not engraved on the sword. It was rather disturbing to think that no one had checked this, and if it had her name on it, it definitely wouldn't have been touched by anyone. The girl replied that she was still a beginner, and it was too early for her to even think about engraving a name on her work. At the very least, it would take another 10 years to do so. Guy said that humility was a wonderful character trait. He knew an artisan who could learn something from her. He remembered the world that was still a beginner. Mira thought the Walt had seen them, but the girls restrained her. The girl told him that she had arrived here 6 months ago and had registered as an adventurer to make a living. Valt found it surprising that she didn't waste any time at school. Iris explained that martial races could skip this stage. They just needed to pass a simple practical exam to qualify. It was called a giant quota. This was the first time Valt had heard of something like this. After the guild certified her, she was expected to work as an adventurer and learn blacksmithing in the workshop. The guys thought that she had come up with a pretty clever plan, but at each workshop she was told that the job was not for a woman and refused. Iris assumed she was hurt to hear about it. Shigen clenched her hands into a fist and said that she was actually prepared for it, but she was hurt in another way. No one believed in her origin from the gnome tribe. It was rather unfortunate that others didn't realize this. The hero remembered how the head didn't believe him either and thought the guy was from a religious cult. From personal experience, he understood her like no one else. Valt handed the girl his piece of cake and offered to eat it. Shijian was glowing with happiness. She thought Valt was kind, but the hero gave the impression that he was feeding the animal. Nevertheless, setting aside the unnerving aura of the warhammer, she had shabby clothes and an empty stomach. Also, the hero assumed that the Sijian's bag was quite light. He decided to make sure that the Sijian was alone and asked her a question. The girl replied that she was bad at socializing, so it was better for her to work alone. Valt agreed that working alone was not easy, and the Sijian replied that she had already reached the 3rd level. The guys were surprised that she reached level 3 after only 6 months. It just seemed unbelievable. Shigen explained that it was all thanks to the Mjolnir hammer. It had problems with accuracy, but its damage was high. Apparently, she was able to deal with higher level monsters alone, but it seems like she wasn't making much money. The girl replied that she was living on starvation and spending money on food and lodging. Some days she couldn't even afford either of those things. The boy immediately remembered the girl's stories about their very different lives as adventurers. One day, very hungry, she was returning to the guild from a mission and realized that her sword was missing. She had a hard time concentrating on an empty stomach. She couldn't remember the roads or what stores she had entered. For almost 2 months it was thought to be missing, and then today she stopped at the Dragon God's scales and accidentally found it. And on top of everything else, it was already broken. It turned out to be quite shocking for her. She met the Valt she wanted to marry. As soon as she said this, the Walt asked her to dwell on this point. He noticed that she had jumped a long way, for up to that point her story had been coherent. He didn't understand why this was happening and what role marriage to him played in all of this. Before leaving the village, her fate was foretold to her. The soothsayer was a woman over 100 years old and her predictions were very good. The hero already suspected what she meant. The soothsayer said that the one who broke the sword of the Stygian in two was destined to become her husband. Iris smiled and said that it was broken in more than 2 pieces, but that didn't matter to the Stygian. Valt didn't even know how to respond to that. Stygian said that he had no choice but to marry her. Besides, he had taken her first weapon from her completely unexpectedly. Valt asked not to talk about it as something ordinary. Besides, this girl's thoughts were clearly going in the wrong direction. Sion begged Valt and exclaimed that she wanted to be his wife. Valt sighed heavily and thought that Stygian was terribly stubborn. Nevertheless, she was a seed that could grow into a dwarven blacksmith, and for Valt it was quite convenient. If there were no more blacksmiths left in the dwarven village and other young dwarves didn't want to take up such a craft, it meant that there was no one else left who could forge weapons from demonic iron ore. In time, this technique might have even disappeared from history. Stygian was the only hope for both the gnome village and him. The guy decided to ask her one last question and Stygian prepared to listen. The hero had heard that the dwarven blacksmiths were the only ones who possessed the technique of forging demonic iron ore. The girl confirmed that it was true. If he wanted to forge weapons from demonic iron ore, the dwarven blacksmith was the only option. Only when a dwarf can form and forge demonic iron ore with full control is he considered a master of his craft. The hero explained that just now he was looking for a blacksmith who could forge this sword for him. He wanted to get her some ores so that the girl could forge the weapon for him. Stygian replied that she had read all the documentation and had experience with this ore. Iris and Walt were impressed by this and they stared at Stygian in surprise. But the girl replied that to her shame she was still too inexperienced and she didn't have her own workshop. Now she was just an adventurous girl and the guy thought that was rather expected. But Stygian was already working on achieving her goal. She wanted to create the most powerful magic blade ever created. Hearing that, a thought occurred to the hero. He exclaimed that Stygian had spoken well and ordered the daughter of a giant and a dwarf to listen to him. He happily stated that she was officially enrolled in his squad from now on. But the girl didn't understand what he meant. Simply put, he would like to take her on as a member of his Walta squad and put the talk of marriage on hold. He warned that if she continued to live like this day in and day out, her dreams would forever be out of reach. He thought she realized this herself. The girl understood and said that she had only killed monsters since arriving in the capital, and had never held a tool. In that case, she had to make her decision and Valt would see to it that she could start learning blacksmithing as soon as possible. The girl mistook this for an indirect marriage proposal, but the hero exclaimed that it was not at all. Stygian was sorry, but nevertheless his words and thoughts pleased him. Stygian bowed and said that she was pleased to meet them. Meanwhile, the worlds were discussing with the rest of the girls that they had an addition to their team. Ludessa thought it was great and thought she would look good on the team as a warrior. They just didn't slow down their pace for a moment. Iris remembered that she hadn't told them about her job and asked to tell them about it. The girl didn't understand what they were talking about and Iris said that she must have an ID card. Ayers had already had time to think that she had lost it, but the Stygian remembered that she had it. She was still learning the Laharian language and could only read names. Valt said she would certainly need to learn to read and write. Iris took the identification card and read that she was a berserker. It seemed to the guy that this was something problematic again. Ayers admitted that this job was really shocking, but there was something more interesting. If the information here was correct, Shixing was only 10 years old. Valt was shocked to hear such a thing, because it was simply mind-blowing. The girls who were peeping at the boys couldn't believe it either. Valt thought it was impossible and asked Stygian about her age. She could answer them honestly and the girl answered that she was really 10 years old. She didn't think that could have been a problem. Valt made sure that mixing the blood of a giant and a dwarf was quite a sight. He couldn't believe that she wanted to marry him when she was only 10 years old. Iris meanwhile touched her breasts, feeling an inferiority complex. Stygian replied that in the gnome village, boys and girls reached adulthood at 12, and she only had 2 years to go. Guy realized that everything New said was even crazier than the previous one. While Iris was thinking about her problems, Stygian asked Walt to ask her something. It seemed to her that the woman next to him was his lover and wanted to know if that was the case. Iris felt as if she had been doused with cold water, but the Walt didn't expect such a question either. Walt looked at the blushing Iris and replied that it was not true. The hero remembered that he had forgotten to introduce her and introduced Ayers as his guard. They were adventurers stationed at the same inn and had fought together several times. In other words, they were comrades and Shigun understood everything. Valt thought it was strange that she still hadn't heard of Iris despite being an adventurer for a long time. Most likely her interests were only honed in blacksmithing and food. Ayres admitted that this was her first time meeting a berserker, as it was a very rare job. Since such an experienced Ayres was talking about it, then the hero had no doubt that she was right. Race, age, and gender, none of those things mattered. Among all of them, the berserk skill was the rarest. Iris still didn't know how to obtain it. Besides, without the necessary skill one could never become a berserker. It was a very special skill that caused Valt to admire it. Iris turned to the Sijian and placed her ID on the table. She got to her feet and asked the Sijian for a favor. Ludessa smirked and covered her face with her hand. It seemed like she already knew what Iris wanted. Iris wanted to see the Sijian's skill in action. The girl extended her hand to her new acquaintance and said that if she let her, it would be a pleasure for her to fight with her. Iris waited for her response while the Sijian leisurely chewed her bun. The gathered gawkers were surprised that this girl looked exactly like a Roswace. Some of them thought they were just imagining it. The hero reminded Iris that Shijian was only level 3, and she was clearly no match for someone with level 12. Shigen swung her hammer and replied that it was fine. With the berserk skill, she was effectively fighting with level 13, and it wasn't a problem for her. Iris had finally gone on a date, but it was pretty obvious now. Anyway, the usual girly stuff was just not for her. With those words, Iris pulled out a knife from the straps hiding under her skirt. Shigen didn't wait for the attack and attacked first. She landed quick blows time after time, but Iris blocked them and stepped back. The girls who were watching the pair thought it was like a challenge. It looked like the same fight for the one they loved. Ayres and Shijian were fighting for the Walt. Ludessa smiled and said that there were real passions boiling here. It seemed to Rika that the Sijian was clearly not of the 3rd level. This girl moved just like an experienced adventurer, but Ludessa disagreed with her. Right now, her hammer was deciding everything for her. It was only worth looking at it closely. At the moment, Iris was not resisting her in the slightest, just blocking and dodging her attacks. Iris jumped in front of the girl's hammer and said that she had a good swing. She also noticed that the Sijian stuck the Mjolnir even deeper into the ground. Shijian was about to push off the hammer and hit Iris, but Iris ducked back in time. Shigen thought that she just needed a direct hit. In that case, she had one plan. The girl swung her hammer, but Ayres blocked it with her blade and said she did it effortlessly. Shigen seemed hurt to hear that and her cheeks puffed up. Shijian decided to pull this move again since she thought she was invincible in pure strength. Iris could agree with her strength, but there was one drawback. The girl deftly dodged and told the Sijian that she was too dependent on her weapon. Because Iris dodged, Shigen was pulled after the heavy hammer, and the girl fell to the ground. With a share of resentment, she looked back at her rival. The people shouted that they had a winner. Everyone was overjoyed at this unusual sight. They exclaimed that the girls were pretty cool. Rika said that Iris never failed to impress them, and it looked like that was the end of their fight. Mira was just glad that they didn't get hurt too badly. But then Rika noticed that Sijian apparently wasn't going to end their fight. Iris' face spoke for itself. This wasn't half as much fun as she expected. She didn't understand why Shixing didn't use Berserk. If she really wanted to overpower her, it wouldn't work without it. Shijian surely understood that. Getting to her feet, Shijian replied that if it was so easy to become a berserker at any moment, she wouldn't have to fight so hard. The girl replied that she needed to activate a switch in her head. But Ayres and Valt didn't understand what she was talking about. Ayres wanted to know how to do it, but the Sijian wasn't sure about it. In that case, Ayres didn't understand how she activated it before. She wanted to know the last memory of the Sijian before she used the switch. The girl told her that there was a festival in the gnome village before she left. She wanted a roasted griffin, but Iris didn't understand what she was getting at. The griffon was a very rare food and her mother ate it alone. Then the girl was very angry and her switch was triggered. Thus, she became a berserker. In other words, what she meant to say was that the switch was flicked the moment something she really wanted was taken away from her. The guy realized that it was a skill that worked with external factors. If that was really the case, Iris suggested that they do something different. She pulled Walt's arm and said she was taking him away from the Sijian. Sijian froze in place, unable to believe her eyes. Mira, Ludessa, and Rika were at a loss for words. No one expected that Iris could pull something like this off. Iris pulled Walt behind her and ordered him to run after her. Ludessa blushed from the heated passions. She absolutely did not expect Iris to do such a thing. Mira exclaimed that things were getting interesting around here. One Rika looked fearfully at the Sijian, sensing something wrong. Shijian put her head down, not understanding how Iris could do such a thing. She was sure that the Walt would become her husband. The girls were creeped out when they saw Shigen in a completely different guise. The girl clutched the hammer in her hand and said she would not forgive Iris. A wind formed around the Sijian. The body of the Sijian was covered in sparks of lightning and the berserk mode was activated. Ludisa now had no doubt that level 13 was right. The adventurous Sijian came into readiness. Rapidly, her fleeing targets were getting closer and closer to the Sijian. The girl caught up with the fugitives in a few moments. Iris turned back around and smirked. Apparently everything was just beginning. Shigen activated the berserk mode and was ready to destroy the target. Shigen roared so that she pierced the ground with her feet. Ludisa hoped that all the other girls saw this and offered to follow them. Undoubtedly Mira wanted to see how it would end and followed after her friend. For some reason it seemed to Rika that by the looks of it they were more pleased than excited. The hero looked back excitedly and called out to Iris. It seemed to him that the Sijian's behavior was quite strange. He didn't think it was normal for the berserkers of this world. Ayres agreed with him and replied that it was undoubtedly unique only to the Sijian.